The old pirate, Contalroni, Dr. Levisui, and several other gentlemen urged me to meticulously document the tale of Treasure Island from beginning to end. They merely requested that I conceal the precise location of the island, for there remain untold treasures yet to be unearthed. I commenced this narrative in the year 17XX, beginning with my father's modest inn, aptly named the Admiral Benbow. One fateful day, a weathered old sailor, his skin tanned and a jagged scar marring his cheek, took up residence at our establishment. The scene remains vivid in my memory, as if it transpired only yesterday. He entered with heavy, deliberate footsteps, a seaman's chest trailing behind him in a handcart. Towering in stature and robust in build, his skin bore the hue of the sea, while the scar on his face was a ghostly white. His rough hands were a tapestry of wounds, and his broken fingernails were darkened with grime. The blue coat he wore was tattered and filthy, and a greasy braid hung over his shoulder. I recall how he whistled to himself, surveying the bay, before bursting forth with a raucous sea shanty he would often hum thereafter. 15 men on the dead man's chest. Yo-ho! And a bottle of rum. His voice, high-pitched yet aged and tremulous, resonated like a creaking capstan aboard a ship. He then rapped on the door with a stick resembling a lever, which he carried with him. Upon my father's appearance, he bellowed a coarse request for rum. After receiving the drink, he savored it slowly, with the demeanor of a connoisseur, his gaze unwaveringly fixito, and the surrounding cliffs and the sign of our inn. This place is quite close to the bay. He finally spoke. The inn is well situated. How is business, my good fellow? My father informed him that trade was sluggish, with a lamentably scant number of guests. Very well, he declared. I shall take up residence here. Hey, you there, he called to the man with the cart. Move it aside and unload my trunk. I intend to stay for a while. He then addressed my father, saying, I am not particularly fussy. A simple fare of rum, salt pork, and eggs will suffice. A leisurely stroll observing the ships as they set sail is all I require. What shall I be called? Just refer to me as Captain. Oh, I see what you mean, he continued, tossing 3 or 4 gold coins onto the threshold. Make use of it and give a shout when it's gone. His demeanor was rather intimidating, resembling that of an authoritative figure. To be candid, despite his shabby attire and brusque manner of speech, he bore little resemblance to a typical sailor. Rather, he seemed akin to a captain or first mate accustomed to giving orders. The man with the cart informed us that the captain had arrived the previous morning by mail coach to the Royal George Inn, inquiring about lodgings near the shore. I surmised he had heard of our establishment's pleasant seclusion and decided to make his way here for refuge. This was all we knew about our visitor. Without the need for me to articulate it, one can easily envision how that one-legged figure torments me within the confines of my nightmares. Especially on tempestuous nights, when the wind rattles the corners of my abode and the monstrous waves roar through the bay, crashing against the cliffs, I invariably encounter T.S. Spectre, manifesting in countless forms and expressions before my eyes. At times, his leg is severed at the knee. At other moments, it is amputated from the thigh. On occasion, he resembles a grotesque creature, possessing but a single leg, which emerges grotesquely from the center of his body, that I witness him leaping over hedges and ditches, relentlessly pursuing me. In essence, for the meager sum of 4 pence each month, these insufferable and vile musings have caused him immense distress. The most chilling aspect lies in the tales he recounted, each steeped in a sinister atmosphere. Tales of hangings, of treacherous waters, of tempestuous storms, of the perilous dry Tortugas, and the brutal clashes on the Spanish mainland. It seemed as though he had spent a lifetime consorting with the marauders of the sea. His tone, while Nara, seeing these malevolent deeds, left us, the knave country folk, utterly astounded. My father often lamented that our establishment was doomed to ruin at his hands, fearing that soon patrons would shy away, reluctant to endure the intimidation and command that lingered even in their dreams. Yet, I considered this not entirely a misfortune indeed. While we were all frightfully startled, the recollection of it brought a curious delight, for it infused our tranquil rural existence with an intriguing thrill. Even a group of young men of my own age feigned admiration for him, bestowing titles such as the true captain and the genuine sailor proclaim. That it was thanks to figures like him that the British could conquer the seas with such audacity. On one hand, it is true that the captain was indeed undermining our business. He lingered week after week, month after month, long since exhausting the payments for his lodgings. My father dared not demand the due rent. The mere mention of it would elicit a thunderous snort from the captain, his voice booming like a tempest. Why poor father, cowed by his glare, would retreat from the room, and I had witnessed him encounter such setbacks, wringing his hands in helpless despair. I am certain that my father, in his youth, succumbed to the agony of his circumstances, with the weight of worry and fear playing a significant role in his untimely demise. Having resided in our establishment for an extended period, the captain has never changed his garments, save for a few pairs of socks he procured from a vendor. One side of his hat droops down, and although it makes him uncomfortable during windy spells, he remains indifferent, allowing it to hang as it pleases. I recall his coat, which is adorned with patches upon patches, mended by his own hand in the confines of his upstairs room. He never writes letters, nor have I ever witnessed him receiving any. Engaging in conversation with others is not his habit at most. He may exchange a few words with familiar nay, worse after indulging in too much rum. As for his large seaman's trunk, none of us have ever seen him open it. In the final days of the captain's stay at our inn, he received a rather stern admonition. On that particular day, my father was gravely ill, and in the evening, Dr. Levisi came to attend to him, dining at our home before making his way to the parlor. There, he smoked while awaiting his horse to arrive from the village. For our ancient and lax stable, I followed the doctor into the parlor, where he appeared impeccably groomed and poised, with snow-white powder dusting his hair and bright black eyes that shone with vitality, presenting a stark contrast to the unkempt, corpulent, bleary-eyed, and ragged pirate-like figure of our captain. The captain, in a state of inebriation, leaned heavily on the table. Suddenly, he burst into song. 15 men on the dead man's chest. Yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. Drink, and the devil had done for the rest. Yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. Are you referring to me, sir? The doctor inquired. The scoundrel captain responded with another curse. The doctor remarked, I have but one thing to convey to you. Should you continue to indulge excessively, the world shall soon be rid of one more rogue. The old fellow was incensed, his fury boiling over. He sprang to his feet, drew his sailor's folding knife, and brandished it in his palm, threatening to pin the doctor to the wall. Listen here, sir, the doctor continued. It is utterly appalling that someone of your ilk exists within my jurisdiction. You would do well to behave yourself, for every move you make is under my scrutiny. I am not merely a physician, I am also a constable. Should I hear even the faintest whisper of discontent regarding your behavior, I shall ensure you face the consequences for your unruly conduct tonight. I will apprehend you and banish you. You would do well to take heed. Soon enough, Dr. Levisi's horse arrived, and he rode away. That night, the captain finally settled down. Furthermore, for many nights thereafter, he refrained from causing any further disturbances. Chapter 2. The appearance and disappearance of the black dog. Shortly thereafter, the first peculiar incident occurred, as will be revealed, which, although of no concern to the captain, ultimately liberated us from his grasp. That winter was remarkably harsh, with biting frost and fierce winds. It was evident that my unfortunate father would not survive this season. As his health waned, all matters, great and small, concerning the inn fell upon my mother and me, leaving us in a state of relentless busyness, scarcely able to attend to the unfriendly guests still residing at the establishment. On a particularly frigid morning in January, as dawn broke, the entire bay was cloaked in a layer of gray frost. The waves sluggishly lapped against the rocky shore, and the sun had only just begun its ascent, casting a golden light upon the distant sea. The captain had arisen earlier than usual and had already made his way to the beach. His cutlass swung beneath the hem of his blue coat, and a brass telescope was tucked under his arm, while his hat sat askew atop his head. I recall how the vapor of his breath trailed behind him like mist. As he rounded a large stone, I heard his final exclamation of anger, a sound resounding as though he were in a dispute with Dr. Livesey. Come here, lad, he called. Come a bit closer. I took a step towards him. This table is meant for my companion, Bill, is it not? He inquired with a sidelong glance. I replied that I was unaware of anyone named Bill, assuring him that breakfast had been prepared for a guest residing at our inn, whom everyone referred to as the captain. Indeed, he remarked, this captain is most likely Bill. He bore a scar across his face, a man of remarkable generosity, particularly when indulging at the banquet table. My companion Bill epitomized such a character. Let us wager. I proposed, Should your assertion regarding the captain bear truth, that scar resides upon his right cheekbone. Aha, did I not speak correctly? I had mentioned this before. Is Bill present here? I informed him that the captain had taken a stroll. Which path did he take? Young man, from which route did he depart? At last, the captain strode through the threshold, forcefully slamming the door behind him, entirely neglecting to survey his surroundings as he traversed the room towards the breakfast table. Bill. The stranger called out, his tone suggesting he was summoning courage. The captain abruptly pivoted towards us, his dark visage drained of color, his nose acquiring a purplish hue. Upon catching sight of the stranger, he appeared as if confronted by a specter or a demon, or some other harrowing entity, undoubtedly the most dreadful of all. Witnessing the captain's sudden pallor and frailty stirred a twinge of compassion within me. Come now, Bill, you are not unacquainted with me. We are old comrades, the stranger asserted. The captain inhaled sharply. Black Dog, he exclaimed. Who else could it be? The stranger retorted audaciously. Black Dog remains unchanged, here to pay a visit to dear old Bill. You reside at the Benbow Inn, do you not? Bill, ever since I lost 2 fingers, we have weathered many a storm together. As he spoke, the stranger raised his mutilated hand. Listen, the captain said, since you have sought me out, here I stand. Speak, what is your intention? Bill, you remain unchanged. Black Dog remarked, not a bit different. I desire that charming little boy to fetch me a glass of rum, for I have a penchant for such indulgences. If you are inclined, let us sit down and engage in conversation as old friends do, sharing whatever weighs upon our hearts. I listened intently for quite some time, yet aside from a low, droning sound, I heard nothing. Gradually, the noise intensified, and I managed to discern a phrase or two, predominantly consisting of the captain's curses. No. Enough of this, he shouted at one point. He continued, there is nothing to discuss, that one is surely destined for the gallows. Absolutely destined for the gallows. Suddenly, the curses erupted into a cacophony, like a volcano, as tables and chairs became mere splinters, followed by the clash of steel. And then the anguished cries of a man. I then witnessed Black Dog fleeing for his life, with the captain in relentless pursuit, both wielding curved blades. Black Dog sustained a wound to his left shoulder, blood gushing forth. Just as they reached the doorway, the captain raised his knife and aimed a vicious blow at Black Dog's spine. Had it not been for the prominent sign of General Baugh, Black Dog would have surely been cleaved in 2. Even now, a notch remains on the frame beneath the sign. Jim, he said, bring the rum. When he called my name, his body swayed slightly, and he hastily braced himself against the wall. Are you injured? I inquired loudly. Rum, he reiterated. I must leave this place. Rum? Oh my heavens! My mother exclaimed, what a stroke of misfortune to befall our family. Your father is still unwell. In that moment, both my mother and I were at a loss, unsure of how to rescue the captain. Our minds were blank. All we could recall was that he had just engaged in a fierce altercation with a stranger, sustaining a grave injury. I held a bottle of rum, eager to pour it down his throat, but his jaw was clenched tightly, his chin as solid as iron, utterly unyielding. Just then, the door swung open, and Dr. Livesey entered, prompting a sigh of relief from both my mother and me. The doctor had come to attend to my father. Oh, doctor, we cried. What shall we do? Where is he injured? Injured? He is not injured at all, the doctor replied. This fellow is as fit as you and I. He has suffered a stroke. I warned him. Mrs. Hawkins, you should go upstairs to tend to your husband. If possible, refrain from speaking to him. I endeavored to find a way to save his wretched life. Jim, fetch a basin. As I approached with the basin, the doctor had already torn open the captain's sleeve, revealing his robust arms, adorned with several tattoos that were quite neat and distinct. On his forearm were inked phrases like "Fortune favors the bold and smooth sailing," while near his shoulder was a depiction of a gallows, complete with a figure dangling from it. I found these tattoos rather intriguing. The doctor traced the illustration with his finger, saying, Lord Bill Bones. I dare say this is your illustrious name. It seems you have a keen awareness of your impending fate. Now we shall examine the color of your blood, he said. Jim, are you afraid of blood? No, sir, I replied. Very well, doctor, steady the basin. With that, the doctor produced a scalpel and incised the captain's arm vein. After a considerable amount of blood flowed, the captain opened his eyes, groggily surveying his surroundings. He first recognized the doctor, furrowing his brow immediately. And then his gaze fell upon me, seemingly relieved. Suddenly, his countenance changed dramatically, and he struggled to rise, exclaiming, Where is the Black Dog? I am not called that. The captain interrupted the doctor. The doctor and I exerted considerable effort to assist the captain upstairs, where we managed to lay him upon the bed. His head fell heavily onto the pillow, resembling a nearly unconscious individual. "I remind you once more," the doctor stated, "that alcohol is your nemesis. I believe I have been true to my conscience." As the doctor spoke, he grasped my arm, urging me to accompany him to attend to my father. "Everything is fine now," the doctor declared, closing the door behind us. "Having drawn a significant amount of blood, he should remain subdued for a while. I estimate he will need to rest in bed for at least a week, which will be beneficial for both of you. However, should he suffer another stroke, it would be disastrous." Chapter 3. The Black Market. Noon. I entered the captain's room, carrying medicine and cool water. He lay there much as we had left him, only having shifted slightly upon the pillow. He appeared frail and agitated. "Jim," he said, "here you are, still a decent fellow in my eyes. I have always treated you fairly, never withholding your wages of 4 pennies a month. Now, you see, my friend, I am in a feeble state, and everyone turns their back on me. Jim, would you be so kind as to fetch me a small glass of rum?" The doctor, as soon as I spoke, launched into a tirade against him, albeit with a voice lacking in strength, yet brimming with rage. "Doctors are all fools," he exclaimed. "That last doctor, what does he know about sailors? I have endured the sweltering heat akin to molten pitch, traversed through regions ravaged by yellow fever, and experienced earthquakes that shook the ground as if it were a tempestuous sea. Has that doctor ever witnessed such places? Let me tell you, my life hinges upon rum. To me, alcohol is sustenance, it is both meat and water, it is companionship, it is the essence of life. If I cannot have a drink at this moment, I shall feel like a derelict ship, stranded upon the shore, my blood splattering all around, including on that foolish doctor." He continued his tirade for a while before pleading with me. "Jim, look, my fingers are cramping, trembling uncontrollably, and I have not had a single drop today. Mark my words, that doctor is an imbecile. Jim, if you do not bring me some rum, I shall be haunted by spirits. I have already seen them. Dead Flint is here, standing in the corner behind you, alive and vivid. When I am haunted, I lose my senses and act foolishly. Did the doctor not say that a single drink would do no harm? Jim, allow me just a small drink, and I shall offer you a gold coin. What say you?" The captain grew increasingly agitated, and I feared he might disturb my father, who was in a dire state that day and required tranquility. Moreover, he had mentioned the words of the doctor, and I too believed that a mere sip of alcohol would not cause any significant upheaval. I was merely repulsed by the captain's earlier attempt to bribe me with money. I retorted, "Simply return the money you owe my father. I shall not ask for a single farthing more. I will fetch you the drink, just 1 cup." As I handed him the liquor, he greedily snatched it and consumed it in 1 gulp. "Ah, yes," he exclaimed, "that is much better. This little drink suffices. Tell me, mate, how long must I lie on this accursed bed before I can rise?" "At least a week," I replied. "Blast it," he shouted, "a week. I refuse to accept that. By then, they will surely send the black mark. Those rascals are currently scouring for news about me, unable to safeguard their own possessions while seeking to ensnare others. Is this the behavior of a sailor? I am one who guards my wealth, never squandering my money, nor allowing my belongings to fall into the hands of others. I shall set a trap for them, and I am not afraid. Additionally, I intend to devise another snare to toy with them." As he spoke, he struggled to rise from the bed, gripping my shoulder with a painful intensity that nearly made me cry out, laboriously shifting his heavy legs. His words exuded a sense of authority, yet his voice was frail. He paused to catch his breath as he reached the edge of the bed. "The doctor has truly put me in a dreadful predicament," he murmured, my ears buzzing incessantly. "Perhaps I should lie down." "Jim," he finally spoke again. "Have you encountered that sailor today? Are you referring to Black Dog?" I inquired. "Yes, Black Dog," the captain remarked. "He is a coward. Yet the one who commands him is an even greater scoundrel. Should I be unable to escape this calamity, and if the black spot arrives, remember, they are after my seaman's chest. You must mount your horse. You can ride, can't you? Very well, you shall ride, for I cannot concern myself any further with finding that incompetent doctor. Have him summon all those in authority, such as the sheriff, to the Admiral Benbow Inn, and eliminate every last pirate still alive aboard the Fortinbras. I am the first mate of the Fortinbras, only I know the location of that vessel. Captain Fortinbras entrusted me with this knowledge on his deathbed in Savannah, just as I now entrust it to you. However, you must wait until they first deliver the black spot, or until either Black Dog or the one-legged sailor makes an appearance before you can report to the authorities. Jim, be exceedingly wary of the one-legged sailor. But Captain, what exactly is the black spot? It is a summons, my lad. If they deliver it, I shall explain it to you. Jim, do not let your guard down. I assure you on my honor, in the future, I shall share the spoils with you. He rambled on for a while longer, his voice growing fainter. I handed him the medicine, and he obediently swallowed it like a child, even proclaiming, if any sailor has taken this medicine, it would be I. At last, he slipped into a drowsy slumber, and I exited the captain's quarters. I was uncertain whether I had done all that was necessary. Perhaps I should have informed the doctor of the captain's words. Fear gripped me, as I worried that should the captain regret revealing the truth to me, he might take drastic measures against me. However, fate had other plans. That very night, my unfortunate father passed away unexpectedly, leaving me with no choice but to set aside all other matters. The sorrow of losing a loved one, the influx of neighbors offering condolences, and the arrangements for the funeral weighed heavily upon me, alongside the management of the shop's affairs. I was engulfed in chaos, with scarcely a moment to think of the captain, let alone fear him. Kind soul, can you tell me where I am? I heard the pitiful blind man inquire. In defense of our homeland England, I sacrificed my precious sight. May God bless King George, but where am I now? Friend, you have arrived at the Binbo Inn in Black Mountain Bay, I replied. I heard a voice, youthful in tone, respond. Good-hearted lad, will you take my hand and lead me inside? I extended my hand, but the wretched blind man, despite his courteous speech, seized my wrist with a grip as fierce as a vice. Startled, I struggled to free myself, only to find that with a single tug, he drew me closer. Listen here, lad, he commanded. Take me to the captain. Sir, I said, I truly dare not. Oh, he exclaimed, are you afraid? Quickly, take me to see him, or I shall break your arm. As he spoke, he tightened his grip, causing me to cry out in pain. Sir, I pleaded, I am looking out for your well-being. The captain is no longer the man he once was. He even draws his curved blade while seated. Just the other day, a gentleman, enough chatter. Move, he interrupted sharply. The blind man's voice was both fierce and cold, sending chills down my spine. I had never encountered such a tone before. Compared to the terror gnawing at my heart, the pain in my arm was insignificant. I had no choice but to comply with his command, proceeding through the shop's door straight into the hall. The ailing old captain sat there, hazily sipping rum. The blind man's iron grip held me firmly as he leaned closer, nearly pinning me down with his weight. Take me directly to the captain. When he sees me, you will say, Bill has come to visit you. Should you dare to disobey, I will ensure you experience true torment. With that, he twisted my arm again, causing me to nearly faint from the agony. My fear of the captain had faded into the background. What truly terrified me was the blind beggar gripping me. I pushed open the hall's door and stammered the words he had forced me to utter. The poor captain raised his eyes, and the alcohol seemed to evaporate from his senses. His expression was less one of fear than of despair. He attempted to shift to stand, but to my eyes, he appeared weak and feeble. All right, Bill, remain seated and do not move. The blind beggar proclaimed, even though I cannot see, my ears are keen. I can hear the slightest tremor of your fingers. Let us conduct our business with due formality. Young man, extend your left hand, grasp Bill's left wrist, and draw it over to my right side. The captain and I complied with the beggar's instructions. I observed an object transfer from the beggar's hand, supported by his cane, into the captain's grasp, who seized it immediately. It is done, the beggar declared, abruptly releasing my arm, as he leaped from the hall and onto the street. I stood there in astonishment, struggling to fathom the agility of a blind man. Tap, 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 he had already ventured far with his cane. 10 o'clock, he shouted. There are still 6 hours left. We have time. The captain suddenly rose, but before he could steady himself, he began to sway, clutching his throat. Then, with a resounding thud, he collapsed face first onto the floor. I rushed over, calling out for my mother. Yet, my urgency was futile. A sudden stroke had claimed the captain's life. Strangely, I had never held any fondness for him, though I felt a tinge of sympathy afterward. Still, witnessing his demise brought forth tears, and I wept like a child. The captain was the second person I had lost, and the sorrow of my father's passing still weighed heavily upon my heart. Chapter 4. The Sailor's Chest. Indeed, I did not dare to delay for a moment. I relayed everything I knew to my mother. Perhaps it was long overdue. Our situation was exceedingly precarious and fraught with danger. A portion of the captain's fortune, should he possess one, rightfully belongs to us. However, it is improbable that his adversaries would relinquish such a prized bounty. To compensate a man who has already met his demise is an absurdity, for I have already encountered the black dog and the blind beggar. Suddenly, I recalled the captain's instruction to mount a horse and seek out Dr. Levis. Yet, this would leave my mother alone and vulnerable, which is clearly unfeasible. Remaining in the inn appears equally unwise. The sound of coal clattering in the kitchen hearth and the ticking of the clock only serve to heighten our anxiety. It feels as though footsteps are ominously approaching, encircling the captain's lifeless body sprawled upon the parlor floor. I am plagued by the dread that the grotesque blind beggar may be lurking nearby, poised to strike again. The atmosphere was akin to the old adage. Fear had rendered us nearly insensible. A decisive action was imperative. We resolved to seek assistance from the nearby village. And without a moment's hesitation, we dashed into the engulfing night and the chilling fog, neglecting even to don our hats. The village lies across a bay, invisible from our inn, yet merely a few hundred yards distant. What invigorated me was the realization that the village was situated in the opposite direction from where the blind man had appeared. Even if he were to charge towards the inn, we would avoid a direct confrontation. Our journey did not consume much time. We paused intermittently to support one another and listen for any unusual sounds. Fortunately, there were no alarming noises, only the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore and the rustling calls of woodland creatures. I was about to secure the shop door when we stood in the darkness, catching our breath. Inside the house, we were utterly alone, accompanied solely by the captain's lifeless body. My mother retrieved some candles from the barroom, and we leaned on each other as we made our way into the hall. Just as we had left, the captain lay on his back, eyes wide open, one arm extended rigidly. "Draw the curtains, Jim," my mother whispered. "If someone comes, they will see us from outside." I promptly complied. We needed to retrieve the keys from the captain, but who would dare to touch him? My mother lamented. Immediately, I knelt beside the captain's corpse, searching for the keys. Not far from his hand, I discovered a small circular piece of paper, one side blackened. I surmised it must be the black mark. As I picked it up, I noticed a brief message inscribed on the other side, the handwriting neat and legible. "You are bound to act by 10 o'clock tonight." Mother. They planned to strike at 10. I exclaimed. No sooner had the words left my lips than our old clock began to chime, its sound echoing ominously. The sudden tolling startled us, but thankfully, it was only 6 o'clock. "Jim, quickly find the keys," my mother urged. I rummaged through every pocket of the captain's clothing, discovering only a few coins, a thimble, some thread, several long needles, a half-chewed cigarette, a cracked folding knife, a pocket compass, and a tinderbox. Truly disheartening. "Check if they might be hanging around his neck," my mother suggested. Suppressing a profound sense of revulsion, I tore open the collar of his shirt and indeed discovered a slender cord coated in tar hanging from his neck. With the captain's folding knife, I severed the cord and uncovered a key. This development filled our hearts with hope, and without a moment's hesitation, we hastily ascended the stairs and burst into the modest room where the captain had resided for so long. The chest had remained in the same spot since the captain's arrival. Externally, the chest bore no distinction from those of other sailors, save for a letter branded on the lid, representing the captain's initial. Due to its age and the evident neglect by its owner, the chest exhibited signs of wear and tear at its corners. "Hand me the key," my mother instructed. Despite the lock's stubbornness, she deftly twisted the key and lifted the lid. A potent aroma of tobacco and tar immediately wafted from within the chest. However, the top layer contained merely a respectable set of garments, meticulously dusted and neatly folded, with nothing else of note. My mother remarked that the attire appeared never to have been worn. Beneath the clothing lay an assortment of items, a sextant, a small tin kettle, several rolls of tobacco, 2 gleaming pistols, a silver bar, an antiquated Spanish watch, several inconsequential trinkets, mostly foreign, 2 brass-inlaid compasses, and 5 or 6 rather rare West Indian shells. I often pondered afterward, what purpose could a nomadic pirate like the captain have for such shells, amidst a life of plunder and chaos? After an extensive search, we uncovered nothing of significant value, aside from a silver bar and a collection of trinkets, none of which were of our desire. Beneath the surface layer lay a sailor's cloak, bleached white by the salt of the sea. My mother, in a fit of impatience, shook the cloak, revealing the final secret of the chest, an oilcloth bag containing what appeared to be newspaper-like items. Alongside it was a canvas pouch, which emitted the delightful clinking sound of gold coins upon contact. I was determined to let that band of rogues know that I was a person of integrity. "I shall take only what is rightfully mine, not a penny more," my mother declared. "Jim, hold open Mrs. Clausley's bag." As she extracted gold coins from the canvas pouch, she calculated the debt owed to us by the captain, transferring the counted coins into the bag I held. This laborious task proved time-consuming. As the coins hailed from various nations, differing in size and origin, Spanish doubloons, French louis, British guineas, Spanish pieces of 8, and several coins I could not identify, all jumbled together, with guineas likely being the least in number, as my mother only knew how to tally in guineas. Just as we had counted half, I suddenly grasped my mother's arm, for I heard a faint, chilling sound piercing the stillness, a rhythmic tapping. It was the blind beggar's cane striking the frozen ground, sending my heart racing. The sound grew nearer, and we sat frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, someone ferociously pounded on the shop door, twisting the doorknob with such force that the latch rattled ominously. A blind man sought to enter, shortly thereafter. An eerie silence enveloped the space, both inside and out. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of footsteps, soft yet discernible, resumed, gradually fading into the distance until it vanished completely, leaving us in a state of indescribable relief. "Mother," I implored, "let us take the money and flee." I was certain that the secured door had aroused the blind man's suspicion, and he would soon summon a swarm of hornets. Thankfully, I had just locked the door. Yet one who had never encountered that terrifying blind man could hardly fathom the relief I felt in that moment. I only took what I had carefully counted. My mother, in a flurry, sprang to her feet. "I will use this to repay our debts," she declared, as I picked up the oilcloth bundle. Before long, we descended the stairs. Trembling, leaving the candle beside the empty box, we swung open the shop door and fled. Our escape was ill-timed, for the fog was dissipating, and the moonlight illuminated the hills on either side, leaving only a thin veil of mist cloaking the valley and the shop door to conceal our initial movements. Yet, as we reached the foot of the hill, still a considerable distance from the village, we would inevitably be exposed to the moon's gaze. Moreover, we soon heard the hurried footsteps of several individuals approaching. We turned towards the source of the sound, and there, a flickering light rushed towards the inn, with one among them evidently carrying a lantern. "Dear," my mother suddenly exclaimed, "let us take the money and run. I feel faint." At that moment, I thought to myself, this is the end for us. I harbor resentment towards the villagers from the neighboring hamlet for their timidity and aversion to conflict. And I also blame my unfortunate mother for her excessive naivety and greed. Just moments ago, her confusion was palpable, and now she seemed utterly overwhelmed. Fortunately, we had already reached the small bridge, and I hastily supported her as we stumbled towards the riverbank. She exhaled a sigh of relief, resting against my shoulder in silence. I was unaware of where I drew the strength from. Perhaps my actions were rather reckless, yet I had managed to pull my mother away from the riverbank, taking a few steps towards the bridge's arch. Beyond that point, I found myself unable to drag her any further. The bridge was exceedingly low, forcing us to lie beneath it, leaving my mother almost entirely exposed. In this position, we could hear every faint sound emanating from the inn quite distinctly. Chapter 5. The blind man's fate. In a certain sense, my curiosity triumphed over my trepidation. Reluctant to remain in our previous location, I climbed back up to the bank, concealing myself behind a gorse bush, intently watching the path before my home. Just as I found my hiding spot, a band of 7 or 8 ruffians came rushing down that very road. Leading the charge was a fellow bearing a lantern, followed closely by 3 others linked arm in arm. Despite the fog, I discerned that the one in the middle was indeed the blind beggar. The ensuing dialogue confirmed my suspicion. "Break down the door," he commanded. "Yes, yes, sir," came the responses, as 2 or 3 men dashed towards General Bonaparte's inn, the lantern-bearer trailing closely behind. The sight of the open inn door seemed to astonish them. I observed them pause, murmuring quietly among themselves. However, after a short while, the blind man issued his command once more, his voice sharp and high-pitched with urgency. "Go in, go in, go in," he shouted, berating them for their sluggishness. 4 or 5 men immediately rushed inside, while 2 others lingered on the road with that detestable beggar. Before long, a scream pierced the air, followed by cries from within. "Bill is dead." Yet the blind man still found them lacking in speed. "You fools, search his body at once. The rest of you, go upstairs and retrieve the boxes," he bellowed. I heard them thundering up the old staircase of my house, their footsteps shaking the very foundation. Soon, another scream erupted, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass as the window of the captain's room was flung open. A villain's head and shoulders protruded into the moonlight, calling out to the blind beggar standing below. "Peter, someone has already turned the boxes upside down. Is anything still there?" Peter shouted. "The money remains." The blind man cursed regarding the scant amount. "I mean, is Fortin's signature still there?" he demanded. "In any case, we haven't found it." came the response. "Hey, you down there, check if that stuff is on Bill." The blind man shouted again. Upon hearing this, another man, presumably left downstairs to search the corpse, sauntered to the doorway. "Bill has already been searched. There's nothing left. It must have been someone from this establishment, that little brat. I will tear his eyes out." The blind man Peter howled. "They were just here. The door was bolted when I pushed it open. Guys, split up and find them. Bring them to me." "Indeed. Their candles are still here." The fellow at the window exclaimed. "Quickly, let us disperse and search. Even if we have to raise this house to the ground, I shall drag them out." He persisted, striking the pavement with his cane and repeatedly shouting. "It was Dick who brought the news," one of them remarked. "And twice at that. Men, we must retreat." "Retreat? You spineless cowards," he thundered. "Ignore Dick. He is a complete fool, a timid wretch. The people in the store have surely not strayed far. They are nearby, and you will soon capture them. Quickly, scatter and search. You scoundrels. If I could see them, I wouldn't need you." His words seemed to stir some resolve, as two individuals began rummaging through the debris scattered about. However, I sensed they were merely going through the motions, ever wary of their own necks, while the others stood frozen in the street, indecisive. "Fools, you are on the brink of wealth. Why do you hesitate? If you find that object, you shall be as rich as kings. You know it is here. Why cower like turtles? Not one of you dared to approach Bill, yet I, blind as I am, did. Now, you would sever my means of livelihood, forcing me to grovel on the ground as a beggar, scraping together coins for a sip of rum, when I could have been riding in splendor on a four-wheeled carriage. If you possessed even a fraction of the courage of a weevil at a feast, capturing them would be a mere formality. Enough, Peter. Have we not already secured the gold coins?" One of them murmured. "Perhaps they have concealed that damn thing." Another remarked. "The gold coins belong to you, Peter. Stop standing there and shouting aimlessly." The mention of his aimless shouting struck a nerve with Peter. How dare anyone contradict him? Enraged, Peter erupted in fury, swinging his cane with abandon and striking several of his companions fiercely. This internal conflict among the ruffians inadvertently saved us. Just as their quarrel reached a fever pitch, the sound of hooves echoed from the mountaintop nearby, and almost simultaneously, a blaze erupted at the hedgerow, accompanied by the cacophony of gunfire and explosions. In the face of imminent disaster, the pirates turned and fled, scattering in all directions, some heading towards the bay, while others cut across the hillside. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, leaving only Peter behind. They had abandoned him. Whether they were simply terrified or seeking revenge for his earlier outburst towards them, I could not discern. In any case, Peter lagged behind. He desperately groped the ground with his cane, attempting to feel his way forward while calling out to his companions. Ultimately, he took a wrong turn, passing just a few steps from me, heading toward the village. He shouted, "Johnny, Black Dog, Dick," and called out the names of others. "You cannot leave old Peter behind. Mates, you cannot abandon old Peter." Just then, the sound of hooves resounded from the mountaintop, and 4 or 5 riders galloped down the slope under the moonlight. At this moment, he realized he had strayed from the right path. With a piercing scream, he turned and dashed toward the ditch, ultimately tumbling down into it. However, he quickly regained his footing and rushed in another direction, flustered and panicked, only to collide directly beneath the hooves of the first galloping horse. The rider attempted to evade him, but it was too late. The blind man's anguished cries resonated through the night sky as the horse reared up, delivering a crushing kick that sent him sprawling, trampling over him. The blind man fell sideways, face down upon the ground, stirred slightly, and then lay still. I hastily sprang to my feet to greet the riders, the unexpected incident having startled them as well, causing them to rein in their horses. I soon discerned that the last among them was the young man who had gone from the village to summon Dr. Elvis. The others were customs officers whom he fortuitously encountered along the way. Seizing the moment, he promptly brought them along. In truth, Customs Chief Don had already caught wind of a sailing vessel anchored in Kit Cave Bay that evening and was planning to investigate, fortuitously rescuing my mother and me. The blind man was beyond saving. After being carried back to the village, my mother was revived with a splash of slightly cool salt water, though still shaken. She was irked by her failure to count the money accurately. Meanwhile, the customs chief mounted his horse and hurried toward Kit Cave Bay. However, his men had to dismount and lead their horses through the dark valley, ever vigilant to avoid ambush. With such delays, it was no wonder that when they finally arrived at Kit Cave Bay, the sailboat had already set sail, albeit not far from the shore. The chief of the smuggling squad commanded the sailboat to dock, but someone aboard cautioned him against standing in the moonlight, lest he be struck by a bullet. No sooner had the warning been uttered than a bullet whizzed past the captain's arm. Before long, the sailboat had rounded the bay and vanished from sight. Mr. Dan stood there, feeling as if he were a fish out of water. All he could do was send someone to Bristol in an attempt to intercept them. He lamented, "There is nothing to be done. They have escaped, and there is no hope left." He added, "At least my horse trampled that old fellow Payuna." For by that time, he had already heard me recount the entire story. "You say they took all the money? Then, Hawkins, what more could they possibly seek? More money? Indeed, my boy." "You are quite right," Captain Dance replied. "If you are willing, you may hand it over to me." "I think perhaps Dr. Levi C.," I suggested. "You have indeed found the right person." He interrupted enthusiastically, 100% right. "Dr. Levi C. is a man of integrity and also the sheriff." I pondered whether I should personally report this matter to him or to the local gentry. With Payuna having passed on, everything had been irrevocably settled. I had no reservations. Yet his death might lead to gossip that could tarnish the reputation of the Royal Customs officer. I said, "Hawkins, if you wish, I shall take you along." "Doug, Mr. Dance remarked, your horse is gentle. Let the boy ride behind you." I mounted the horse, and just as I secured my grip on Doug's belt, the captain issued the command to depart. Consequently, our party galloped swiftly towards the residence of Dr. Levisy. Chapter 6. The Captain's Map. As we rode forth, we arrived at the doorstep of Dr. Levisy's abode, where the Fade lay shrouded in shadows. Mr. Dance instructed me to dismount and knock on the door, while Doug assisted me in stepping down from the saddle. Almost immediately, the maid of the household answered the call. "Is Dr. Levisy at home?" I inquired. "Brothers, let us proceed to the squire's residence," Mr. Dance suggested. Fortunately, the squire's dwelling was in close proximity, thus I opted not to ride, instead leading Doug's horse by the stirrup leather as I ran towards the entrance of the squire's estate. In the courtyard, there was a long, moonlit avenue lined with bare trees, leading to a row of white buildings at its end, flanked by magnificent old gardens. We traversed the avenue, and Mr. Dance dismounted before the house, guiding me to the door. After a brief announcement, we were invited inside. A servant escorted us through a padded corridor, which led to a spacious study where we entered. The room was lined with shelves filled with books, and atop them rested several busts. The squire and Dr. Levisy, each clutching a pipe, sat on either side of a roaring fireplace. It was my first occasion to scrutinize the squire at such proximity. He stood tall, likely exceeding 6 feet, with a well-proportioned and robust physique. His face was rugged, with sharply defined angles, perhaps a consequence of years spent outdoors. His skin was coarse, tanned to a deep crimson, and his visage was etched with numerous wrinkles. His brows were thick and dark, twitching incessantly, lending him an air of volatility. However, one might discern that he was merely somewhat impatient in nature. "Please, come in, Mr. Dance," said the squire, his tone authoritative yet tempered with humility. "Good evening, Mr. Dance." The doctor nodded. "Good evening, young Jim. What brings you here?" At last, Mr. Dance had finished reciting his lesson. "Mr. Dance," the squire remarked, "you are a person of commendable character. As for the fact that you trampled that villainous scoundrel underfoot, I deem it a commendable act, akin to squashing a mere cockroach. I believe young Hawkins has shown commendable qualities as well. Hawkins, could you ring the bell, please? Fetch Mr. Dance a light ale." "So, Jim," the doctor inquired, "the item they seek is with you, is it not?" "Right here, sir," I replied, handing over the oilcloth bundle. The doctor took it, examining it from various angles, his hands itching to pry it open and uncover its contents. Yet he restrained himself, uttering not a word as he tucked it into his coat pocket. "Squire," the doctor said, "once Mr. Dance has finished his ale, he will surely have business to attend to. If you do not mind, let Jim Hawkins stay in my room, and perhaps you could bring up some warm pie for the lad's supper." "You may arrange it, Mr. Levisy," the squire replied, "but I believe we ought to provide Hawkins with something more delectable than cold pie." Soon, a large dish of pigeon meat pie was brought in and placed upon the table against the wall. I was as famished as a hawk and indulged in a hearty feast. After receiving generous praise, Mr. Dance departed. I remarked, "Gentlemen," to which the doctor responded, "Indeed." I continued, "Levi?" The gentlemen echoed, "Levi," one after another. Dr. Levi laughed heartily, and I pondered whether you had heard them mention that Flint fellow. "I have also heard of his renowned name in England," the doctor replied. "The key question is he truly wealthy?" "Wealth," the gentleman exclaimed, raising his voice. "Did you not hear Dance just now? What are those rascals seeking apart from money? What else do they care for? What else would they risk their very lives for? The mystery shall soon be unveiled. The doctor responded, You speak with such fervor that I can scarcely interject. What I wish to ascertain is, if the contents in my pocket are indeed clues to Flint's treasure, those treasures must be of considerable worth, correct? Of great worth indeed. The gentleman declared, I shall take charge. If the clues you speak of are genuine, I will equip a ship at Bristol docks, and you and Hawkins shall accompany me. We shall search for a year. I refuse to believe we shall find nothing. Splendid. The doctor exclaimed, If Jim has no objections, let us unveil that oilcloth package and see what lies within. As he spoke, the doctor placed the bundle upon the table. The oilcloth had been stitched tightly, compelling the doctor to retrieve his toolbox and use surgical scissors to sever the threads. Within the bag lay two items, a notebook and a sealed piece of paper. Let us first examine the contents of the notebook, proposed Dr. Livesey. The doctor, with a cheerful demeanor, gestured for me to approach and partake in the delightful unveiling of secrets alongside them. As the doctor opened the notebook, I and the gentleman stood behind him, peering over his shoulder. The first page of the notebook bore only a few scattered scribbles, reminiscent of idle thoughts jotted down in moments of boredom. Among these was a phrase identical to the tattoo on the captain's arm, Bill Benz, all wishes granted. Other entries included, First Mate W. Ben, the liquor has run out. He fell at Palm Key, and so forth, most consisting of merely 3 or 5 words, a line or two, lacking coherence and meaning. I found myself pondering, who was this individual that had fallen? What had befallen him? Could it be that he was stabbed in the back? There were no clues to be found. Dr. Livesey continued to flip through the pages. The next 10 to 12 pages were filled with an array of peculiar entries. Each line began with a date, followed by an amount of money, resembling a conventional ledger, yet devoid of explanatory text. Instead, they were adorned with varying numbers of tally marks. For instance, on June 12, 1745, a sum of £70 was evidently paid to someone, with no annotation. Nearly 6 tally marks. A few entries reference locations near Caracas or bore coordinates, such as 60-17-20, 192-40. This ledger chronicled accounts spanning nearly 20 years, with the amounts growing increasingly substantial over time. Although there were 5 or 6 errors in the calculations, the overall total remains remarkably astonishing. At the end, there are a few words inscribed, Ben's possessions. I find myself utterly perplexed, Dr. Livesey remarked. However, I believe this matter is quite clear. The country gentleman's voice rose significantly, asserting that this is merely the ledger of that unscrupulous villain. The 10 marks represent the vessels they have sunk and the towns they have ravaged. These figures denote the ill-gotten gains he has acquired. To prevent confusion, he has even annotated some explanations. For instance, near Caracas likely refers to a misfortunate ship that met its doom in those waters. May divine providence bless those unfortunate sailors. They have probably long since become coral. Indeed, the doctor observed, it is the well-traveled individuals who possess insight. Look here, the higher he was promoted, the more wealth he amassed. The ledger's entries broadly encompass these details, with the final pages containing annotations regarding various locations, along with a page detailing the exchange rates between French, British, and Spanish currencies. This fellow is truly miserly. The doctor noted, no one shall take advantage of him. Let us also examine that other item, said the country gentleman. The paper was sealed with several thimbles, likely the same kind I observed when rummaging through the captain's pockets. The doctor meticulously unsealed the closures and unfolded it, revealing a map of an island, marked with longitude, latitude, water depth, mountain names, bays, small ports, and the essential information required for a ship to safely anchor there. The island depicted in the illustration measures approximately 9 miles in length and 5 miles in width, resembling a rotund dragon standing upright. Notable markers indicate 2 safe harbors, while at the center of the island lies a hill known as Telescope. Additional annotations, presumably added later, convey essential information, particularly 3 crimson crosses, 2 situated in the northern part of the island and 1 in the southwestern region. Adjacent to the southwestern cross, there is a line inscribed in the same red ink. A vast treasure lies here. The handwriting is neat and elegant, contrasting starkly with the captain's erratic scrawl. Similarly refined script appears on the reverse side of this parchment, providing clearer instructions. A great tree at the shoulder of Telescope Hill, direction north, north, east, slightly northeast. Skull Island, east, south, east, slightly southeast. 10 feet of silver bars in the northern cellar, along the eastern slope, can be found 10 fathoms south of the Black Rock. Weapons are easily located within the dunes at the northern corner of the bay, direction east, slightly northeast. These are the entirety of the instructions from J.F. They are so brief that I barely comprehend them, yet the squire and Dr. Livesey are beaming with delight. Livesey, the squire declares, you shall soon be liberated from your current toil. Tomorrow, I shall journey to Bristol, and within a fortnight, nay, within 10 days, we shall secure the finest sailing vessel and the most robust crew in all of England. Hawkins, you will serve aboard the ship. Your name shall become renowned. As for you, Livesey, the position of ship's doctor is yours by right. I shall assume the role of commander. Let us also take Redruth, Joyce, and Hunter along. We shall sail smoothly, and it will require little effort to ascend to that small island on the map. Locating the treasure should be a mere trifle. At that moment, countless riches will suffice for a lifetime. You could roll amidst the piles of gold and perhaps even toss coins into the water for amusement. Triune, the doctor proclaimed that I shall accompany you, I assure you. Jim is likely to join as well. We must dutifully fulfill our responsibilities. Yet I harbor reservations regarding a certain individual. Whom do you doubt? The squire inquired loudly. Name that scoundrel. That individual is you, the doctor replied. You can never restrain your tongue. Besides the three of us, there are others aware of the captain's map. Tonight, those desperate rogues at the inn have surely gleaned the truth. Not to mention, the pirates aboard the small vessel are also in pursuit of the map. I wager they have not ventured far. They would stop at nothing to seize the treasure. Before we set sail, none of us should act alone. Jim and I shall remain together. Squire, it would be prudent for you to take Joyce and Hunt along when you ride to Bristol. Most crucially, we must not let a whisper escape our lips. Livesey, the squire responded, you are always in the right. I shall keep my mouth sealed. Chapter 7. The cook aboard the ship. Thus, weeks passed in succession. At last, on a certain sunny day, we received a letter addressed to Dr. Livesey. On the envelope was a note. If Dr. Livesey is unavailable, Redless or young Hawkins may open it. Thus, more precisely, I, tore open the envelope. For the gamekeeper Redless could only read and print. The letter conveyed the following significant message. Bristol Old Anchor in March 1st, 17XX. Dear Mr. Livesey, as I am uncertain whether you are currently at the estate or in London, I have taken the liberty of writing this letter in duplicate, sending one to each location. The sailboat has been purchased and is ready, anchored in the harbor, awaiting your command. This vessel is as exquisite as one could imagine, remarkably easy to navigate. Even a child could steer it. It has a carrying capacity of 200 tons and is named the Hispaniola. I owe the acquisition of this fine ship to my dear friend Mr. Branley, a truly kind-hearted soul who has devoted considerable effort to this endeavor. Moreover, the people of Bristol, upon hearing of our treasure-seeking quest, are clamoring to join us. At this point, I paused and remarked to Redless that Dr. Livesey would surely be displeased. The gentry had let the cat out of the bag. Humph, who truly holds the authority here? The gamekeeper bellowed. I refused to believe the gentry would remain silent due to a word from Dr. Livesey. I was too weary to engage in further discourse with Redless and continued reading the letter. The Hispaniola was procured through Mr. Branley's considerable efforts, costing merely a trifling sum. The ruffians of Bristol seemed to have taken a particular disliking to Mr. Brandy, accusing him of being a mercenary opportunist. They assert that the Hispaniola was originally his vessel and that he extorted a considerable sum when selling it to me, which is nothing short of a calumny. Nonetheless, no one can dispute that it is a fine ship. Thus far, progress has been relatively smooth, although the workers tasked with rigging have been astonishingly lethargic. Fortunately, completion is merely a matter of time. My greatest vexation lies in the quest for suitable crew members. I had hoped to muster around 20 individuals, so that we might be sufficiently equipped to face any indigenous people, pirates, or bothersome Frenchmen we might encounter. Alas, after exhausting all avenues, I could only find 6 or 7. Serendipitously, fortune smiled upon me in the form of a most sought-after individual. I happened to strike up a conversation with him while standing at the dock. He turned out to be an old sailor who now runs a small tavern. Well acquainted with every sailor in Bristol. Though he struggles on land, he is eager to secure a position as a cook aboard our ship. That morning, he limped to the dock merely to savor the briny scent of the sea. I was thoroughly moved by him, and I dare say you would have been as well. Out of sheer compassion, I immediately acquiesced to his request. Our ship's cook, known as Long John Silver, is a one-legged man. It is precisely because he has lost a leg sustained in service under Admiral Hawke that I find him to be more trustworthy. Astonishingly, he has not even received a pension. Consider the state of affairs we find ourselves in. Well, good sir, I initially believed I had merely enlisted a cook, yet unexpectedly, I have gathered a complete crew. Within a few days, Silver assembled a group of the most resilient seamen for my inspection. They are no mere pretenders. A glance at their countenances reveals they are akin to a death squad, and I am confident we could challenge any frigate. The tall fellow, John, even eliminated 2 from the 6 or 7 I had already engaged, asserting that they would merely be burdensome. Such a significant expedition cannot afford to be hindered by their presence. At present, I am in splendid condition, strong and vigorous, with an appetite akin to that of a bull, and I sleep as soundly as a log. However, I feel an unsettling disquiet whenever I do not hear the familiar sounds of my old sailors bustling about the capstan. Wealth is trivial, as my sole focus lies in setting sail. Levi, if you do not mind my urgency, please make haste and come without delay. Let young Hawkins bid farewell to his mother swiftly, with Redruth accompanying him, and instruct them to expedite their journey to Bristol. Additionally, I must inform you that Silver is no pauper. I have verified that he possesses a bank account and has never overdrawn it. After we embark, he has entrusted the inn to his wife, a woman of African descent. I surmise that Silver's return to the sea is not solely due to physical reasons, but also has ties to his wife. As we are both seasoned bachelors, I suppose it is harmless to speculate. John Trelawney and Hawkins could stay with his mother for a night. This letter has filled me with such excitement that I hardly know how to express it. I am simply overjoyed. If I have ever looked down upon anyone, it would be the old Tom Redruth, who seems capable of nothing but grumbling and sighing. His subordinates would gladly take his place at sea, yet the squire is unwilling. The squire always asserts his authority in front of his servants, apart from old Redruth. No one dares to mutter a word. It was only upon encountering that boy that I first became aware of my own situation. Prior to that moment, my thoughts were solely consumed by the impending adventure, and I had never contemplated leaving home. No longer was I by my mother's side. Instead, it was that clumsy newcomer who trailed behind, and I could not help but feel a pang of sorrow welling up within me. The boy received ample reprimands from me for his inexperience, as I found myself constantly correcting and scolding him, yet he did show some improvement. After a night's rest, the following day, after lunch, Redruth and I set off on foot once more. I bid farewell to my mother, to the little bay that had been my companion throughout my upbringing, and to my beloved Admiral Benbow Inn, which, although it had a freshly painted sign, was no longer as charming as it once was. In the end, I recalled the old captain, perpetually ambling along the beach with his hat askew, his scarred face, and his antiquated brass telescope. After turning the corner, my home vanished from sight. By evening, we boarded the mail coach in front of the Royal George Hotel, which was surrounded by heather. I found myself wedged between Redruth and a stout, elderly gentleman. Despite the chill of the evening and the rapid pace of the mail coach, I succumbed to slumber the moment I boarded, drifting into a profound sleep as we traversed one stop after another, whether ascending or descending hills. It was not until I felt a jab to my ribs that I roused from my deep slumber. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that dawn had long since broken, and our mail coach had come to a halt before a grand mansion on a street in the town. Where have we arrived? I inquired. Mr. Trelawney had taken residence in a lodging at the far end of the dock to facilitate the oversight of the ship's progress. As we made our way along the dock towards the inn, I was captivated by the sight of various vessels from disparate nations, each differing in size and equipment. On one ship, sailors busily worked while singing, and on another, sailors dangled precariously above my head, their ropes appearing scarcely thicker than spider silk. Although I had grown up by the sea, I had never felt such proximity to it as I did now. The scents of tar and seawater were refreshingly novel. I had yet to behold the most magnificent figureheads up close. Sailors were ubiquitous, adorned with earrings, their mustaches curled upward, and their braided hair slicked with pomade, striding with a swagger unique to their kind. Even if I were to encounter a throng of kings or bishops, the exhilaration I felt now could scarcely be surpassed. Soon, I too would embark on a voyage across the open sea, aboard a grand sailing ship. There were sailors with whistles, and those with ponytails who could sing. I am about to set sail, embarking on a journey to that enigmatic island in search of the hidden treasures of gold and silver. Lost in my reverie, I was suddenly confronted by a grand inn, where Mr. Trelawney, clad in a bulky blue attire reminiscent of a naval officer, welcomed me with a smile. He approached with the quintessential gait of a sailor, quite convincingly at that. "You have arrived," the squire exclaimed, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. "The doctor has also arrived from London last night." "Splendid," Everyone from the ship is here. Greetings, sir. I called out with excitement. When do we set sail? Sail? He replied, tomorrow. Chapter 8. At the Telescope Inn after breakfast, the squire handed me a note addressed to John Silver, indicating that he was at an inn aptly named the Telescope. He assured me that the place was easy to find. One merely had to walk along the quay to discover a quaint establishment adorned with a brass telescope as its sign. Eager to witness the grand ships and sailors, I set off joyfully. It was precisely at the bustling peak of activity at the docks, where throngs of people mingled, vehicles jostled, and cargo piled high. After much effort navigating through the crowd, I finally located the inn. Although modest in size, it proved to be a delightful retreat. The sign had just been freshly painted, the windows adorned with crisp red curtains and the floor laid with clean sand. Flanking the inn were 2 streets, each boasting an entrance leading out, allowing one to glimpse the airy and spacious interiors despite the swirling smoke within. The patrons of the establishment were predominantly sailors, their raucous voices echoing throughout the space, causing me to shrink back at the entrance, hesitant to step inside. Just as I found myself in this indecisive moment, a figure emerged from a side room. With a mere glance, I discerned that he was the tall individual referred to as John. His left leg had been amputated at the thigh, and he supported himself with a crutch under his left shoulder. Yet, he moved about with the agility of a large bird. Tall and robust, his broad, ham-like face was not particularly handsome, and his complexion appeared pallid, yet his expression radiated a cheerful cunning. He seemed the merriest soul in the world, whistling as he navigated between tables, occasionally uttering flattering remarks or affectionately patting the shoulders of familiar patrons. To be honest, ever since the gentleman Trelawney first mentioned the one-legged John in his letter, a sense of foreboding had settled within me. Could he be the very sailor I had been observing during my stay at the Admiral Benbow Inn? However, upon seeing him in person, all my apprehensions dissipated. Having encountered the captain, Black Dog, and Blind Pew, I had gained a sense of the pirate's nature. I believed I could recognize them well enough, and this well-groomed, amiable innkeeper did not fit the mold. Summoning my courage, I stepped over the threshold and approached John directly. He was standing there, leaning on his crutch and engaging in friendly conversation. "You must be Mr. Silver?" I inquired, handing him the note. "Indeed, young man," he replied. "That is I. And who might you be?" After he perused the note from the country gentleman, I sensed a peculiar change in him. As though he had been taken aback, he exclaimed with a loud "Oh," and extended his hand towards me. "I understand now. You are the new steward aboard our vessel. It is a pleasure to meet you." As he spoke, he grasped my hand firmly with his large palm. At that very moment, a patron seated at a distance abruptly stood and made his way towards the exit. Positioned near the door, he swiftly slipped outside into the street. He appeared to be in a great hurry, igniting my curiosity. I recognized him at once as the pallid man missing 2 fingers, the very scoundrel who had previously visited the inn of General Bones. "Hey, stop him!" I shouted. "He is Black Dog." Instantly, a nearby individual sprang to his feet and dashed out in pursuit. "Regardless of whether he is General Hawk, he must settle his bill," Silver declared emphatically. He then released my hand and inquired, "What did you say his name was?" "Black what?" "Black Dog, sir," I replied. "Did not Mr. Trelawney inform you of those pirates?" "He is one of them." "Is that so?" Silver exclaimed. "In my establishment." "Ben, quickly assist Harry. He is indeed among that band of pirates." "Morgan, were you not just drinking with him? Come here." The man named Morgan, who was advanced in years, with graying hair and a ruddy complexion, approached Silver with an uneasy demeanor, still chewing on something as he walked. "Morgan," the tall John asked sternly, "you have never seen Black Dog before, have you?" "No, sir. I have not." Morgan replied with a bow. "And you do not even know his name, do you?" "No, I do not, sir." "Good heavens. Tom Morgan, consider yourself fortunate," exclaimed the innkeeper Silver. "If you associate with such a scoundrel, do not expect to set foot in my establishment again. Remember that." "What did he say to you?" "Sir." "His words were quite incomprehensible to me," Morgan responded. "Do you have a head on your shoulders, or just a block of wood?" Silver bellowed. "Incomprehensible, is it? You probably do not even realize with whom you were conversing just now, do you? Speak up. What were you babbling about? Navigation? Captain? Sailing ships? Do tell." "We were discussing the keel-hauling punishment," Morgan said. In truth, Tom Morgan was a straightforward fellow, albeit not the sharpest tool in the shed. Silver raised his voice and continued. "Let me think about Black Dog. I have never heard of such a name. Never. Oh, I seem to recall now. Yes, I have seen that rogue. He used to come here frequently with a beggar-blind man not long ago. Indeed, I recognize that blind man. His name is Pew. That's him, Silver exclaimed with excitement. Pew. That must be his name. Ah, he looks just like a shark. If we were to capture the black dog, Mr. Trelawney, the ship's master, would undoubtedly regard us with a newfound respect. He is a swift-footed fellow, and few sailors can outrun him. Once I set my mind to it, I could easily apprehend the black dog in no time. He dragging the keel, the black dog mused. I just watch how I will teach him a lesson. Listen here, Hawkins, Silver remarked. How did I come to be ensnared in such a misfortune? What will Mr. Trelawney think? A pirate audaciously drinking in my inn. And to think, upon recognizing him as a pirate, he managed to escape right under my nose in broad daylight. Hawkins, you must speak on my behalf to Mr. Trelawney. Though you are young, your wits are sharp, and I can see that at a glance. Look at me. Leaning on my cane, utterly useless. In my days as a sailor, a mere pirate would have posed no challenge. I would dash forward and seize him effortlessly. Suddenly, he paused, his chin drooping as if recalling something. The tavern bill, he exclaimed, 3 mugs of rum. Damn it, I forgot to collect my payment. After his outburst, he plopped down on the bench and erupted in laughter, tears streaming down his face. I couldn't help but join in his mirth. Both of us laughing heartily until a patron rang the bell for service, prompting us to cease our merriment. He continued to chuckle, his laughter unrestrained. Though I never quite understood what was so amusing, I found myself laughing along, caught up in the moment. Upon our arrival at the inn, the squire and Dr. Livesey were seated together, nearly finishing a quart of pale ale accompanied by toast. They were about to board a ship for an inspection. Regrettably, they had not caught sight of the black dog, which left both the squire and Dr. Livesey feeling disheartened, although everyone agreed it was beyond their control. I received some commendation, while the tall John departed with the aid of his cane. This afternoon at 4 o'clock, all crew members were to assemble on the ship. The squire called out to his retreating figure, Very well, sir. The voice of the cook echoed from the corridor. To be candid, Mr. Trelawney, Dr. Livesey remarked. The individuals you have selected strike me as rather ordinary. However, John Silver does impress me. He is quite dependable. The squire asserted, Jim can accompany us on the ship. Can't he? The doctor inquired. Certainly, the squire replied. Hawkins, put on your hat, and let us board the ship together. Chapter 9. Arms and ammunition. The captain maintained a stern countenance, as though nothing on the ship met his approval. As we stepped into the cabin, a sailor followed closely behind us, and I quickly grasped the situation. Mr. Trelawney, Captain Smollett wishes to speak with you, the sailor announced. At your service? Please allow the captain to enter, the squire responded. The captain promptly entered the cabin, closing the door behind him. Good day, Captain Smollett. What can I do for you? Are we all prepared to set sail at a moment's notice? Good day, sir, the captain declared, even at the risk of offending you. I believe it is best to lay my cards on the table. I harbor little optimism for this voyage, and I am particularly disenchanted with the crew, especially the first mate. I trust my message is sufficiently clear. Sir, perhaps you harbor a deep-seated aversion to this vessel? Inquired the gentleman, visibly agitated. One must not be so hasty in judgment, the captain replied. After all, we have yet to set sail. This ship does appear quite respectable, though I cannot comment beyond that. Sir, is it possible that you find your superior equally unpalatable? The gentleman pressed further. The verbal sparring between the captain and the gentleman was interrupted by Dr. Livesey's interjection. Hold on, the doctor interposed. It serves no purpose to pose such questions. They only serve to strain our relations. While the captain's remarks seemed somewhat excessive, they also felt as if they were not entirely articulated. I must insist that the captain elaborate on your previous statement. You expressed skepticism regarding this voyage. Why is that? Sir, I am simply following orders. Wherever the gentleman directs the ship, I shall comply, the captain replied. Thus far, all has proceeded smoothly. Yet, I find it peculiar that every sailor aboard appears to possess greater knowledge than I do. Does that not strike you as somewhat irrational? Indeed, Dr. Livesey concurred. It is rather irrational. Furthermore, the captain continued, I have been informed that our purpose is to seek treasure, mind you. This is merely what my subordinate has conveyed. Treasure hunting is no trivial matter. Regardless of the circumstances, I am decidedly averse to embarking on such quests at sea. Though this matter is supposed to be a secret, even the parrots are already aware of it. Mr. Trelawney, please do not take offense. Are you referring to Silver's parrot? Inquired the gentleman. Merely a figure of speech, the captain replied. I mean to say that what was once a secret can no longer be deemed as such. I sense that you are not fully aware of the implications of your actions, yet I can share my perspective with you. This involves life and death, and the prospects do not appear favorable. You have articulated your thoughts clearly, and they are indeed the unvarnished truth. Dr. Levi said, we are indeed taking risks. But we are not as ignorant as you might presume. You just mentioned your dislike for the sailors aboard the ship. Do you deem them incompetent? Perhaps it would be more appropriate for you to select them personally, suggested the doctor, and Mr. Trowney might accompany you. If there are any oversights, they are certainly unintentional. Do you harbor a dislike for Mr. Arrow? Not at all, sir. I believe he is a capable sailor, however, as the first mate. He has become too familiar with his subordinates. A first mate must maintain a degree of professionalism. How can he indulge in drunken revelry with the crew on board? Are you accusing him of alcoholism? The gentleman inquired. Not at all, sir, the captain clarified. I merely mean to say that he is rather too lax. Very well. Regardless of the merits or faults, Captain, what course of action should we pursue? Gentlemen, is this voyage absolutely necessary? Very well, the captain remarked. You have patiently endured my numerous prescriptive opinions, so allow me to elaborate further. Firstly, they are currently transporting gunpowder and weaponry into the forecabin. There exists a suitable location beneath your quarters for the concealment of these munitions, so why not utilize that space? Secondly, you have brought along 4 individuals, and I have heard that they too are lodging in the forecabin. Why not permit them to rest in some area adjacent to your quarters? Is there anything else? Mr. Trelawney inquired. Indeed, there is one more matter, the captain replied. The matter of the treasure hunt has been divulged far too extensively. Indeed, it has. Dr. Livesey concurred. Allow me to share what I have learned, Captain Smollett continued. I have been informed that you possess a map of a certain island, marked with Ns denoting the location of the treasure. This island lies precisely at the latitude and longitude that I will reveal. I have never disclosed such information to anyone. The squire exclaimed. Either you or Hawkins have leaked this information. The squire continued to assert. Very well, gentlemen, the captain interjected. I am unaware of who currently possesses that map. However, I must declare that it must remain concealed even from Mr. Arrow and myself. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to request my departure. I comprehend, the doctor said. You wish for U.S. to refrain from disclosing who has the map. Moreover, we shall establish a secure zone at the stern, guarded by our own personnel, to regulate all weaponry and ammunition aboard. In other words, you harbor concerns regarding a potential mutiny among the crew. Sir, Captain Smollett said, I did not intend to offend you, but these words are not mine. You cannot unjustly attribute them to me. Any captain who feels compelled to utter such sentiments has no business setting sail. As for Mr. Arrow, I believe him to be a good man, and some of the crew pose no issue. Indeed, it is possible that everyone aboard is trustworthy. The safety of the ship and the lives of all on board rest upon my shoulders, and I sense that something is amiss. Thus I advise you to remain vigilant. If not, perhaps it would be best to let me depart. That is all I wish to convey. Captain Smollett, the doctor chuckled. Have you heard the fable of the mouse in the mountain? Please forgive me, but you remind me of that tale. I wager my wig that you entered with other intentions. Doctor, the captain replied, there is nothing that escapes your notice. I came in with the intention of resigning. I had no expectation that Mr. Trelawney would heed even a single word. Suit yourself, sir, the captain continued. You will see that I never equivocate regarding my duties. With that, he exited. Trelawney, the doctor remarked, I did not anticipate that you would find us 2 reliable individuals, the captain and John Silver. Silver, you are not mistaken. The squire replied. That captain, with his incessant chatter and intimidating demeanor, strikes me as lacking any semblance of manliness or the spirit of a sailor. He bears no resemblance to an English gentleman. In time, one's true character is revealed, the doctor observed. As we ascended to the deck, the sailors were busily relocating weapons and ammunition, their voices rising in a spirited chant, while the captain and Mr. Arrow stood nearby, overseeing the operations. The new arrangements were quite to my satisfaction. The entire layout of the vessel had undergone a comprehensive transformation. The aft section of the main cargo hold, which previously housed 6 berths designated for the captain, Mr. Arrow, Hunter, Joyce, the doctor, and the gentleman, was now modified. Only a single plank passage on the port side led to the kitchen and the sailors' quarters. Now, 2 of those berths were allocated to Redress and myself, necessitating that Mr. Arrow and the captain take refuge in the hatchway instead. The hatchway had been widened on both sides to create additional cabin space. Although this area was indeed rather cramped, it proved sufficient for suspending 2 hammocks, which even pleased the first mate. I surmised that Mr. Arrow might harbor some apprehensions regarding the sailors, though this was merely conjecture. In due course, it would become evident that such precautions were not unfounded and would indeed benefit us. All of us were busily engaged in relocating weapons and ammunition, rearranging our sleeping quarters. At that moment, the last couple of sailors, accompanied by the tall John, arrived from the shore in a small boat. The cook, agile as a monkey, scrambled up the ship's side and, upon observing the bustling activity, called out, "What are you fellows up to?" "We are relocating the ship's weapons and ammunition, mate," replied one sailor. "Good heavens!" exclaimed the tall John. "If we keep this up, we'll miss the early tide." "This is my command," the captain interjected succinctly. "You may go now, mate. Dinner will be served shortly." Indeed, sir," replied the cook, raising his hand to touch his forehead in a gesture of respect before hastily making his way towards the kitchen. "This fellow is quite commendable," the captain remarked. Upon hearing his shout, I hurried towards the kitchen, only to catch the captain's voice from behind as he addressed the doctor, stating, "I shall not indulge anyone aboard this vessel." At that moment, I found myself harboring a profound disdain for the captain, aligning myself entirely with the gentleman. Chapter 10. During the voyage that night, we toiled tirelessly throughout the entire night, transferring all necessary provisions onto the ship. Friends of the gentleman, such as Mr. Brantley, arrived in droves to bid him farewell, wishing him a safe journey and a smooth return. During my time at General Bound's Inn, I had never experienced such exhaustion. I had never worked as hard in any single night as I did then. As dawn approached, the boatswain sounded his whistle, and all sailors took their positions at the capstan. Although I was utterly fatigued, my back nearly giving way, I was unwilling to abandon the deck at that critical moment. Everything felt so novel and captivating. The crisp commands, the sharp whistle, and the sailors hustling to their posts under the dim glow of the ship's lanterns. "Hey, let's have some roast meat and a song," someone suggested. "The same old tune," another chimed in. All right, mates," replied the tall John. He stood up, his cane tucked under his armpit, and began to sing the well-known sailor's chant, 15 men on the dead man's chest. Then, the sailors joined in unison, yo-ho-ho. A bottle of rum. The journey was smooth sailing, with little to elaborate upon. Our vessel weathered the storms, the sailors were adept, and the captain was diligent in his duties. Before reaching Treasure Island, a few noteworthy incidents occurred, which I feel compelled to recount. We were utterly perplexed by the source of his alcohol. It remained an enigma aboard the ship. Observing his every move became a source of amusement for the crew, yet none could unravel the mystery. When we confronted him, if he were inebriated, he would only laugh heartily. If sober, he would solemnly declare that he had consumed nothing but water. The first mate, Arrow, proved ineffectual and his presence detrimental. At this rate, it would not be long before he completely self-destructed. On a pitch-black night, Arrow vanished, and thereafter, no one laid eyes on him again. Curiously, none found this particularly strange or mournful. He must have fallen overboard. The captain remarked, "Well, gentlemen, this saves us the trouble of chaining him up." However, this left the ship without a first mate, necessitating the promotion of someone from the crew. The boatswain, Job Anderson, was the most suitable candidate, and thus he assumed the responsibilities of the first mate while retaining his title as boatswain. Mr. Trouty had once ventured out to sea, where his nautical knowledge proved invaluable. On fair days, he would personally take to the lookout. The helmsman, Israel Hands, was an experienced old sailor, meticulous in his work, thoughtful, and possessing a keen foresight, ready to shoulder great responsibilities in critical moments. Israel Hands shared a close camaraderie with Silver. Speaking of Silver, let us turn our attention to the ship's cook, affectionately dubbed Barbecue by the crew. Upon boarding, Silver fashioned a strap to secure his cane around his neck, freeing his hands for work. He propped the cane against the waterproof wall, leaning upon it, regardless of how violently the ship pitched. He maintained a steady stance akin to that on land while preparing meals. During fierce gales and tumultuous waves, Silver's agility on deck was nothing short of remarkable. He had prepared a couple of ropes to assist him in traversing the widest parts of the deck, which the sailors referred to as Silver's earrings. With the aid of these ropes, he navigated effortlessly from one point to another, sometimes leaning on his cane, other times dragging it alongside with nimble grace that rivaled that of a fully able-bodied individual. However, some sailors who had previously sailed alongside Silver lamented his diminished agility. All the crew held him in high esteem, often yielding to his wishes. He possessed an innate ability to touch the hearts of others, offering meticulous care to each individual. I could always feel his kind-heartedness. Whenever I found myself in the kitchen, His smiling face was a constant presence. He meticulously arranged the kitchen, ensuring that every piece of cutlery gleamed with a brilliant polish before hanging them up. His parrot resided in a cage tucked away in the corner. "Come in, Hawkins," he would often say. "Come and chat with John. I am always delighted by your presence. Child, sit down and listen to me. This is Captain Flint's parrot, Captain Flint, a renowned pirate, and I have named my parrot after him. Captain Flint predicted that our voyage would be a resounding success. Wouldn't you agree, Captain?" At this moment, the parrot would invariably squawk excitedly. 8 doubloons. 8 doubloons. 8 doubloons. It would incessantly call out without faltering until it left you astounded. Or it would only cease when John draped a handkerchief over the cage. "You see, this bird," Silver remarked, "may very well be 200 years old, Hawkins. These birds are nearly immortal. Apart from the devil, no one has witnessed as many sins as they have. It has sailed alongside England, the notorious pirate Captain England. It has ventured to Madagascar in Africa, Malabar in India, Suriname in South America, and Portobello in Scotland. It was present during the salvage of that sunken ship and learned to say 8 doubloons. This is hardly surprising, as they recovered 350,000 silver coins at that time. Hawkins, do not be deceived by its youthful appearance. It was present during the attack on the governor of India near Goa. Have you ever been on the battlefield, Captain? All hands on deck, prepare to set sail." At the sound of these words, the parrot would certainly screech. Ah, it is indeed a clever little creature. The cook, while speaking, retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket to feed it. Thereupon, the parrot commenced pecking at the bars of its cage, uttering profanities that conveyed nothing but wicked thoughts. John would remark, "You see, one is influenced by their company. Those who associate with vermilion become vermilion, and those who consort with ink become black." He would continue, "My poor, ignorant bird truly possesses a foul mouth. Not a single clean word escapes it. I am not unjust in my accusation. It could be said that even in the presence of the pastor, it would not hesitate to curse." As he spoke, John, in his characteristic manner, would earnestly raise his hand to adjust the hair on his forehead. At such moments, I would find him to be a rare gem of a man. Upon hearing this, the gentleman would turn away, strutting upon the deck with his chin held high. He would exclaim, "If I have to endure another word from the captain, I shall surely explode." When the heavens turned foul, it was precisely then that our ship, the Hispaniola, showcased its prowess. Everyone aboard seemed utterly content. If they harbored further desires, they were indeed difficult to please. I believe that since the days of Noah's Ark, no crew has ever been so indulged. Even the slightest excuse warranted a double ration of watered-down spirits. On somewhat special occasions, such as when the gentleman learned of someone's birthday, everyone could enjoy pudding. Additionally, a large open barrel filled with apples was always placed in the center of the deck, allowing anyone to take as they pleased. Indulgence never yields favorable outcomes. The captain would say to Dr. Livesey, "Once sailors are spoiled, they become insufferable." I have always held this belief. However, one must acknowledge that it was indeed the apple barrel that played a pivotal role. Without it, we would remain oblivious to how we met our demise at the hands of the rebels. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. I found myself entirely encased within the apple barrel, only to discover that not a single apple remained. Seated in the dim confines of the barrel, the sound of the waves and the gentle rocking of the ship lulled me into a near slumber. If I had not yet succumbed to sleep, I was on the precipice of doing so. At that moment, a hefty figure plopped down beside the apple barrel, causing it to sway slightly as his shoulder leaned against it. Just as I was about to spring into action, the individual spoke, and I recognized the voice of Silver. After only a few utterances, I was rendered too fearful to reveal myself. I curled up tightly within the barrel, trembling as I strained to listen, an intense blend of terror and curiosity enveloping me. From just the initial sentences, I comprehended that the lives of all the conscientious individuals aboard the ship rested solely in my hands. Chapter 11. The conspiracy heard from within the apple barrel. Ah! Another voice exclaimed, brimming with admiration. It belonged to the youngest sailor on the ship, Dick. "Captain Flint is truly a remarkable man," Silver continued. "I've heard that Davis is quite a figure as well. I've never sailed with him. I initially followed England, and later Flint. That constitutes my experience. As for now, I can confidently say that I have carved my own path. During my time with England, I amassed 900 pounds, and under Flint's command, I accumulated 2,000 pounds, all of which I have not touched a single penny of, depositing it all in the bank. A feat indeed rare for those who make their living at sea. I must say, Merely earning without saving is utterly futile. Where have the crew of the English captain vanished to? I am uncertain. However, the majority of Captain Flint's crew is aboard this ship. How they must revel in their pudding, considering that some of them could only beg for food before boarding. Old Pew, that blind man, was a complete wastrel, squandering 1,200 pounds in a year, flaunting himself like a lord. And what has become of him now? Alas, he has met his demise. He has faced the Grim Reaper. Just 2 years ago, he was starving, begging me for alms. Pew resorted to theft, committed murder, yet still found himself famished. A fitting retribution. Ultimately, this line of work is of little benefit, remarked the young sailor. It is indeed of no use to fools. Trust me, it is all in vain for them. Silver declared, yet despite your youth, your mind is remarkably sharp. I can see that at a glance. I share all this with you because I regard you as a man. These nauseating old sayings, Silver had once imparted to me. Now, hearing this crafty fox repackage them for another, one can only imagine my feelings. At that moment, I longed to pierce the apple barrel and dispatch him. Meanwhile, the conversation outside the barrel continued. Silver was oblivious to the fact that someone was eavesdropping. However, the other individual interjected, if that is the case, won't you lose your other money? Once this endeavor succeeds, you certainly won't dare to show your face in Bristol again. Humph. Do you think I would reveal where my money lies? Silver asked with pride. In places such as banks in Bristol, his companion replied. The cook remarked, previously, money resided in those establishments when the ship set sail, but now my wife has withdrawn all the funds. The telescope along with the rented items and various utensils, has also been sold. My shop enjoyed a good reputation, but it is of no use now. My wife has long departed to our agreed meeting place to await my arrival. I do not hesitate to share the location of our rendezvous with you, for I trust you. My only concern is the jealousy of other sailors. Do you trust your wife? Another inquired. The human heart is a mystery. Even among gentlemen pursuing wealth, the cook replied, and there is indeed wisdom in that. You can trust my judgment. I have my ways, truly. If anyone attempts to undermine me, as long as I, old John, exist in this world, they shall not prevail. Some fear old Peter, others dread Florent. Yet it is Florent who fears me. He not only fears me, but also respects me. His crew, accustomed to rampant behavior at sea, would make even the bravest shiver. I assure you, I am not boasting. During my time at the helm, none of Florent's men dared to act insolently towards me. You can see for yourself. I am an easygoing person. Just follow me, old John, steadfastly. Then allow me to make my intentions clear, the young man declared. Before our conversation, I could not muster enthusiasm for my work, but now I am committed to joining you. You are remarkably audacious and exceptionally astute, Silver remarked, shaking hands with the young man with an earnest demeanor, causing even the apple barrel to tremble. Moreover, you are the most dashing gentleman of fortune I have ever encountered. Dick is already one of us, Silver declared. Oh, I anticipated that Dick would align himself with our cause, came the voice of the helmsman, Israel Hands. Dick is no fool. He stirred the morsel in his mouth with his tongue, spat it out, and continued, I wonder how much longer we must endure this wretched ship? I have had more than enough of that insufferable Captain Smollett. He has nearly driven me to madness. I shall seize their cabin. I shall. I want their pickles, their wine, everything. Israel, Silver responded, why can't you use your wits? It has always been thus. However, I trust you can still comprehend, those large ears of yours are not merely for show. Listen closely. Before I give the word, you must reside in the fore cabin. Keep your tail between your legs, speak with restraint, and absolutely refrain from alcohol. Heed my advice, lad. Ahem, I never said I would disregard your counsel, the helmsman muttered. I merely inquired as to when we should make our move. I said nothing more. When? Silver exclaimed. Good heavens! Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. We will act whenever the opportunity allows. With Captain Smollett at the helm, the squire and the doctor are equipped with maps and similar paraphernalia. Though I am still uncertain as to who exactly possesses what. You are equally in the dark, are you not? Very well. Once the squire and the doctor have unearthed the treasure and loaded it onto our vessel, we shall then contemplate our next course of action. If you rascals could instill in me a sense of confidence, I would be inclined to wait until Captain Smollett has navigated us halfway before making any moves. Ah, are we not all crew aboard this ship? We can surely navigate ourselves, young Dick asserted. What is it, tall John? Is Israel exclaimed, who has troubled you? Throughout my life, I have witnessed countless ships meet their ruin and innumerable clever lads dangling from the gallows, sun-dried like jerky. Silver shouted, urgency permeating his tone. These calamities stem from impatience. Do you comprehend? I am well acquainted with the world. If you could commit to a singular path and adeptly adjust to the winds, there will come a day when you shall ride in a four-wheeled carriage and enjoy a prosperous life. However, you are incapable of such resolve. I know you well. You are only adept at drinking, and when the revelry ends, you find yourselves on the gallows. John, it is common knowledge that your speeches resemble a sermon from a priest, consistent in their delivery, yet when it comes to hoisting sails and navigating, you are no more skilled than the rest. Israel remarked, they merely seek amusement. Unlike your lofty and solemn demeanor, they wish to act freely, and everyone enjoys themselves. Is that so? Silver retorted, where might these individuals be now? He was indeed like that, yet when he met his demise, he became a wretched beggar. Flint was of the same ilk, ultimately succumbing to drink in Savannah. Indeed, they were always in high spirits, but where are they now? However, Dick inquired, once we seize control, how shall we deal with them? Now, that sounds plausible. The cook commended, exhibiting the traits of a man of action. What are your thoughts? Shall we cast them away to a desolate isle? That would be the method of an English captain. Shall we slaughter them one by one like swine? Flint and Bill Bones would certainly resort to such measures. Bill indeed would do just that. Israel remarked, he often says, dead men do not bite. Now, he himself has become a corpse. He ought to discern whether the deceased still possessed the capacity to bite. In our profession, if one were to speak of the most ruthless, it would undoubtedly be Bill. John, the helmsman, called, you are quite a character. Israel, just wait and see. Silver proclaimed, I have a task at hand. I shall personally deal with Trelawney. I intend to twist his bull's head off with these very hands. Dick, Silver suddenly interjected, good lad. Rise and fetch me an apple to moisten my throat. One can only imagine the fright that seized me at that moment. Had I possessed any strength, I would have surely leapt up to flee, but my limbs and heart were utterly unresponsive. I heard Dick slowly rise, yet it seemed as though someone restrained him. Followed by the voice of Hans, enough. John, do not indulge in that infernal concoction. Let us rather enjoy a cup of rum. Dick, Silver said, I trust you. In my small barrel, there is a cup for pouring wine. Here is the key. Go fetch me a cup of wine. I was utterly terrified. The thought of Mr. Arrow crossed my mind, and I couldn't help but wonder if the potent spirits that cost him his life were procured from Silver. Just then, a beam of light pierced through the apple barrel, illuminating me. I looked up to see the moon had emerged. The moonlight bathed the sails atop the mast in silver, while the foresail glowed snow-white. At that moment, the lookout suddenly cried out, ah, land. Chapter 12. The meeting immediately. A cacophony of footsteps erupted as people surged from the cabins and the crew's quarters onto the deck. I leapt from the apple barrel and stealthily slipped behind the foresail, sprinting a few paces towards the stern. Arriving at the open deck just in time to encounter Hunter and Dr. Livesey, whom I followed to the bow of the ship. Every soul aboard had congregated at the ship's prow. As soon as the moon appeared, the fog swiftly dissipated. To our southwest, two low hills emerged, separated by a distance of 2 or 3 miles, one of which was backed by a slightly taller mountain, its peak still shrouded in mist. All 3 mountains took on a sharply conical shape. Men, the captain declared after the sailors had adjusted the sails, has anyone here ever seen that land ahead? I have. Sir, Silver replied. I once fetched fresh water from there while serving as a cook on a merchant ship. I presume the anchorage lies behind that small island to the south? The captain inquired. Indeed, sir. The island is known as Skull Island, once a haven for pirates. A sailor who shared the same vessel with me in those days recounted tales of this place, imparting the names of the mountains. The northernmost peak is called Foremast Mountain, and these 3 mountains are aligned in a row from north to south, designated as Foremast Mountain, Mainmast Mountain, and Aftmast Mountain. The Mainmast Mountain, the highest peak still shrouded in mist, is affectionately referred to as Telescope Mountain. This name stems from the practice of pirates who, during their mooring for rest, would send a lookout to the summit of this very mountain. In the past, pirate ships frequently anchored here. Please forgive my verbosity, sir. I possess a map that Captain Smollett mentioned. Might you take a look to see if it pertains to this location? When the tall John received the map, his eyes gleamed with an intensity akin to flames. However, merely casting a glance at it, I anticipated his impending disappointment. For this map was pristine and bore no resemblance to the one I had discovered in Bill Bones's chest. It was merely a meticulously crafted replica, annotated with all the place names, elevations, and depths, yet devoid of the original's red crosses and textual explanations. Despite Silver's fury, which seemed to threaten to spill over, he maintained a facade of composure. "This is it," he exclaimed. "This is the place." The map is drawn with remarkable detail. I wonder whose skilled hand crafted it. I perceive pirates as brutish men, incapable of such artistry. Ah, it reads, Captain Kidd's Anchorage, a name that the sailor who once sailed alongside me also mentioned. Along the western coast. A vigorous current flows from south to north. You are absolutely correct, sir. He continued, facing the wind, positioning the vessel upwind of the island. Regardless, if you wish to venture ashore and tend to the ship, there is no more suitable place nearby. Thank you. The captain, Smollett, remarked, in a while. I shall require your assistance again. You may take your leave for now. To my astonishment, John acknowledged his familiarity with these islands. I had not anticipated his calm demeanor. As he approached me, I was engulfed by a wave of terror. He was, of course, unaware that I had just concealed myself in the apple barrel, eavesdropping on his nefarious schemes. Yet, at that moment, I was overwhelmed by his malevolence, duplicity, and the authority he wielded. When his hand rested upon my arm, I could not suppress a shiver. "Ah," he exclaimed, "this island is truly a splendid place, lad. Go on, explore a bit. It's quite delightful. You can bathe, climb trees, hunt some goats, and ascend the hills like a goat yourself. I feel rejuvenated, forgetting all about my wooden leg, indeed. Trust me, young man. Having 10 toes is a marvelous thing. If you wish to stroll about the island, do not forget to inform old John. I shall prepare some delectable provisions for you." He affectionately patted my shoulder before limping away. Captain Smollett, the squire, and the doctor were conversing on the aft deck, and I was desperate to relay what I knew. Yet I hesitated to interrupt their discourse. While I contemplated a suitable excuse to approach them, Dr. Livesey beckoned me aside. He had forgotten his pipe in the cabin below, and now the craving for tobacco had struck him, prompting a request for my assistance in retrieving it. As I approached him, drawing near enough to ensure our conversation remained private, I swiftly urged, "Doctor, listen to me. Quickly summon the captain and the gentleman to the cabin. Then feign a reason for seeking me. I bear dreadful news that must be conveyed to you immediately." The doctor's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Thank you, Jim," he replied, deliberately raising his voice. "I understand." As if he had just posed me a question. "Men," Captain Smollett announced, "I have something to share with you all. The land before us is our intended destination for this voyage. It is well known that Mr. Trelawney is a most generous gentleman. He inquired of me just moments ago, and I assured him that every man aboard is diligent and performing beyond my expectations. Mr. Trelawney, Dr. Livesey, and I shall retire to the cabin for a drink, to toast to your health and fortune. Refreshments have been prepared for you, and we hope you will join us in raising a glass to our well-being and success." "What a splendid idea," someone exclaimed. "If you agree, let us cheer for Mr. Trelawney, who has provided us with this libation." Without hesitation, a resounding cheer erupted on the deck, vibrant and hearty. I found it difficult to believe that among this crowd, some harbored intentions to take our lives. "Let us also cheer for Captain Smollett." As the initial wave of applause began to subside, Tall John suggested, and once again, a similar fervent cheer resounded throughout the ship. Amidst the crescendo of jubilant cheers, the 3 gentlemen descended from the deck. Shortly thereafter, a message was relayed, requesting Jim Hawkins to visit the cabin. Upon entering, I beheld the trio seated around a table, adorned with a bottle of Spanish wine and a handful of raisins. The doctor was fervently smoking, his wig resting upon his lap, a habit he indulged in during moments of heightened emotion. The windows at the stern were ajar, allowing the warm evening air to flow in, while the silvery moonlight danced upon the waves stirred by the ship's passage. "Hawkins," the squire began, "you mentioned there was something of utmost importance to share with us. Pray do so." I complied with the directive, endeavoring to be succinct as I recounted the entirety of the conversation I had overheard from within the apple barrel regarding Silver and his cohorts. Throughout my narration, the 3 pairs of eyes remained fixed upon my visage. Not a word escaped their lips, nor did they shift an inch. "Jim," Dr. Livesey finally said, "do take a seat." They gestured for me to settle beside them at the table, pouring me a glass of wine and placing the raisins into my hand. One by one, they expressed their gratitude, raising a toast to my health, fortune, and courage. "I must confess," I stated, "the captain was right. It was I who erred. I acknowledge my folly. I am indeed a foolish donkey. From this point forward, I shall heed your counsel." "I am no better off than you," the captain interjected. "I too am a foolish donkey. Gentlemen," he continued, "I have always believed that if sailors were to mutiny, their intentions would inevitably betray them. Anyone with keen eyes ought to perceive the signs and take measures to address them. Yet this band of scoundrels has managed to elude my scrutiny. Captain, the doctor interjected. Permit me a moment. That silver fellow is quite formidable. Indeed, hanging him from the ship's yardarm would be truly formidable, the captain replied. However, that is merely rhetoric and does not address the pressing issues at hand. If Mr. Trelawney permits, I would like to share a few thoughts. Sir, you are the captain. Your word is final, Mr. Trelawney earnestly stated. First, Captain Smollett declared, we must continue our voyage as there is no turning back. The moment I issue a command to return, they will act swiftly. Second, we still have time, at least until we locate the treasure. Third, there are trustworthy individuals aboard. It is inevitable that a confrontation will occur. It is merely a question of when. I suggest we follow the adage, strike when the iron is hot, and catch them unawares. I trust the servants you brought from your estate are reliable, Mr. Trelawney? They are as dependable as I am, the gentleman affirmed. There are 3 of them, the captain noted, counting on his fingers, and with us, including Hawkins, that makes 7. How many trustworthy crew members do we have? Likely, they are those whom Mr. Trelawney selected before encountering Silver, the doctor remarked. Hard to say, the gentleman replied. Hansa was my own choice. I once believed him to be trustworthy, the captain mused. Consider this, they are all British. The gentleman exclaimed. Good heavens. I almost wish to blow this ship to smithereens. Very well, gentlemen. Captain, I find myself at a loss for words. We must maintain our composure and remain ever vigilant. I understand that such feelings of frustration may compel one to rush forth and engage in battle, but it is of no benefit to act rashly before we ascertain the true number of our adversaries. It is my belief that we should bide our time and await the opportune moment. Jim could prove invaluable. They would not suspect him, and he is a meticulous lad. Hawkins, it's all up to you, the gentleman said to me. Upon hearing their words, I was engulfed by despair, for I had no means to influence the situation. However, as events unfolded, it was rather peculiar that I became a pivotal figure concerning the safety of all. At that moment, among the 26 souls aboard, we could only rely on 7, one of whom was a child. Thus, we found ourselves with merely 6 adults, while they boasted 19. Chapter 13. My adventures on the island. The waves tossed the Hispaniola, with water frequently inundating the scuppers. The sails were strained by the tackles. The helm swayed to and fro, and the entire vessel creaked and groaned like a great workshop, lurching up and down. I was so disoriented by the tumult that I had to cling tightly to the mast. Despite my efforts to conduct myself like a proper sailor throughout this ordeal, I had yet to master the art of walking steadily or maintaining my footing while being jostled about like a bottle, especially in the early hours of the morning when my stomach was still empty. Perhaps it was due to my seasickness. Or perhaps it was the island's dreary appearance, its shadowy jungles, the barren rocky peaks devoid of even a blade of grass, and the foamy waves crashing against the steep shores. In any case, despite the radiant sunshine, the clear skies, and the seabirds chirping around us as they caught fish, I found myself, as the old adage goes, feeling utterly despondent. From the very first glimpse of this cursed treasure island, I had grown to detest it. That morning, we were overwhelmed with tasks. With not a whisper of wind, we were compelled to lower the small boat, and the sailors toiled to tow the larger vessel 3 or 4 miles around the island's bend, navigating a narrow channel into the sheltered harbor behind Skeleton Island. Although I had no obligation to assist, I volunteered to board a small boat. The heat was unbearable, and the sailors grumbled as they worked. The small boat I was in was helmed by Anderson, who not only failed to rein in his crew, but also shouted louder than the rest. Damn it, he cursed. We're almost there. I sensed that this did not bode well. Before we caught sight of the island, they had worked with agility and enthusiasm. But the moment the island appeared, their discipline faltered. Throughout the entire process of bringing the larger ship into port, Tall John stood steadfastly beside the helmsman, offering directions. Fully acquainted with the intricacies of the channel, despite the depth soundings consistently exceeding the charted records, he never once hesitated. At low tide, the water here flows with great intensity, he remarked, as if wielding a spade, carving the channel ever deeper. This place is entirely encircled by land, nestled amidst a thicket of verdant trees. The foliage extends to where the high tide may reach, and the coastline is predominantly gentle. Peaks rise here and there, appearing from a distance like an amphitheater. 2 small rivers, or rather, 2 marshy expanses, flow into this pond-like harbor. The vegetation along the shore is strikingly lush. From the vessel, we cannot discern a single house or fence, as they are all concealed by the undergrowth. Were it not for that map guiding us, we might well believe that we were the first adventurers to emerge from the sea floor since the island's ascent. Half a mile away, the waves crash against the beach and rocks with a thunderous roar. Apart from this, silence reigns, devoid of even the slightest breeze. The waterlogged leaves and decaying trunks emit a foul odor that lingers in the air of the anchorage. I notice the doctor incessantly sniffing, as if detecting the scent of rotten eggs. I am no expert in treasures, the doctor declared. Yet I would wager my wig that this place is sure to induce fever. On that trying afternoon, among various ominous signs, none was more palpable than the excitement of Tall John. We convened a meeting in the cabin. Gentlemen, the captain stated, should I dare issue another command, the entire ship may very well explode. You have all seen it. Just a moment ago, someone spoke to me in a coarse manner, did they not? Had I chosen to exert pressure at that moment, hostilities would have erupted immediately. If I had remained silent, Silver would have discerned my discomfort, leading to an uncontrollable escalation of the situation. At present, we could rely solely on one individual. Who might that be? Inquired the landowner. Thus, the matter was settled. Each trustworthy individual received a loaded pistol. When we relayed the circumstances to Hunter, Joyce, and Redruth, their reactions were not as astonished as we had anticipated, and their spirits appeared to be more resilient than we had hoped. Subsequently, the captain ascended to the deck and addressed the entire crew. After delivering his message, the captain departed, a wise decision to avoid unnecessary interference, leaving Silver to take command. I felt relieved that the captain had vacated the scene. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to maintain the facade of ignorance. It was abundantly clear that Silver was the true captain, his crew comprised of ruffians. I quickly discerned that there were indeed conscientious sailors on board, yet they were likely unaware of the unfolding treachery. I surmised that, in reality, all sailors had been somewhat corrupted by the brigand leader, with only a handful managing to maintain their integrity, overall managing to endure. Idleness and laziness are one thing. Usurping a ship and taking lives is an entirely different matter. Ultimately, they resolved that 6 individuals would remain aboard, while the other 13, including Silver, would depart for shore in a small boat. At that moment, a mad thought suddenly flashed through my mind, a notion that would later prove instrumental in our survival. Since Silver had retained 6 accomplices, it was evident that our group could not seize the ship. 6 nefarious individuals could easily be dealt with by those aboard the vessel, rendering my presence unnecessary for the time being. Thus, I resolved to disembark immediately. I stealthily scaled the ship's railing and nestled into the nearest small boat, curling up on the seat at the bow. Almost as soon as I settled, the small craft surged forth. No one noticed my presence, save for the oarsman, who inquired, "Is that you, Jim? Keep your head down." However, Silver from another boat fixated his gaze upon me, demanding to know if it was indeed I. At that moment, I began to regret my impulsive decision. The sailors exerted themselves to row towards the shore, and fortunately, the boat I occupied had a head start, buoyed by its light frame and the swiftness of its rowers. In no time, the bow of our vessel plunged into the trees lining the shore. I grasped a branch and leaped out, plunging into the nearest thicket, while Silver and his crew lagged 100 yards behind. "Jim! Jim!" I heard him calling out to me. As one might expect, I paid him no heed. I bounded forward, at times crouching low and at others brushing aside the branches obstructing my path, until I could run no more. Chapter 14. Witness to a murder. Having evaded the Tall John, a wave of exhilaration surged through me. I surveyed the unfamiliar terrain around me with curiosity. I traversed a swampy expanse, thick with willows, reeds, and an assortment of peculiar wetland trees. Subsequently, I arrived at the edge of a sandy area that rippled like water, stretching about a mile, broad and uneven, dotted with a few scattered pines. There are numerous gnarled trees that, at first glance, resemble oak trees. However, their leaves are of a paler hue, reminiscent of willow foliage. At the end of the sandy expanse stands one of the 3 peaks on the island, characterized by its 2 peculiar and steep summits, glistening in the sunlight and capturing attention. This is my first encounter with the thrill of adventure. The island is desolate, and the other individuals aboard the vessel have been left far behind. Before me lies a realm devoid of spoken words, inhabited only by mute beasts and birds. I wander through the forest, surrounded by a plethora of flora that I cannot name. Occasionally, I catch sight of serpents, one of which raises its head from a crevice, hissing ominously, akin to the sound produced by a spinning top. Little did I anticipate that it was a venomous rattlesnake, its hissing being its infamous hallmark. Subsequently, I ventured into an elongated stretch of jungle, filled with trees akin to oaks, which I later learned were called evergreen oaks. They grow low along the sandy terrain. Resembling raspberry bushes, their branches twisting in peculiar ways, while their leaves form a dense canopy akin to thatch. This jungle extends from the summit of a sand dune down to an expansive reed swamp, growing taller and denser as one descends. Nearby, a small river flows from this marshland towards the anchorage. The swamp steams under the scorching sun, and the outline of Telescope Mountain shimmers in the wavering heat haze. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the reeds, and a wild duck quacked in alarm, taking flight. Soon after, another followed, and in the blink of an eye, a large flock of wild ducks swirled above the reed beds, shrieking as they ascended and descended like a vast cloud. I quickly deduced that someone from the boat must have approached along the edge of the reed pond. My assessment proved correct, as I soon heard distant voices murmuring in hushed tones. I listened intently as the voices grew louder and nearer, sending a wave of fear through me. I hastily scrambled beneath the nearest evergreen oak, crouching there to eavesdrop, like a mouse afraid to breathe. It dawned on me that I had been rather reckless, abandoning my tasks to accompany a band of fugitives to the island. However, since I was already here, it was prudent to glean their intentions. My immediate course of action was to conceal myself among the twisting trees, getting as close to them as possible. A few birds circled above the two unexpected visitors, and from their movements, coupled with the cadence of the men's conversation, I could quite accurately ascertain their position. I carefully crawled towards them, using both hands and feet. Finally, I raised my head and peered through the gaps in the leaves, discovering a verdant little valley beside the marsh where tall John Silver and another crew member stood conversing near the thicket. The sun beat down upon them, and Silver tossed his hat to the ground. His smooth, pallid face glistened with perspiration as he slightly tilted his head toward the other man, exuding a demeanor of earnestness. "Good fellow," he said, "I regard you as gold in the earth, and it is precisely because of this that I share these words with you. Heed my counsel. It will not lead you astray. Were it not for my genuine affection for you, why would I be here to caution you? You are utterly powerless to prevent or remedy the situation. My intention is to advise you to safeguard your very life. Should those misguided individuals become aware of our conversation, what then shall I do? Tom, tell me, what should I do?" "Silver," another voice interjected. I noticed his face had turned beet red, speaking in a cawing manner, his voice trembling like a taut string. "Silver," he said, "you are an elder, a man of integrity with a good reputation, and you are not in need of money. Many of the crew aboard the ship are destitute, possessing nothing. Unless I am gravely mistaken, I sense that you are not one to shy away from trouble. Would you truly allow those unscrupulous individuals to lead you by the nose? You cannot be that sort of person. If I were to commit an act of dishonor, may I lose a hand this very moment." Upon hearing that anguished cry, Tom sprang to his feet as if pricked by a spur, while Silver did not even flinch. He stood still, gently leaning on his cane, resembling a venomous snake poised to strike at any moment, his gaze fixed intently upon his companion. "John," the crew member extended his hand towards Silver. "Do not touch me," Silver shouted, leaping back a yard. In my view, his movements were swift and precise, akin to an athlete trained for competition. Upon hearing this, poor Tom was filled with righteous fury, finally embodying the spirit of a true man. Having spoken, the warrior turned away, his back toward the cook as he strode toward the beach. Though it was evident that his journey would be short-lived, John let out a cry, grasping a tree branch, and with a fierce motion, he drew forth a makeshift cane from beneath his arm and hurled it with great ferocity. The cane soared through the air like a heavy javelin. It's pointed and striking Tom squarely between his shoulders. Tom spread his arms wide, gasping, before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the extent of Tom's injuries was likely unknown to anyone. However, the sound alone hinted that his spine had been grievously shattered on impact. Alas, he would not have the luxury of regaining consciousness. Despite having but one leg and no cane, Silver moved with the nimbleness of a monkey. In an instant, he leapt upon Tom, plunging his knife twice into the defenseless body, each thrust driving the blade deep to the hilt. From my concealed vantage point, I could hear his labored breaths as he stabbed, the sound echoing in the air. I was uncertain what it felt like to faint, yet for a fleeting moment, the entirety of the world seemed to dissolve into a swirling mist before my eyes. Silver, the flock of birds, the towering Telescope hills, all spun before me in a dizzying dance, accompanied by the incessant chimes and distant murmurs that buzzed in my ears. when I finally regained my composure. The fiend appeared unfazed, leaning upon his cane, his hat firmly placed atop his head. Tom lay motionless on the grass before him. Yet the murderer did not even cast a glance in his direction. Instead, he persistently wiped his bloodied knife against a blade of grass. Everything around me remained unchanged. The sun continued to blaze fiercely upon the sweltering marshes and the lofty peaks. It was hard to fathom that mere moments ago, a murder had transpired before my eyes. A life cruelly snatched away in an instant. At that moment, John reached into his pocket and extracted a whistle, blowing into it vigorously. The shrill sound pierced the stifling air, echoing into the distance. Though I could not comprehend the meaning of the whistle, it instantly awakened my dread. More people would soon arrive, and I would inevitably be discovered. They had already slain 2 upright men. Would I become the third, following Alan and Tom? As I had mentioned earlier, I had been running desperately, unaware that I had arrived at the foot of a small hill with twin peaks. Here, the evergreen oaks were sparsely distributed, yet they resembled the trees of a forest in shape and size. Interspersed among the oaks were several pines, some towering approximately 50 feet, while others approached 70. The air here was considerably fresher than that near the marsh below. At this moment, the newly emerged danger rendered me frozen in place, my heart pounding wildly. Chapter 15. The savages of the island. A cascade of stones tumbled down the steep, rocky slope, crashing and bounding through the thicket. Instinctively, I turned my gaze toward the rolling stones and caught sight of a shadow swiftly darting behind a pine tree. What was that? A bear, a human, or perhaps a monkey? I could not ascertain, but it appeared dark and furry. The sight of that shadow paralyzed me with fear, leaving me utterly motionless. Suddenly, the creature reappeared, having taken a wide detour to position itself before me. Exhausted and unable to bear the strain, I realized that even if I had just risen from slumber, brimming with vitality, I could not possibly outpace it. It darted from one tree to another with the swiftness of a deer. It ran on 2 legs, resembling a human, yet it was unlike anyone I had ever encountered. Its upper and lower body seemed almost fused as it moved. I was convinced it was undeniably a human being. The thought of the legendary cannibals sent a shiver down my spine, almost prompting me to cry for help. However, a moment's reflection made me ponder, are wild men not human as well? My heart eased slightly, but the dread of the unknown still loomed large. With that in mind, I halted to seek an escape. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck me. I had a pistol with me. I was not defenseless after all. Instantly, I summoned my courage, determined to unveil its true nature, and thus I approached with measured steps. This time, it was the creature that recoiled, hiding behind a tree, intently observing my every movement. As I took a step closer, it emerged from behind the tree, taking a step forward to meet me. Then, hesitating, it retreated, only to advance again. Ultimately, it knelt, clasping its hands in a gesture of supplication. Bewildered, I found myself at a loss. "Who are you?" I inquired. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that he was, like me, Caucasian, possessing a rather appealing visage. His exposed skin was tanned to a deep brown by the sun, even his lips were dark, and his pale eyes stood out on such a dark countenance, startling anyone who beheld him. I have encountered beggars, both in reality and in imagination, whose attire is far more respectable than his. Enshrouded in tattered sailcloth and waterproof fabric, his garments had frayed into mere strips of cloth, artfully stitched together with an array of the most discordant items, copper buttons, slender twigs, and tar-coated ropes, among others. The sole sturdy element of his ensemble was a weathered copper-buckled belt that he cinched around his waist. 3 years. I exclaimed, "Did you meet with a shipwreck?" "No, mate," he replied. "I was exiled." I had heard the term exile before, aware that it was a cruel punishment frequently employed by pirates. The condemned are cast away upon desolate, remote islands, left with but a scant supply of gunpowder and bullets. "I was exiled 3 years ago," he continued, "and for the past few years, I have subsisted on goats, berries, and oysters. Wherever one finds oneself, survival is paramount. Yet, mate, how I long for a civilized meal. Is there any cheese? Might you happen to have a piece?" "No," he sighed. "I cannot count the nights I have dreamed of cheese, mostly of the roasted variety, only to awaken and find myself still trapped on this forsaken isle." He incessantly stroked the fabric of my coat and the palms of my hands, gazing intently at my boots. As he spoke, his expression was childlike, brimming with delight at finally encountering another soul. However, upon hearing my final words, he appeared taken aback. "Certainly not you," I asserted. "Of course not me. He raised his voice. "Mate, what is your name?" "Jim." I informed him. Jim, he cheerfully murmured. I remarked, "Jim, my life has been exceedingly meager. You would likely find it laughable. For instance, you might not believe it, but I have a devout mother who worries about me." He inquired. "Indeed," he replied, "I possess a mother of utmost piety. I once was a well-mannered, God-fearing child, proficient in doctrine, able to recite it fluently. So much so that the pauses between sentences were imperceptible. However, Jim, I have now descended to this dismal state, all stemming from a wretched gambling incident at a cemetery. Once I began, I found myself ensnared deeper and deeper. My mother had long foretold that I would arrive at this unfortunate juncture, and she was right. She is indeed a devout woman. It seems destined. On this desolate island, I have come to understand everything. Thus I have begun to believe in God once more. I shall never again touch rum, although if given the chance, a small sip for good fortune might be permissible. I still aspire to be a good person and know what must be done. Right, Jim?" He glanced around, lowered his voice, and declared, "I have struck it rich." At that moment, I perceived this unfortunate soul, isolated on the island, must have been driven to madness. I surmised my thoughts were evident on my face. For he eagerly reiterated, "I have struck it rich. I truly have. Jim, listen to me. I will elevate you. Jim, you are fortunate, indeed. For you are the first to have discovered me." At this juncture, his expression suddenly darkened with a shadow. He grasped my hand tightly, raising a finger before my eyes to intimidate me. "Jim, tell me the truth. Is that Flint's ship?" he inquired. "That is not Flint's ship. Flint is long dead. However, since you asked, I shall speak candidly. There are a few of Flint's former crew aboard, which has brought misfortune upon the rest of us. Is there a one-legged man?" He held his breath. "Are you referring to Silver?" I asked. "Yes, Silver," he replied. "That is indeed his name. He is the ship's cook and the leader of that band of pirates." He continued to clutch my wrist, and upon hearing my words, he gave it a twist. "If you were sent by Tall John, then I am done for. I understand that. What are your thoughts now?" I quickly resolved to recount the entirety of our voyage, including our current predicament. He listened with growing interest, and when I finished, he patted my head. "You are a fine lad, Jim," he remarked. "Only you mentioned that you were all in dire straits, correct? Well, you can place your trust in Ben Gunn. I shall take care of it. You just said that the squire is also in trouble. Do you believe that if someone were to rescue him, he might offer some reward?" I informed him that the squire is a most generous man. "Oh, but you must understand," Ben Gunn said. "I do not mean to imply that the squire should provide me with a full servant's outfit or let me see the grand entrance. That is not my intention, Jim. What I mean is, would he be willing to part with, say, £1,000 to share with me, when originally all the money was mine?" "I assure you he would," I said, "for everyone could receive a portion." "Indeed," he replied, "you truly find me indispensable." He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Jim, for 3 years, since the day of my exile until now, I have not tasted the fare of civilized men. Look around you, look at me. Where do I resemble a sailor?" You would undoubtedly say not at all, and I would concur. Upon finishing, he winked and gave me a hearty pinch. Then, in the most subtle manner, he pinched me again. Continuing, he insisted that I should express it with more vigor, stating, "Grunt is a splendid fellow, which you must say. He has an exceptional trust in true gentlemen, far surpassing his trust in the gentlemen who merely seek to profit. He himself was once of that trait." "They have opened fire," I exclaimed. "Follow me." All fear was cast aside as we dashed toward the location where the grand ship was anchored. The exiled sailor, clad in goatskin, kept pace beside me with a buoyant stride. To the left," he urged. "Run left, Jim. Good lad. Stay as close to the tree line as possible. It was here that I felled my first goat. Now, the goats have forsaken this place. They have retreated to the mountains, fearing Ben Grun. Ah, the cemetery is here. I believe he must be referring to the graveyard. Do you see those mounds of earth? From time to time, I come here to pray. Whenever I believe it might be Sunday, I make my way. Although it may not be a church in the traditional sense, its atmosphere is far more serene. You must inform the squire that Ben Gunn is in a dire state and that he cannot attend church, lacking both a minister and the Holy Scriptures, as well as the banners." Then silence ensued. At that moment, I noticed, less than a quarter of a mile ahead, a British flag fluttering above the treetops. Chapter 16. The Fort, Section 10. The doctor's account of the abandonment around 1:30 in the afternoon, according to the ship's time. The bell tolled 3 times. 2 small boats departed from the Hispaniola, making their way towards the shore. The captain, the squire, and I were in the cabin deliberating our strategy. Had there been even a whisper of wind, we would have taken action against the 6 mutineers left aboard and set sail. However, there was not a breath of wind. And worse still, Hunter came below to inform us that Jim Hawkins had stealthily boarded a small boat and gone ashore with the others. We had never doubted Jim Hawkins, but we were deeply concerned for his safety. Given that the mutineers were in a volatile state, we felt a gnawing anxiety. Uncertain whether we would ever see the boy again, we rushed onto the deck, where the seams of the ship were bubbling with tar. And an unbearable stench assailed my senses. In this cursed anchorage, the miasma of fever and dysentery was almost palpable. 6 renegades sat beneath the sails on the forward deck, grumbling with evident displeasure. We gazed towards the shore, where a small boat glided swiftly, having already docked near the estuary of the river, with a solitary figure aboard, one of whom was whistling a tune reminiscent of Lily Bolero. The wait proved excruciating, and ultimately, Hunter and I resolved to row the dinghy ashore to ascertain the situation. The 2 small boats were anchored to the right, while we steered directly towards the wooden fortress marked on the map. Upon noticing our approach, the 2 sentinels became visibly flustered, even ceasing their whistling of Lily Bolero. I observed them hastily convening, deliberating their next course of action. Had they opted to report to Silver at that moment, the entire scenario might have unfolded quite differently. I surmised they likely had their own assignments, thus choosing to remain stationary, resuming their tune of Lily Bolero. There was a slight protruding bend along the coast, allowing me to maneuver the dinghy to the opposite side, effectively concealing us from the 2 watchers. Even before we set foot on land, they were already oblivious to our presence. I leapt from the dinghy, bracing myself as I darted forward. I placed a silk handkerchief beneath my hat for relief from the heat, and for protection, I ensured both of my pistols were loaded. Within a mere 100 yards, we reached the wooden fortress. The scene was as follows. A spring gushed forth from the mountaintop, where a sturdy wooden stronghold had been erected. Encasing the spring within its fortifications, the wooden fortress can accommodate around 40 individuals in times of dire need, and each wall is punctuated with gun ports for rifle fire. Surrounding the fortress, a spacious clearing has been established, bordered by a 6-foot-high wooden palisade, devoid of any doors or openings. This palisade is remarkably sturdy, requiring considerable time and effort to dismantle. The expanse between the fortress and the palisade is quite broad, leaving the attackers utterly exposed, while the defenders within the fortress enjoy a distinct advantage, comfortably standing their ground and firing upon the assailants as if hunting partridges. There is no cause for alarm. As long as the defense is robust and provisions are plentiful, this fortress can withstand the force of an entire regiment. What brings me particular joy is the presence of a spring, for even though we occupy a favorable position on the Hispaniola, with ample weaponry, ammunition, abundant food, and fine wine, we have overlooked one crucial element: fresh water. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a piercing scream echoed across the entire island, the desperate cry of a man facing death. Though I am no stranger to the horrors of death, I served under the Duke of Cumberland and was wounded in the Battle of Fontenoy. Upon hearing that scream, my pulse quickened, and the first thought that flashed through my mind was that Jim Hawkins had fallen victim to foul play. Fortunately, Hant proved to be an exceptional oarsman, and with a splash, our small boat swiftly glided alongside the grand vessel. I boarded the Hispaniola and found the crew in a state of shock, which was, of course, to be expected. The gentleman sat there, his complexion as pale as parchment, reflecting on the harm his own failings had inflicted upon us all. What a truly noble soul. I also discerned that one of the 6 mutineers on the foredeck bore an expression of distress not dissimilar to that of the gentleman. Among the mutineers was one who was engaging in such treachery for the first time. The captain gestured towards him, having just heard that piercing scream, which nearly caused the lad to faint. With but a gentle nudge, he might well align himself with our cause. We assigned old Redruth to guard the passageway between the living quarters and the sailors' quarters, equipping him with 3 or 4 loaded rifles, along with a mattress for cover. Hunter had already maneuvered the small boat to the stern, while Joyce and I busied ourselves loading it with kegs of gunpowder, rifles, several bags of biscuits, barrels of pork, a cask of brandy, and my precious medical kit. Meanwhile, the gentleman and the captain remained on deck, where the captain confronted the leader of the mutineers. "Mr. Hans," the captain declared, "the gentleman and I each possess 2 firearms. If any of you dare to inform Silver, it will cost him his life." They were taken aback, and after a brief consultation, they hastily retreated down the forward hatch, surely intending to launch a surprise attack from the rear. However, Upon seeing Redruth blocking the fortified passageway, they promptly diverted to another route. One head even peeked out over the deck. "Get down, you cur," the captain bellowed. At that moment, Joyce and I had already loaded the boat to its limits, refusing to risk adding anything further. Joyce and I leapt from the stern post into the small boat, paddling with all our might towards the shore once more. As we embarked on our second journey to the land, the two watchful traders suddenly became alert, and the melody of Lu, our veiled Lautomni, ceased once again. Just as we were about to round the bend, one of the traders jumped ashore and vanished. A fleeting thought crossed my mind to alter our plans and sabotage their little vessel first. However, I was apprehensive that Silver and his band of ruffians might be lurking nearby. Such a reckless move could lead to our complete undoing. We were poised to load another boat with supplies bound for the fort, which appeared to be fraught with peril, yet in truth, it was not. Certainly, the traders had the advantage in numbers, but in terms of weaponry and ammunition, we held the upper hand. The brigands on the shore were devoid of rifles, and before they could fire upon us within the range of their pistols, we could boast of dispatching at least half a dozen of them without much difficulty. The squire awaited me at the stern's window, his previous despondency entirely dispelled. He caught the line I tossed him, secured the small boat, and together we fervently loaded the vessel with essential provisions. This time, we filled it with pork, gunpowder, and biscuits. The squire, Red Russ, the captain, and I each took but a rifle and a knife, while the remainder of our firearms and ammunition were cast into the 2.5 fathoms of crystalline waters. Through the clear sea, we could glimpse the gleaming iron artifacts resting upon the golden sands below, sparkling in the sunlight. It was the moment of low tide, and the great ship circled around its anchor. Faint shouts echoed from the vicinity where two small boats were moored. Although this alleviated our concerns for Joyce and Hunt, who were safely ensconced in the wooden fort to the east, it also served as a reminder that we must embark without delay. Redruth emerged from the passageway and leaped into the small boat. We then maneuvered the vessel to the stern of the larger ship, ensuring that Captain Smollett could disembark with ease. "Hey, mates," the captain called out. "Can you hear me?" No response came from the sailors' quarters. "I mean you, Abraham Gray. I am addressing you." Captain Smollett raised his voice slightly. "Gray, I am about to leave this ship, and I command you to accompany me. I know your nature is good, and I dare say, not one of you is irredeemably wicked. Gray, I am starting the timer. You have 30 seconds to come to me." Another silence ensued. "Come now, my good fellow," the captain urged. "Do not hesitate. Every second risks my life and that of those gentlemen." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the sailors' quarters, followed by the sounds of a scuffle. Then, Abraham Gray emerged, rushing towards the captain like a puppy responding to its master's whistle, a fresh wound visible on his face. "I will follow you, sir," he declared. In an instant, both he and the captain had leapt into the small boat, taking their seats beside us. We swiftly departed from the larger vessel, rowing with all our might towards the shore. While we had evaded the perils aboard the great ship, we had yet to reach the safety of the wooden fort on land. Chapter 17. The Doctor continues. The final voyage of the small boat, the fifth journey of our small boat, was markedly different from the previous ones. Firstly, the vessel we embarked upon was scarcely larger than a medicine jar, and it was grievously overloaded. Of the 5 individuals aboard, 3, Mr. Trelawney, Redruth, and the captain, towered over 6 feet, surpassing the boat's weight limit, compounded by the burdens of gunpowder, pork, and bags of bread. The gunwales at the stern were nearly level with the water's surface, and on several occasions, the boat took on water. Not 100 yards into our departure, my trousers and the hem of my coat were thoroughly soaked. The captain instructed us to rearrange our cargo slightly, which indeed resulted in a more stable passage. Nevertheless, we remained tense, scarcely daring to breathe. Moreover, we were navigating during the ebb tide, with a powerful current surging westward through the area, then curving southward into the sea along the strait we had entered that morning. For our heavily laden vessel, even the slightest ripple posed a grave threat, and most critically, we were being swept off our designated course, straying from our intended landing point beyond the bend. Should we continue downstream, we risked approaching the vicinity of 2 small boats, where pirates could be lurking at any moment. "I cannot steer the bow towards the fort, sir," I informed the captain. At that juncture, I was at the helm while the captain and Redruth were rowing, as they had not exerted much energy prior. The tide relentlessly dragged the boat downstream. "Could you exert a bit more effort?" I implored. I made an attempt and discovered that the tide was pushing us westward. However, I could orient the bow of the boat towards the east to evade the current. This, of course, meant that the course of the small craft was at a perfect right angle to our intended direction. At this rate, we would not be able to reach the shore. I remarked, "Thank you, my friend." I treated him as if nothing had occurred, for we had all tacitly accepted him as one of our own. Suddenly, the captain shouted again, his voice slightly altered. "That cannon!" he exclaimed. I had already contemplated the cannon, I replied, assuming he was referring to the rebels potentially bombarding the wooden fort. They could not possibly move that cannon ashore, and even if they did, dragging it through the jungle would be an impossible feat. Look towards the stern of the ship, Doctor, the captain said. We had long forgotten that it was a long-range cannon, and 5 rebels were busily stripping away the cannon's covering, what the sailors referred to as the thick oilcloth tarpaulin that shielded the cannon during navigation. This revelation filled us with dread. Moreover, I suddenly recalled that the gunpowder and the spherical projectiles were also left aboard the vessel. The rebels could easily obtain them by splitting open the powder keg with an axe. Israel had previously served as Captain Flint's gunner. Gray's voice had become hoarse. We were determined to align the bow with the landing point at all costs. The small craft had freed itself from the opposing current, and we no longer had to row with fervor. It could now steadily make its way towards the shore. However, the current predicament is that while the bow of the ship is indeed aligned with the landing point, it is not the stern that faces the Hispaniola, but rather the side of the vessel, rendering our small boat a target for cannon fire, easily struck by anyone. I heard and witnessed the red-faced Israel hands hurling a round cannonball onto the deck with a resounding thud. "Who possesses the finest marksmanship?" inquired the captain. "It goes without saying, it is Mr. Trelawney," I replied. "Mr. Trelawney, could you eliminate one of them? If possible, it would be best to take out hands," commanded the captain. Mr. Trelawney, calm and impassive, examined the powder in his firearm. "Listen to me," the captain urged. "When you fire, do so with restraint, lest you capsize the boat. Everyone else, maintain your balance." The gentleman raised his gun, and we ceased rowing, all shifting to the opposite side of the boat to sustain its equilibrium. Our coordination was impeccable, and not a drop of water breached the vessel. At that moment, the mutineers aboard had redirected the cannon towards us, with hands standing at the muzzle, wielding a rammer, utterly exposed. Yet, misfortune struck, just as Mr. Trelawney discharged his shot. Hands bent down, and the bullet whizzed past his head, striking one of the other 4 instead. The wailing of the fallen man incited chaos, not only among the mutineers aboard, but even on the shore, where other pirates emerged from the thicket, frantically leaping into their small boats. "Sir, those 2 small boats are approaching," I exclaimed. "Row swiftly," the captain shouted, disregarding the ship. "Let it capsize. If we cannot reach the shore, we are doomed." There was but a single small boat occupied. "Sir," I said, "the others may likely circumvent us from the shore." At that moment, our small vessel was moving at a commendable pace, despite being severely overloaded. Under such conditions, this could be deemed remarkably swift. Furthermore, throughout our journey, the dinghy had scarcely taken on any water. We were now exceedingly close to the shore. With merely another 30 or 40 strokes, we would reach land. The receding tide had revealed a narrow beach beneath the thickets, obscuring our presence from the marauders aboard the ship, rendering them no longer a threat to us. The retreating tide, which had earlier resisted our progress, was now aiding us by impeding our foes. Yet, it was the cannon that truly instilled fear in our hearts. I wished fervently to halt and eliminate another of them, the captain remarked. However, it was evident that they would no longer fire their cannon. They hardly spared a glance at the man who had been struck, even though he was still alive, struggling to crawl away. "Prepare," the gentleman commanded. The captain and Redruth suddenly pulled back on their oars, causing the entire stern to submerge in water. Almost simultaneously, the cannon fired. This was the first cannon shot that Jim heard. He did not hear the shot fired by the gentleman. None of us could ascertain where the cannonball landed. I surmised it most likely passed overhead, for it was the shockwave it created that caused us considerable distress. In summary, the stern of the boat began to slowly submerge, sinking 3 feet beneath the water. Only the captain and I stood face to face, while the other 3 plunged headlong into the water, emerging like drenched chickens, expelling bubbles as they surfaced. By that point, our losses were minimal. There were no casualties, and we could wade ashore safely. However, all the supplies on the vessel had sunk to the seabed, and to our greater dismay, only 2 of the 5 firearms remained operational. One was mine, instinctively. As the boat descended, I grasped it from my knee and held it high above my head. The other was the captain's, securely fastened to his shoulder with a sling, the action of which proved remarkably astute, as the chamber remained dry. The other 3 firearms had succumbed to the depths alongside the small boat. The clamor from the jungle on the shore grew increasingly nearer, heightening our anxiety. In this critical situation, we were not only concerned about the possibility of being intercepted by rebels, but also worried for Hunt and Joyce, who remained in the wooden fort. If they were attacked by 6 or 7 insurgents, we questioned whether they could withstand the assault. We knew Hunt would manage, but Joyce was another matter entirely. As a steward, he was amiable and courteous, adept at tasks such as laundering clothes with precision. However, placing a firearm in his hands and sending him into battle seemed somewhat unfair. Overwhelmed by various concerns, we hastily waded ashore, leaving behind the pitiful little boat and a significant portion of our ammunition supplies. Chapter 18. The doctor continues his account of the previous day's battle. We swiftly traversed the jungle terrain that lay between us and the wooden fort. The pirates drew ever closer. With each step we took, their voices grew increasingly distinct. We could hear the sound of their hurried footsteps and the crackling of branches as they pushed through the underbrush. I realized that a fierce battle was imminent, and glanced at the powder in my pistol. "Captain," I said, "Mr. Trani is an exceptional marksman. Allow him to use your weapon, for his has become inoperative." They exchanged firearms, and Mr. Trani, who had remained remarkably calm and silent since the onset of chaos, paused to examine the weapon in his grasp to ensure its functionality. Suddenly, I noticed that Gray bore no weapon. I swiftly offered him my own curved dagger. Gray accepted the dagger, spat into his palm, and with a furrowed brow, wielded it with great fervor in the air. We observed with delight, for it was evident from Gray's dexterity that this newcomer was far from inept. We pressed forward another 40 paces until we reached the edge of the jungle, the wooden fortress looming ahead. We dashed towards the center of the southern fence, and almost simultaneously, a band of 7 mutineers led by the boatswain, Job Anderson, emerged with fervent shouts from the southwest corner. We reloaded our weapons and proceeded along the exterior of the fence, glancing at the fallen mutineer who had succumbed to a bullet that had pierced his heart. As we reveled in our triumphant achievements, a sudden gunshot reverberated through the jungle, and a bullet whizzed perilously close to my ear. Poor Tom Redruth stumbled and fell lifeless to the ground. The gentleman and I immediately retaliated, yet, lacking a discernible target, our efforts were largely futile, merely expending gunpowder. After reloading our weapons, we directed our attention to the unfortunate Tom. The captain and Gray were already assessing his injuries. A mere glance was sufficient for me to ascertain that Tom was beyond saving. I surmised that our swift counterattack had once again dispelled the insurgents. For as we carried the blood-soaked, groaning old gamekeeper over the fence and into the wooden fort, we faced no further harassment. Poor old fellow. From the moment we entangled ourselves in this mischief until now, as we laid him in the cabin to await his fate, he uttered not a single word of surprise, complaint, fear, or even reluctance. He had once crouched behind the mattress like a Trojan, guarding the passage between the cabin and the sailors' quarters. Every task assigned to him was executed silently and dutifully. He was 2 decades our senior. And now, this weary, somber old servant was on the brink of departure from our lives. The gentleman knelt beside him, kissing his hand, weeping like a child. "Am I to die, doctor?" Tom inquired. "I would gladly shoot a few rounds at them first," he replied. "Tom," the gentleman said, "please tell me you forgive me. Will you?" At that moment, the captain rummaged through an assortment of items from his person, which I had already noticed were bulging from his chest and pockets. Among them were a British flag, a Bible, a sturdy coil of rope, a pen, a bottle of ink, a nautical logbook, and several pounds of tobacco. The captain also procured a long cedar pole from the yard, stripped it of its branches, and fashioned it with care. With Hunter's assistance, the captain propped the cedar upright in one corner of the cabin using several wooden stumps arranged in a crosswise manner. He then ascended to the roof and personally hoisted the flag to the pinnacle of the cedar. "Do not grieve too much, sir," the captain said, clasping the squire's hand. "He fell in loyalty to his master and captain. There is no need for concern, for he will journey well. His death may not align with divine providence, yet it remains a reality." With that, the captain pulled me aside. "Dr. Leviathan," the captain inquired, "how many weeks must we await the vessel that you and the squire have been depending upon for our rescue?" Indeed, the captain scratched his scalp. "Even if fate were to show us unusual favor, I fear our predicament remains quite perilous." "What do you mean by that?" I asked. "It is truly unfortunate that we lost our possessions on the second voyage." "Sir, that is precisely my point," the captain replied. "As for gunpowder and ammunition, we possess sufficient supplies. However, Our rations are woefully scant. Dr. Leviathan, he continued, the scarcity of provisions may not necessarily be a misfortune for us. Perhaps even to the extent of depriving one of our company of a meal. The captain gestured towards the body of Tom, draped with the flag. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed, followed by a swift whoosh, as a round cannonball soared high above the wooden cabin, landing far off in the thicket. Ah, Captain exclaimed. Let us hasten to fire all the cannonballs. The enemy, your gunpowder is running low. The second cannonball came hurtling towards them, slightly more accurate than the first, crashing into the fenced courtyard and sending a cloud of dust into the air, yet failing to touch the wooden stronghold. Captain, remarked the gentleman, the stronghold is entirely invisible from the ship. They must be aiming at the flag. Would it not be wiser to lower the national banner? Throughout the evening, they relentlessly fired their cannons, with projectiles falling either too far or too close, or stirring up dust in the courtyard. Since they could only aim skyward, the cannonballs lost their potency by the time they descended, buried by the soft sand. We had no reason to fear, despite one cannonball soaring through the roof and exiting through the floor. We soon grew accustomed to this absurdity, treating it merely as a game of cricket. Gray and Hunt were the first to step forward, fully armed, stealthily sneaking through the fence, only to find their efforts in vain. The rebels exhibited a greater fearlessness than we had anticipated, perhaps emboldened by Israel's relentless bombardment. 4 or 5 rebels were busily engaged in ferrying our abandoned belongings onto a nearby small boat, while those on the boat occasionally dipped their oars to steady it against the swift current. Silver commanded from the stern of the ship, and at that moment, each individual was equipped with a rifle, likely retrieved from some clandestine armory of their own. The captain settled down to document his nautical log, which commenced thus. Captain Alexander Smollett, ship's Dr. David Livesey, crewman Abraham Gray, shipowner John Trelawney, and the owner's attendants, John Hunter and Richard Joyce, both of whom had never been to sea. These were the loyal members aboard, provisioned for a meager 10 days, who disembarked today, raising the British flag above the fort on Treasure Island. Another of the owner's attendants, Tom Redruth, who had also never sailed, was shot dead by the mutineers, and the ship's steward, Jim Hawkins. At this moment, I too found myself troubled by the fate of the unfortunate Jim Hawkins. A voice called to us from the direction of the land. Someone was greeting us. Hunter, on watch, exclaimed. Doctor, Squire, Captain. Hello. Hunter, is that you? The person shouted. I rushed to the door and beheld Jim Hawkins, fit and well, climbing in from beyond the fence. Chapter 19. The narrative of Jim Hawkins. Stationed in the fort upon sighting the British flag, Ben Gunn immediately halted, grasping my arm and sinking to the ground. Well, he declared, your friends are right there, no doubt. I feel they resemble mutineers more, I replied. Oh, come now. He proclaimed loudly that in such a place, only pirates would venture. If it were Silver, he would undoubtedly hoist the Jolly Roger, without a doubt. Your companions are over there, and they have already engaged in battle. In my opinion, your friends have performed admirably. They have made landfall and seized the wooden fort constructed many years ago by Captain Flint. Captain Flint was indeed a man of intellect. Aside from rum, no one could rival him, and he never feared anyone. No, only Silver. Silver, on the other hand, is a gentleman. Oh, I remarked, perhaps that is so. I sincerely hope so. However, I must hasten to reunite with my friends. Wait a moment, mate, Ben Gunn interjected. Do not be so hasty. If I am not mistaken, you are a decent lad, but you are still merely a child. I, Ben Gunn, am no fool. Even with rum, I would not accompany you there. Needless to say, without rum, I would certainly not go. I must first meet this true gentleman you speak of, and he must personally assure me. Do not forget my words. Meeting in person is of utmost importance. Once you have met, it becomes easier to bear one's heart, and then you can pinch him. As he spoke, he pinched me a 3rd time, with the same earnestness as before. If there is a need for Ben Gunn, you know where to find me, Jim. I shall be where you discovered me today. Those who come to seek me must carry something white and come alone. You must say, Ben Gunn has his reasons. Oh, I said, I believe I grasp your meaning now. You wish to meet with the gentleman or the doctor, as you have certain conditions to propose. You can find me at the spot where I encountered you earlier. Is that all? When shall we convene? You have not yet specified, he added. How about from noon until the clock tolls 6? Very well, I replied. May I take my leave now? You shan't forget. Will you? He said anxiously. You must convey, it is crucial that we meet, and he has his reasons. He has his reasons. This phrase is particularly pivotal. Speak of it to him in private. Well, He continued. He still holds me fast. I think you may depart now, Jim. Furthermore, Jim, should you encounter Silver, do you suppose you would betray Bingon? If a few wild horses were to drag you away, would you do such a thing? Absolutely not. If those pirates were to set foot ashore, Jim, I shall ensure their wives become widows by dawn. Do you comprehend? His words were abruptly interrupted by a resounding boom. As a cannonball tore through the jungle and embedded itself in the earth, less than 100 yards from where we stood conversing, we both hastily took flight, darting in opposite directions. For the next full hour, the relentless artillery thundered, shaking the small island to its core, as shells continuously rained down upon the foliage. I evaded and dodged incessantly, yet those terrifying projectiles seemed to pursue me relentlessly. As the cannon fire gradually subsided, I remained hesitant to venture toward the wooden fort, for that area was particularly favored by the artillery. Eventually, I mustered some courage and took a wide detour to the east, then stealthily navigated through the thickets along the shoreline in the direction of the fort. The sun had just dipped below the horizon. A gentle sea breeze caressed the air, and the undulating forest mirrored the gray surface of the anchorage, where waves rippled in layers. The tide had receded significantly, revealing vast expanses of exposed beach. The heat of the day had dissipated, replaced by a chill that pierced through my coat. I followed the edge of the jungle until I reached the rear of the wooden fort, towards the landward side, where I was warmly welcomed by my loyal companions. I shared a few brief words about my experiences on the shore before I began to survey my surroundings. The cabin's roof, walls, and floor were constructed from unpeeled pine logs, with several sections of the floor elevated by 1 foot to 1.5 feet above the sandy ground. There was a porch at the entrance, beneath which a small spring emerged, flowing into an oddly shaped artificial water reservoir, essentially a large iron pot from a ship, its bottom removed, which the captain referred to as sunk in the sand. Inside the cabin was merely a spacious room, devoid of any furnishings, save for a stone slab that served as a hearth in one corner and a rusty old iron basket intended for holding charcoal. The small hillside and the trees within the confines of the fence have been felled to construct this wooden cabin. From the stumps that remain, one can envision the grandeur and lushness of the forest that once thrived here, following the extensive deforestation. Much of the soil has been washed away by rain or buried beneath shifting sands. Only in the areas where spring water seeps from the pond does a rich carpet of moss, ferns, and low-lying creeping shrubs manage to thrive, presenting a verdant contrast against the sandy ground. The trees near the fence still stand tall and dense, as it is said that their proximity to the forest is detrimental to defense. On the landward side, there are solely cedar trees, while the coastal side is interspersed with numerous evergreen oaks. The chilling wind that I previously mentioned sweeps through the crude wooden cabin, whistling through every crevice. Fine sand is blown about, cascading like rain, infiltrating our eyes, our teeth, and our evening meal, even swirling within the spring water that bubbles from the base of the pot. The world resembles a pot of porridge on the verge of boiling. Our chimney consists merely of a square aperture in the roof, allowing only a small amount of smoke to escape, while the majority swirls within the cabin, choking us and causing tears to flow. Furthermore, Gray, the newcomer, bears bandages on his face, having sustained a wound during his break with the insurgents. The unfortunate old Tom Redloose has yet to be buried. His rigid body lies against the wall, draped with the Union Jack. Should we become complacent and sit idly? One by one we would surely succumb to despondency. However, Captain Smollett would not permit such an occurrence. He summoned us all before him, dividing us into 2 groups to take turns on watch. Doctor, Gray, and I formed one group, while the Squire, Hunter, and Joyce made up the other. Although we were utterly exhausted, he still assigned 2 men to chop wood, while another 2 were tasked with digging a grave to inter Redruth. The doctor was designated as the cook, and I was stationed at the door on guard duty, while the captain patrolled each post, encouraging us and lending a hand wherever necessary. That Captain Smollett, on one occasion, remarked that he was far more capable than I, Jim, asserting his superior abilities. On another occasion, he approached me, fell silent for a moment, and then, tilting his head, scrutinized me. "Is that Bingun a man?" he inquired. "I cannot say, sir." I replied, "I am unsure of his mental clarity." "Well, Jim," he said, "now you understand the significance of palatable sustenance to a person. Have you seen my snuff box?" "You have, but you have never witnessed me using it, for it contains a piece of Parmesan cheese, a highly nutritious delicacy from Italy." "Well, that cheese belongs to Bingun. It seems they too have been racking their brains with so little food. By the time our ship arrives, we might very well have surrendered to hunger. However, They unanimously agreed to place their hopes on eliminating those pirates, compelling them to lower their Jolly Roger or allow them to escape aboard the Hispaniola. Of the 19 mutineers, only 15 remained, with 2 injured. One of them was struck near the cannon and, although still alive, was grievously wounded. Each encounter with them necessitated careful preservation of our own strength. Fortunately, we had 2 formidable allies, rum and the weather. Speaking of rum, despite being half a mile apart in the dead of night, we could still hear their raucous singing. As for the weather, the doctor wagered with his wig that the mutineers, having spent the night in the marshes without medical supplies, would suffer sickness within a week, with at least half of them succumbing. This was the first ship I had lost, Captain Smollett lamented. It is easy to imagine how utterly exhausted I was. When I lay down, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, yet once I did fall asleep, I resembled a lifeless log. When I was awakened by a cacophony of noise and voices, the others had already risen and eaten breakfast, and the woodpile had grown nearly half again as tall as the day before. A white flag, I heard someone say, followed by a gasp of astonishment. Silver himself has come. At this revelation, I sprang to my feet, rubbed my eyes, and dashed toward a gunport in the wall. Chapter 20. The captain's confrontation with Silver. Indeed, outside the barriers stood 2 figures, one waving a white cloth, while the other remained calmly at his side, none other than Silver himself. The dawn was still early, and since my departure to sea, this morning was perhaps the coldest I had ever experienced, the chill almost penetrating my very marrow. The sky was clear, devoid of any clouds, and the sunlight cast a roseate glow upon the treetops. However, Silver and his lieutenant stood amidst the knee-deep white mist, their location still shrouded in shadow. This white vapor had risen from the marshlands during the night. The frigid air mingled with the fog, rendering the island's atmosphere rather inhospitable. Evidently, the dampness here was conducive to the onset of fevers, posing a significant threat to one's health. Lads, stay indoors and do not venture out, the captain warned. This is most likely a trap. He then shouted towards the 2 figures beyond the fence. Who goes there? Halt, or I shall fire. We come to negotiate with you, Silver shouted back. The captain cautiously shielded himself in the porch, wary of an ambush. He turned to us and commanded, the Dr. S group, take your positions. Dr. Livesey, you shall guard the north, Jim, the east, Gray, the west. The other group would assist in loading the firearms. Lads, stay alert. Exercise utmost caution. He then turned back towards the 2 traders. What do you intend with that white flag? The captain bellowed. Sir, Captain Silver has come to negotiate with you, he proclaimed loudly. Captain Silver? I do not know him. Who is he? The captain demanded. We heard him muttering to himself, so he is a captain now. Is he? Well then, promoted. Is he? Tall John then interjected. It's me. Sir, after your departure from the ship, those unfortunate souls elected me as captain. He emphasized the words abandoned ship, and as long as an agreement can be reached, we are willing to obey orders and will not obstruct in any way. Captain Smollett, I implore you to ensure my safe exit from the fort, and that no shots are fired until I am well beyond the range. Mate, Captain Smollett replied, I have no desire to waste words with you. If you have something to say, then speak plainly. There shall be no other options. If you intend to play any tricks, it is you who will suffer. Even heaven itself cannot assist you. That is sufficient, Captain, exclaimed the tall John, filled with joy. Your word alone is enough. I know what it means to be an honorable man, rest assured. We observed the individual waving a white flag attempting to halt Silver. His concerns seemed reasonable, as the captain's earlier words were laden with the scent of gunpowder. However, Silver merely laughed heartily, patting the man on the back as though his apprehensions were utterly absurd. Subsequently, Silver approached the fence, tossing his cane over first, then lifting a leg with determination, vaulting over the barrier with grace and landing steadily within. I must confess, the spectacle before me utterly captivated my attention. I momentarily forgot my post, even abandoning my watch at the eastern gun port to stealthily slip behind the captain. At this juncture, the captain sat upon the threshold, elbows resting on his knees, hands cradling his chin, eyes fixated on the spring water flowing from an old iron pot onto the sandy ground, whistling a tune, the melody of Come On. The young men and women exerted tremendous effort to ascend the steep hill, which was cluttered with stumps and rendered treacherous by the soft sand. He, along with his cane, felt utterly helpless, akin to a ship struggling to turn into the wind. Yet, he persevered silently, embodying the spirit of a true man. At last, he approached the captain and, with remarkable grace, offered a salute. He had meticulously groomed himself, donning a splendid blue coat that reached his knees, adorned with numerous brass buttons. And atop his head rested a finely crafted hat embellished with lace. "Welcome, my friend," the captain lifted his gaze and remarked. "It would be wise for you to take a seat. Are you not inviting me inside, Captain?" muttered Tall John. "It is rather chilly this morning, sir. And sitting on this sandy ground will leave me quite frozen." "Humph," the captain retorted. "If you had chosen to behave yourself, you could be comfortably seated in the ship's kitchen right now. This predicament is of your own making. You could either enjoy the privileges of being my cook aboard this vessel or remain as the despicable traitor, Silver, awaiting your fate on the gallows." Very well, very well, Captain," the cook conceded, settling himself on the sand per the captain's command. "However, when I rise again, I hope you will lend me a hand. This place is rather pleasant, indeed." "Ah, it's Jim. Good morning to you, Jim. Doctor, at your service." "To be honest, the sight of you all gathered together resembles a cheerful family. Speak your mind if you have something to say, Captain, is that so?" Captain Smollett remarked, striving to maintain his composure. "Oh, you do?" the Tall John interjected. "There is no need for such arrogance. It serves no purpose. Trust me on this. Speak plainly." "We demand that map. Personally, I have no desire to harm you. Your tricks hold no sway over me." The captain interrupted Silver. "We are well aware of your ulterior motives. They do not concern us. You know full well that you shall not obtain it." The captain cast a cold glance at him while filling his pipe with tobacco. If Abraham Gray were to suddenly blurt something out, silence. Captain Smollett exclaimed, "Gray has revealed nothing to me, nor have I inquired of him. I would gladly witness you, him, and the entire island vanish beneath the waves, descending into the depths of hell." "That is precisely how I feel, my friend." Upon the captain's outburst, Silver regained his composure. He had been somewhat irked moments ago, but now returned to reason. "Perhaps," he conceded, "given the circumstances, do as you will. I shall comply." Noticing the captain preparing to smoke, he added, "I would also like to partake, if I may." Silver filled his pipe with tobacco and lit it. The two men sat in silence, smoking for quite some time. They occasionally glanced at each other's faces, removed their pipes from their lips, and bent down to spit on the ground. Their demeanor resembled that of actors on a stage. "Very well," Silver declared. "Here is the arrangement. Surrender the map, and we shall seek the treasure ourselves. There is no need for you to fire upon those unfortunate sailors or to bash their heads while they slumber. Should you comply, I shall grant you a choice. Once the treasure is secured aboard the ship, you may join us. I give you my solemn word that I will ensure you reach safety on solid ground at some point. However, if you choose to refuse, my associates may become rather unruly, harboring resentment for your distrust. Alternatively, you may remain on this island, and I will provide you with rations according to your numbers. I assure you once again that I will inform the first ship I encounter to come and assist you. Now, the decision rests with you. There is no greater bargain to be had than this." He raised his voice, ensuring all within the cabin could comprehend his words. They were not solely directed at the captain, but meant for everyone present. Captain Smollett rose, tapping the ash from his pipe into his left palm. "Have you finished?" he inquired. Silver's visage was animated, his eyes bulging with indignation as if they might burst from their sockets. He shook the burning tobacco from his pipe. "Pull me up," he shouted. "Who will lend me a hand?" he bellowed. Not a single one among us stirred. He roared with the most vulgar curses, crawling through the sand until he grasped the porch, using his cane to rise to his feet. Then, he spat into the spring. "Very well," he shouted. "I shall regard you as this spit. In less than an hour, I will smash your wooden cabin to pieces like a rum barrel. Laugh if you will. Within the hour, I shall send you to hell to laugh, and I will make your lives a living torment." After uttering another vicious curse, he staggered across the sand. The fellow with the white flag supported him, and after several attempts, he finally climbed over the fence. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the jungle. Chapter 21. The fierce battle. Silver had just plunged into the jungle, keeping a keen eye on his captain, who immediately turned around to glance at the cabin. Upon noticing that apart from Gray, the others had abandoned their posts, the captain's anger flared, a sight we had never witnessed before. He regarded us in silence for a moment before speaking. "Lads, I just gave Silver a taste of my authority," deliberately provoking his rage. From his tone, it seems that within the hour, we shall be overwhelmed. It is clear that we are at a numerical disadvantage. However, we have the fort as our shield. Just a minute ago, I asserted that our victory hinges upon strict discipline. As long as we possess determination, it is they who shall be overwhelmed. He then proceeded to survey and inspect the area repeatedly until he deemed everything ready. The narrow wooden cabin features 2 gun ports on each of its 2 side walls. with an additional 2 on the southern wall where the porch is located, and 5 on the northern wall. We are a party of 7, armed with a total of 20 rifles. Firewood is neatly stacked into 4 piles, which could also be described as 4 tables, each positioned approximately in the center of the respective walls. Each table is adorned with ammunition and 4 rifles, already loaded, for the defender's convenience. Inside the cabin, a row of curved blades is aligned. Move the stove outside. The captain instructed. The chill has dissipated. We must not allow the smoke to obscure our vision. Mr. Trelawney personally carried the stove out and extinguished the fire with sand. Hawkins had yet to partake in breakfast. Hawkins, why don't you take some provisions to your post? Captain Smollett added, now, lads, let us rally our spirits. One must first fill their bellies before a skirmish. Hunter, serve each of us a measure of brandy. As we indulged in our meal, the captain was already formulating a defense strategy in his mind. Doctor, you shall guard this door, he commanded. Remain concealed within the cabin and shoot outward through the porch without exposing yourself. Hunter, you will secure the eastern flank. Joyce, my good companion, you are to oversee the west. Mr. Trelawney, your marksmanship is unmatched. You and Gray shall defend the lengthy northern side, which bears 5 gun ports and is the most perilous. Should the mutineers charge and return fire through our gun ports, we would surely be riddled to pieces. Hawkins, you and I, our marksmanship leaves much to be desired. Thus, we shall stand to the side, loading their firearms and offering assistance as needed. As the captain remarked, the chill has dissipated. Once the sun ascends the treetops, it unleashes its might upon the clearing within the woods, swiftly evaporating the moisture from the ground. Before long, the sand becomes searingly hot, and even the timber intended for constructing the cabin begins to exude its resin. Our coats and jackets are cast aside, each individual with their shirt collars unbuttoned and sleeves rolled up to the shoulders. Each of us clings to our posts, a mix of anxiety and agitation surging through us, akin to a feverish state. An hour has elapsed. Damn it, the captain exclaims, it is truly unbearable, akin to being ensnared in the doldrums of the equator. Gray, why not whistle to summon a breeze? At that moment, we suddenly discerned signs that the assault was imminent. Excuse me, sir, Joyce inquired, if I see someone approaching. May I fire? Certainly. I have already informed you of that, the captain bellowed. Following that, silence enveloped us, yet the captain's words heightened our tension. Each person strained their ears and widened their eyes. The defenders steadied their firearms, while the captain pressed his lips together tightly. His brow furrowed as he stood within the cabin. Moments later, without warning, Joyce discharged a shot. The gunfire reverberated, and outside the fence erupted a cacophony of gunfire. Bullets soaring towards the cabin from all directions like a flock of wild geese. A few bullets struck the cabin, yet none penetrated within. When the smoke of battle finally dissipated, the fence and the surrounding jungle appeared as desolate and silent as before. The branches remained still, and no weapons glimmered in the sunlight as the rebels concealed themselves adeptly. Did you hit the man you saw? The captain inquired. It is indeed a relief to speak the truth, Captain Smollett muttered. Hawkins, load his gun. Doctor, how many rebels do you see on your side? I can see clearly. Dr. Livesey replied. I fired 3 shots, and I observed 3 flashes of light. 2 were quite close, and 1 was further away, to the west. 3. The captain echoed. Mr. Trelawney, how many do you have? We had little time for contemplation. Suddenly, with a rush, a small group of pirates leaped from the northern thicket, charging toward the wooden fort. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted anew from the jungle, and a bullet whizzed through the porch, shattering the doctor's rifle. The rebels scrambled up the fence like monkeys, while the squire and Gray fired in quick succession, bringing down 3 pirates. 1 tumbled forward into the enclosure, while the other 2 fell back outside. However, among the 2 that fell outside, 1 was more frightened than injured, for he quickly regained his footing and dashed into the forest, disappearing from sight. 2 were dead, 1 had fled, and 4 others had breached our defenses. In the forest, there were still 7 or 8 rebel bandits, each armed with several rifles, futilely firing at the wooden cabin, merely wasting ammunition. 4 of these rebels, having scaled the fence, charged directly towards the cabin, shouting as they ran, their comrades in the woods echoing their battle cries. In our panic, we fired a few shots, yet none found their mark. In an instant, the 4 rebels had surged up the hillside, launching themselves at us. The head of the boatswain, Job Anderson, appeared in the central gun port. Charge! All together! Forward! His voice thundered. At that moment, another pirate seized Hunter's rifle. After a struggle, the pirate wrenched the weapon from the gun port, leaving the unfortunate hunter knocked unconscious, sprawled on the ground. Simultaneously, a third pirate circled the wooden cabin, managing to evade harm, and suddenly appeared at the door, brandishing a curved knife aimed at the doctor. The situation took a dire turn. Just moments ago, we had the cabin's shelter, firing upon the exposed enemy. Now, we had lost our cover and were rendered powerless to retaliate. The cabin was filled with acrid smoke, which, ironically, provided us with a semblance of safety. The cacophony of shouts, gunfire, and pained moans filled my ears. "Charge out. Men, charge out. Engage them outside. Grab your cutlasses." The captain commanded. "Run around the cabin. Men, run around the cabin," he shouted. Amidst this chaos, I sensed a shift in the captain's tone. I mechanically obeyed the captain's command, brandishing my curved sword as I navigated around the corner of the building, only to confront Anderson head-on. He bellowed ferociously, raising his blade high above his head and bringing it down toward me. His weapon gleamed with a cold light under the sun. There was no time for fear. In that fleeting moment as his sword was about to descend, I sprang aside, stumbling and falling onto the soft sand, rolling headfirst down the slope. As I burst through the door, the insurgents in the jungle had surged to the fence, intent on annihilating us. Among them was a rebel, donning a red nightcap, who clutched a knife between his teeth as he climbed over the barrier, one leg already straddling it. Everything transpired so swiftly. As I regained my footing after tumbling down the hill, the other insurgents had also scaled the fence, while the man in the red nightcap remained perched atop, and another rebel's head just emerged over the top of the fence. At that moment, the battle concluded, and we emerged victorious. Yet, no one paid heed to what the doctor was saying, nor did anyone fire a shot. Ultimately, the last rebel escaped, vanishing into the jungle with the others. In an instant, the insurgents left behind nothing but 5 lifeless bodies, 4 within the fence and 1 outside. By this time, the smoke inside the cabin had begun to clear, and we could discern the cost of our triumph. Hant lay beside the gun port, unconscious. Joyce had fallen next to the very gun port he was guarding, a bullet having pierced through his skull, ensuring he would never move again. In the center of the cabin, the squire supported the captain, both of their faces as pale as death. The captain had been wounded. Mr. Trelawney inquired, "Have the rebels already fled?" The captain exclaimed, "5. Splendid. 5 against 3. Leaving us 4 to confront their 9. This is a far more favorable situation than when we commenced, when we faced a dire 7 to 19. At least, that was our belief back then. The circumstances were indeed grim. In reality, the rebels numbered only 8 at that time. On the deck of the grand vessel, the individual struck by Mr. Trelawney perished that very night. However, we were unaware of this until later. Chapter 22, My Adventures at Sea. Speaking of the captain, he was gravely injured but not in mortal peril, as none of his vital organs sustained fatal damage. The captain's first wound was inflicted by Anderson, a bullet penetrating his scapula and grazing his lung, though the situation was not overly critical. The second bullet merely inflicted a tear and displacement of the muscles in his calf. The physician assured that the captain's injuries would heal, albeit requiring time, approximately several weeks. During his recovery, he would be unable to walk, one arm would remain immobile, and he must speak as little as possible. After lunch, the gentleman and the doctor sat beside the captain, engaging in earnest discourse until well past noon. Shortly thereafter, the doctor donned his hat and pistol, fastened his cutlass, tucked away the blueprints into his pocket, and slung a rifle over his shoulder before vaulting over the northern fence and dashing into the jungle. "Oh dear. My lord of the dragons," he exclaimed, "has Dr. Leviathan lost his mind?" "Oh, certainly not," I replied, in my estimation. "The doctor is the least likely among us to succumb to madness." "Buddy," Gray remarked, "he may not be insane, mark my words, if he is not deranged. Then it is I who have lost my mind." In retrospect, I suppose my conjecture was not unfounded. At that moment, the cabin was stiflingly hot, and the small patch of sand within the confines of the fence was scorched by the midday sun. A peculiar thought began to take shape in my mind, one that felt decidedly unsettling. I found myself envious of the doctor, who strolled leisurely in the cool shade of the trees, with little birds flitting about and the refreshing scent of pine wafting through the air. Meanwhile, I was confined to this oven-like cabin, suffering in silence, my clothes sticky with hot resin, surrounded by bloodstains, and the lifeless bodies strewn carelessly around me. This dreadful place filled me with equal parts fear and loathing. I spent my time scrubbing the bloodstains from the cabin and washing the dishes used for lunch. The more I cleaned, the stronger my conflicting emotions of disgust and envy became. Eventually, I approached the bread bag, and as chance would have it, no one was paying attention to me. Seizing the opportunity, I filled the pockets of my coat with biscuits, marking the first step towards my escape. You might consider me foolish. Indeed, I was reckless and audacious. Yet, I had resolved firmly within myself, vowing to proceed with utmost caution. Should any misfortune befall me, at least these biscuits would stave off hunger the following day. Next, I took 2 handguns, along with the hoard of gunpowder and ammunition I already possessed, feeling adequately armed for the journey ahead. In terms of the plan that occupies my mind, it is, in itself, devoid of any flaws. I intend to first venture to Sandpoint, the location that separates the anchorage from the sea to the east, and then seek out the white stone I discovered the previous evening, in hopes of uncovering whether Ben Gunn's small boat is concealed there. To this day, I remain convinced that this endeavor is worthwhile. However, I am acutely aware that the captain and his men would never permit me to leave the fort. Thus my only recourse is to stealthily slip away when the opportunity arises. My actions were so inappropriate that they muddled the entire affair. Yet, I was merely a child, resolute in my determination. At last, I seized a rare opportunity. The squire and Gray were preoccupied with assisting the captain in binding up wounds, and my escape plan faced no hindrance. I hastily took flight, vaulting over the fence and plunging into the dense thicket. By the time my companions realized my absence and began calling for me, I had already fled far beyond their reach, my ears deaf to their cries. This marked my second folly, one far more outrageous than the first. With my departure, only 2 uninjured sentinels remained to guard the fort. Yet, much like the first instance, this too ultimately salvaged us all. I made my way directly towards the eastern coast of the island, resolute in my decision to traverse along the seaside of Sandpoint to evade detection by the mutineers in the anchorage. At that moment, dusk was approaching. The sun remained fierce, and the heat was oppressive. I navigated through the towering trees, with the distant roar of waves crashing against the shore resonating ahead, while the branches in the forest rustled, revealing that the sea breeze was blowing with greater intensity than usual. Soon, a refreshing breeze blew towards me, prompting me to hasten forward a few steps until I reached the open expanse at the edge of the jungle. Before me lay the vast, azure sea, shimmering with undulating waves that crashed against the shore. I had never witnessed the waters surrounding Treasure Island so tranquil, even beneath the blazing sun. When the cerulean surface appeared calm, the towering waves relentlessly surged along the coast, roaring like thunder day and night. I believe there was no place on this island where one could escape that cacophonous sound. As I strolled along the beach, a sense of delight filled my heart. Estimating that I had ventured far enough to the south, I sought refuge behind a thicket of lush bushes and cautiously ascended to a higher point of sand. Behind me lay the ocean, while ahead was the anchorage. The sea breeze, brisk and fleeting, had now ceased, replaced by a gentle airflow that occasionally drifted from the east or southeast, carrying with it thick blankets of mist. The anchorage, situated in the leeward shadow of Skull Island, remained peaceful and somber, unchanged from the scene we had encountered upon our arrival. The Hispaniola rested upon the mirror-like surface of the water, her silhouette distinctly reflected from the mast to the waterline, with the Jolly Roger fluttering atop the mast. Beside the grand vessel was a small boat, where Silver, reduced to ashes, sat at the stern. 2 others leaned over the aft rail of the ship, one of whom wore a red nightcap, a man I had seen just a few hours earlier, at that time straddling the fence. It was evident that they were engaged in merriment, their laughter echoing across the distance of more than a mile. Even though I could not discern the specifics of their conversation, suddenly, a chilling and eerie scream pierced the air, startling me momentarily. However, I quickly recalled that it belonged to Captain Flint. I fancied I could envision the resplendent feathered bird perched upon its master's wrist. Before long, a small boat glided towards the shore. The fellow in the red nightcap, accompanied by his companion, descended from the cabin. At that moment, the sun sank behind Telescope Hill, and mist began to coalesce, casting a palpable gloom over the landscape. I understood that to locate Ben Gunn's small vessel before nightfall, I could afford no further delay. The striking white rock, prominent above the thicket, stood at the end of Sandpoint, approximately 1/8 of a mile from my position. Navigating through the underbrush, I often resorted to crawling, which consumed considerable time. By the time my hand brushed against the rough stone wall, dusk was nearly upon me. Beneath the white stone lay a small depression, lush with green grass, obscured by sand mounds and thick, knee-high vegetation. At the center of the hollow, there stood indeed a small tent fashioned from goat skin, remarkably akin to those carried by gypsies in England. I leaped into the hollow and lifted a corner of the tent, revealing Ben Gunn's handcrafted small boat within. Each item was meticulously crafted, The frame of the boat was constructed from rugged, uneven hardwood, covered with a goat skin that bore its fur inward. The small boat, even with my presence within it, feels exceedingly diminutive. It is difficult to fathom how an adult could possibly remain buoyant inside. The vessel features an almost depressingly low seatboard, a structure akin to a thwart at the bow, and a pair of oars. Until this moment, I had never laid eyes upon a boat crafted by the ancient Britons. Yet now I beheld one, which I would describe as perhaps the most primitive and rudimentary of all human-made vessels. Such a description should provide you with a vivid impression of Ben Gunn's little boat. Nonetheless, this tiny craft possesses a singular virtue. It is remarkably lightweight and easily portable. Having discovered Ben Gunn's boat, you might assume that my mischief had reached its conclusion. However, an exhilarating thought suddenly struck me, compelling me to pursue it with fervor. I was convinced that even Captain Smollett himself could not deter me. I intended to take advantage of the cover of night to set forth in the small boat, severing the anchor cable of the Hispaniola, allowing her to drift wherever fate may take her. I was quite certain that the mutineers, having been thoroughly beaten that morning, would be eager to venture out to sea. I thought how splendid it would be to ensnare them, preventing their escape, observing that they had abandoned their lookout, leaving behind even a single small boat. I felt increasingly assured that this scheme bore minimal risk. I settled down, waiting for the night to fully descend. While I indulged in some biscuits, that night presented a rare opportunity for my plans. A thick fog enveloped everything around, and the last glimmer of light grew fainter until it vanished entirely, plunging Treasure Island into a profound darkness. As I hoisted the small boat and stumbled my way out of the hollow, only two faint lights illuminated the anchorage. One was the campfire on the shore, where the defeated pirates gathered, drinking and reveling beside the marsh. The other was a dim glow, barely perceptible in the darkness, emanating from where the grand ship lay anchored. The vessel had turned with the ebbing tide, now presenting its bow to me. The sole source of illumination aboard was from the cabin, casting a strong beam through the stern windows, creating a projection on the thick fog. Chapter 23. Approaching the Hispaniola before embarking on the sea in Ben Gunn's small boat. It was imperative for me to test the waters. This vessel, suitable for someone of my stature and weight, was both nimble and agile upon the waves. Yet, it had a peculiar tendency to disobey commands, veering to one side. Regardless of how I paddled, it consistently strayed off course, excelling in spinning about. Even Ben Gunn himself conceded that without understanding its temperament, one could not hope to maneuver it effectively. Indeed, I had yet to fathom the quirks of this small craft, which twisted and turned, refusing to head in the direction I desired. Most of the time, the bow faced forward, and were it not for the assistance of the tide, I was certain I would never reach the grand ship. Fortunately, it mattered little how I paddled. The tide relentlessly propelled the boat downstream, and the Hispaniola lay conveniently anchored just downstream, making it nearly impossible to miss. At the outset, the grand vessel appeared before me as nothing more than a pitch-black mass, darker than the night itself. As I drew closer, its mast and hull gradually revealed their rough contours. The further I advanced, the more the ebbing tide hastened, and my small boat approached the anchor cable of the Hispaniola. I seized it with a firm grip. The anchor cable was taut, akin to a bowstring, while the water surged violently, straining to pull the anchor upwards. In the darkness, the swirling tide, frothing like a mountain torrent, enveloped the ship with a cacophony of sound. If I were to sever the anchor cable with my sailor's knife, the Hispaniola would be violently swept away by the tide. Thus far, all had proceeded smoothly. Yet, a sudden realization struck me. If I recklessly cut the taut cable, the great ship would surge forth like a wild stallion, and it was highly likely that my small boat and I would be thrown aside. With that thought, I hastily withdrew my hand. Were it not for the fortuitous favor of fortune, I would likely have to abandon my endeavor. After dusk, the gentle breeze shifted from the southeast and south to a southwest wind, just as I found myself at an impasse. A gust of wind propelled the Hispaniola in the direction of the current, and I felt the anchor cable suddenly slacken in my grasp, my hand plunging into the water. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me. Resolutely, I drew forth my sailor's folding knife, using my teeth to pry it open, and began to sever the cable in strands, until only two remained. At that moment, I paused, waiting for the next gust of wind to loosen the cable further before finally severing the last two strands. From the moment I grasped the anchor cable, I was aware of a quarrel unfolding within the ship's cabin. To be honest, I was preoccupied with other thoughts at the time and paid little attention to the specifics of their dispute. Now, with a lull in my activities, I redirected my focus towards them. I discerned that one of the voices belonged to the helmsman, Israel Hans, the former gunner of Captain Flint. The other, adorned with a red nightcap, was an old acquaintance of mine. It was evident that both had indulged excessively in drink and were continuing to imbibe. While I listened in surreptitiously, one of them, slurring his words, bellowed loudly and flung open the rear cabin window, discarding what I presumed to be an empty bottle. Their intoxication was accompanied by a tempestuous rage, and their exchanges were akin to hailstones ricocheting back and forth. At times, their tempers flared to such an extent that I anticipated physical confrontation. Yet, each bout of hostility would eventually subside into murmurs, only to escalate once more into bickering, creating a cyclical pattern devoid of resolution. Through the gaps in the shoreline foliage, I caught sight of a large bonfire blazing brightly on the shore, its flickering light casting shadows. Someone was singing a monotonous old sailor's song, each line delivered with a deep, tremulous tone, suggesting that with enough patience, the song could continue indefinitely. During my voyage, I have listened to this song more than once, and I recall the lyrics. 75 men set sail. This melody evokes an indescribable sadness, perfectly suited for those fellows, as the morning battle inflicted upon them severe losses. From what I observed, all these pirates were as cold-blooded as the sea they navigated. At last, the southwestern wind returned, and the great ship tilted in the darkness, drawing closer to me. I felt the anchor cable in my hand slacken once more, and with all my strength, I severed the remaining 2 ropes. This gust had little effect on the small boat, and I was almost immediately propelled towards the bow of the Hispaniola. Just then, the large vessel slowly turned, its bow and stern reversing through the swift current. I paddled desperately, fearing that my small craft would capsize at any moment. However, I found it impossible to maneuver away from the great ship, so I simply steered towards its stern. Ultimately, I managed to free myself from that perilous neighbor. As I made my final stroke, my hand brushed against a thin rope dangling from the stern of the grand ship, and I instinctively grasped it. I could not fully explain why I clutched that rope. Initially, it was merely instinctual, but once I felt its secure hold, curiosity took over, prompting me to peek through the cabin window. Clinging to the rope, I alternated my hands to climb upwards, and when I estimated I was high enough, I boldly leaned out, catching sight of the cabin's ceiling and a portion of the interior. At that moment, the grand ship and the small vessel glided swiftly across the surface of the water, our position aligning perfectly with the bonfire on the shore. In the words of a sailor, the ship had opened its mouth, splashing water as it crashed through the gentle waves. I glanced inside from the windowsill and immediately understood why the onlookers had failed to notice me. A mere glance sufficed, and I was standing on the unsteady little boat. Hans and his companion were locked in a fierce struggle, each grasping the other's throat with one hand. The endless song on the shore finally reached its conclusion, and several individuals by the bonfire had vanished, their voices rising in a familiar sailor's chant. 15 men on the dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. Drink and the devil had done for the rest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. I thought to myself, within the cabin of the Hispaniola, both rum and the devil were busily engaged. Suddenly, the small boat lurched, startling me, and it took a sharp turn as if veering off course, its speed abruptly increasing. I opened my eyes wide to find myself surrounded by gentle waves and twinkling phosphorescence, accompanied by a piercing sound. The Hispaniola seemed to sway unsteadily, while my small boat continued to spin a few yards behind it. I noticed the mast of the grand ship slightly trembling in the night, and with growing certainty, I observed that its course was shifting southward. I turned to glance back. The bonfire on the shore directly behind me, my heart pounding like a drum. The water made a sharp turn, propelling the towering ship and the jostling little boat in unison. The tide surged fiercely, the waves rose higher, and the roar grew louder as the water spiraled through the narrow strait, racing towards the vast ocean. Suddenly, the large vessel before me lurched violently, tilting approximately 20 degrees. Concurrently, I heard 2 shouts from the ship, one coming from the front and the other from the rear, followed by the heavy sound of footsteps ascending the gangway. I realized that the 2 drunken men had finally regained their senses, ceased their brawl, and recognized the impending disaster. I quickly lay flat on the uncomfortable bottom of the boat, surrendering to fate. The small craft was swept to the end of the strait, and I believed it was destined to be engulfed by the towering waves, bringing an end to all my worries. Though I did not fear death, I was unwilling to passively witness my misfortune unfold. I lay there for several hours, tossed relentlessly by the waves, occasionally drenched by the splashing water, always anticipating that the next massive wave would be my last. Gradually, exhaustion and numbness set in, and amidst moments of terror, I became drowsy and eventually fell asleep. On that small boat, tossed by the tumultuous sea, I dreamed of home and the old establishment of General Bonnet. Chapter 24. In pursuit of the Hispaniola. When I awoke, the sun had already risen, and I found myself still drifting at the southwestern tip of Treasure Island. The sun had ascended but was obscured behind the immense bulk of Telescope Hill, casting no light upon me yet. On this side of Telescope Hill, the cliffs plunged almost straight down into the ocean. Cape Fanshawe and Mast Mountain loomed closely before me. Mast Mountain stood stark and shadowy, while Cape Fanshawe was flanked by cliffs that ascended to heights of 40 to 50 feet, surrounded by large boulders that had tumbled down from the mountain. At that moment, I was less than a quarter of a mile from the shore, and my initial impulse was to row ashore. However, I quickly abandoned this notion. The waves relentlessly crashed against the fallen stones, producing a deafening roar and sending spray soaring into the air. I realized that if I recklessly attempted to land, even if I escaped being crushed by the unforgiving rocks, I would be unable to scale those steep cliffs. Later, I learned that they were sea lions and posed no threat. Yet, their formidable appearance, coupled with the rugged coastline and the tumultuous waves, rendered the landing point utterly repugnant to me. I would rather face starvation at sea than confront the perils that lay ashore. I recalled Silver once mentioning that the currents along the entire western coast of Treasure Island flowed northward, and given the circumstances, I was already under the influence of that current. I resolved to conserve my strength and not linger at Cape Fanshawe, instead steering towards the seemingly friendlier Jungle Cove in hopes of better fortune. A gentle southern breeze stirred the expansive sea, creating gentle ripples that harmonized with the northward current. And thus the two currents merged, allowing the waves to rise and fall serenely. Had it not been for this fortunate turn of events, I might have met an untimely end. Even under the prevailing conditions, it was nothing short of miraculous that my small, lightweight boat could remain so stable and at ease. Lying at the bottom of the small boat, I dared to peek at the edge of the vessel with just one eye. I witnessed the cerulean waves rise ominously close to my little craft, which bounced lightly to the side as if equipped with springs, gliding gracefully through the troughs like a delicate bird. After a while, emboldened by my surroundings, I attempted to sit up and gently paddle the water. However, any slight shift in my center of gravity dramatically altered the boat's trajectory. The moment I moved a limb, the boat abruptly transitioned from its buoyant glide and plunged down a steep wave that left me dizzy. The surf crashed against the bow, sending a spray of water flying. Before the vessel plunged into the side of another wave, fear began to grip me, yet my mind remained clear. First, I cautiously scooped the seawater out of the boat with my sailor's cap. Then, I fixed my gaze above the gunwale, pondering how the little boat navigated silently between the towering waves. I realized that the ocean swells bore a striking resemblance to the undulating hills on land, complete with peaks, valleys, and gentle slopes. Unlike the majestic, smooth, and gleaming mountains that appeared from the shore or the deck, the waves seemed to present a different reality. It became apparent that my boat weaved back and forth, specifically seeking out the lower points to avoid the steep slopes and the higher, crashing crests. Now, I resolved to remain in my original position to maintain balance. Yet, in the calmer sections of the sea, it was equally clear that I could extend my paddle toward the shore and make a few strokes. With resolute determination, I braced my elbow, adopting an awkward posture, occasionally adjusting the boat's direction towards the coast with gentle nudges. This endeavor was undeniably exhausting and time-consuming. However, my progress was appreciable. I navigated eastward for several hundred yards, drawing nearer to Jungle Point, though I harbored the suspicion that I might miss this landing site. I could even discern the lush green canopy swaying in the gentle breeze, and I was convinced that I could make landfall at the next cape. At that critical juncture, a parching thirst began to torment me. The blazing sun above, the myriad reflections dancing upon the sea surface, and the sun-baked salt forming upon my lips from the dried seawater conspired to leave my throat aflame with thirst, my head pounding as if it might split. Gazing longingly at the trees, so close yet so distant, my yearning was a torment to my soul. The swift current soon swept me away from that vicinity, leading me into an expanse of open water, and what I beheld altered my perceptions entirely. Less than half a mile directly ahead, I spotted the Hispaniola sailing forth. I was acutely aware of the possibility of capture, yet my desperation for water rendered me nearly oblivious to whether being apprehended would be a boon or bane. Before I could draw any conclusions, I was taken aback by the unfolding scene before me. These fools, I muttered to myself, they must still be as drunk as swine. I pondered how Captain Smollett had indeed misjudged these sailors. The current propelled both the small boat and the grand vessel southward with equal force. The great ship sailed erratically, akin to a frenzied creature, intermittently halting, and, when veering downwind, it would rest for prolonged periods. Even without retreating, it made no progress. If I had the audacity to rise and row, I would undoubtedly catch up with it. This audacious scheme ignited my spirit, particularly at the thought of the freshwater barrel before the hatch, which instantly invigorated my courage. I drew ever closer to the vessel, able to perceive the gleam of the brass helm swaying, yet the deck remained devoid of any human presence. It was difficult to ascertain, leaving me to speculate that they had abandoned ship. If not, they must be lying below, intoxicated and unresponsive. In that case, I would secure the door with planks, ensuring they could not emerge, and thus, the ship would fall under my dominion. For a spell, the grand vessel seemed to mock me, remaining stationary, only to veer consistently towards the south. Each time it drifted downwind, the sails would billow slightly, aligning itself once more with the wind. I have previously lamented how disheartening this was for me, as in such circumstances, it appeared full of vigor yet lacked direction. The sails crackled like cannon fire, and the blocks thundered across the deck. The swift current, coupled with the forceful wind, only served to distance it further from me. At last, an opportunity presented itself. The wind subsided for a few fleeting moments, allowing the Hispaniola to slowly pivot around its axis, ultimately aligning its stern towards me. The cabin windows remained ajar, and the oil lamp on the table burned bright even in the daylight. The mainsail hung limply like a banner, were it not for the current. It would not have stirred an inch. Just moments ago, I was engulfed in anxiety. Now, I exerted double the effort, rowing fervently in pursuit. As I approached the grand vessel, less than 100 yards away, the wind picked up once more, causing the ship to sail briskly to port. However, it soon came to a halt, akin to a swallow momentarily dipping before skimming the water's surface. Despair washed over me, only to be swiftly transformed into elation. The ship shifted its orientation, presenting its starboard side to me. The distance between us diminished to half, then 2/3, and finally 3/4. I could see the frothy white waves churning beneath its keel. From the vantage of my modest craft, the Hispaniola appeared as a behemoth. In that instant, a sense of foreboding struck me. I had no time for contemplation or self-preservation. Just as I found myself at the crest of a wave, the grand ship angled across another swell, and the foremost diagonal mast loomed above me. I leapt, plunging my small vessel into the water, grasping the triangular sails brace with one hand while placing a foot between the stays and the halyard. As I dangled in midair, gasping for breath, a resounding thud echoed from below. The great ship had already crushed my small boat. The path of retreat was severed, leaving me no choice but to remain aboard the Hispaniola. Chapter 25. Seizing the Hispaniola before I could firmly establish my footing on the foremast, the triangular sail billowed with a thunderous clap, filling with wind, and the ship commenced its brisk sailing once again. Due to the opposing direction, the vessel's keel trembled slightly. Subsequently, while the other sails remained unfurled, the triangular sail suddenly fell, flapping down with a sharp sound. My position is on the leeward side of the sailor's cabin, where the unfurled mainsail obstructs my view, revealing only a portion of the aft deck. There is not a soul in sight. Since the insurrection aboard the vessel, the deck has remained untouched, littered with footprints. An empty wine bottle, its neck broken, rolls between the scuppers as if animated. Suddenly, the Hispaniola turns into the wind, and the triangular sail behind me begins to flap vigorously, while the rudder joins in with a cacophony of sounds. The entire ship seems to lift precariously, quivering slightly, as the boom swings inward and the rigging creaks ominously. The leeward side of the aft deck comes into my view. Indeed, the two lookout men remain. One, adorned with a red nightcap, lies rigid like a stick, grinning with bared teeth, limbs outstretched as if nailed to a cross. Israel hands reclines against the bulwark, chin resting on his chest, hands sprawled across the deck, his brown visage devoid of color, resembling a wax candle. For a time, the ship rises and plunges like a wild stallion, veering side to side, the billowing sails shifting left and right, the yardarm oscillating forward and backward, while the mast emits a low groan. Waves occasionally crash over the gunwales, the sails colliding fiercely with the crests. This well-equipped vessel possesses far greater resilience against the tempest than that makeshift, lopsided little boat that has succumbed to the depths. With each jolt of the ship, the man in the red nightcap slides back and forth, yet his posture and toothy grin remain utterly unchanged. Similarly, with each jolt of the vessel, Hans's seated form slid downward slightly, his feet extending further away, his entire body tilting towards the stern of the ship. Gradually, his face slipped from my view, leaving only his ears and a disheveled beard visible, obscuring the rest of his features. Concurrently, I observed the deck surrounding the two of them was splattered with dark stains of blood. I surmised that after indulging in drink, they must have, in a fit of rage, taken each other's lives. The ship was enveloped in silence, and as I pondered this, the vessel suddenly ceased its motion. Israel Hans emitted a low grunt, slightly shifting his position to revert to the posture I had initially observed. He rested his chin upon his chest, emitting pained moans that stirred a sense of compassion within me. Yet, as soon as I recalled the conversation I had overheard in the apple barrel, all pity evaporated into thin air. Struggling, he managed to turn his weary gaze, too feeble to express even astonishment. A word gurgled from his lips, brandy. Realizing I could not delay any longer, I evaded the mast as I scanned the deck and slipped towards the rear, descending the staircase to the cabin. Upon entering the storage compartment, I discovered all the barrels were empty, with an astonishing number of discarded bottles strewn about. Since the onset of the rebellion, not a single insurgent had remained sober. After an extensive search, I finally located a bottle of brandy that had not yet been consumed, which I intended to take to Hans. Additionally, I gathered some biscuits, candied fruits, a generous handful of raisins, and a wedge of cheese for myself. I carried these items to the deck, placing them behind the top of the helm, just out of Hans's reach. Then, I approached the freshwater barrel and indulged in a refreshing drink. It was not until this moment that I handed the brandy to Hans. He gulped down at least a pint in one breath before removing the bottle from his lips. "Ah," he exclaimed, honestly. "I was just craving a few swigs of this damn stuff." I had already settled in a corner, devouring my share ravenously. "Are you badly hurt?" I inquired. He muttered something, more akin to a howl. If only the doctor were aboard, he lamented. A few doses of medicine and I would be right as rain. But alas, fortune has forsaken me. You see, I am in quite the predicament. That scoundrel could very well have perished. He gestured towards the fellow in the red nightcap, adding, "What sort of sailor is he, anyway? By the way, where do you hail from?" "Oh," I replied, "I have come to take command of this vessel. Mr. Hans, until further notice, you must regard me as the captain." He cast a sour glance in my direction, remaining silent. A hint of color returned to his cheeks. Though he still appeared rather listless, with every lurch of the ship, he would slouch further down. As I continued my admonition, I declared, "I shall not allow this flag to fly. Mr. Hans, I apologize, but I must lower it. Even flying nothing would be preferable to this wretched banner." Once more, I dodged the sailboom, hastened to the flag halyard, and brought down that cursed skull flag, casting it into the sea. "God save the king," I shouted. Waving my hat, "Captain Silver is finished." His eyes followed my every movement, his chin perpetually drooping towards his chest. "In my opinion," he said, "Captain Hawkins, you likely intend to bring the ship to shore, so let us deliberate." "Well, very well," I replied, all ears. "Mr. Hans, please proceed." I continued to indulge my appetite. Feeling quite voracious, I found merit in his words, and thus we struck a deal on the spot. 3 minutes later, I was effortlessly navigating the Hispaniola along the windswept coast of Treasure Island, confident that I could round the North Cape before noon, then sail against the wind and dock the ship in North Harbor before the tide rose, securing the vessel on the beach while we waited for the tide to recede before disembarking. With this thought, I secured the helm, descended to the cabin, opened my chest, and retrieved a soft silk handkerchief belonging to my mother. With my assistance, Hans used this handkerchief to bind a still bleeding wound on his leg. After consuming some food and taking a few sips of liquor, Hans's spirits visibly improved. He sat up straight, his voice grew louder, and his enunciation became clear. He appeared transformed from the man he had been moments before. The sea breeze aided us tremendously, and our ship skimmed across the water like a bird, swiftly passing the coastal hills, depressions, and sandbanks of the small island, where scattered clusters of stunted pines flashed by, presenting a kaleidoscope of scenery. Soon, we rounded the rocky promontory at the northern tip of the island. I felt empowered. This truly lifted my spirits. The sunny weather and the ever-changing sights along the shore invigorated me. Now, there was plenty of delicious food and drink to enjoy. The act of departure has tormented my conscience profoundly. Fortunately, I have accomplished a grand endeavor, which I believe has sufficiently atoned for my transgressions. It seems I have achieved a sense of moral fulfillment. However, the helmsman, Israel Hans, keeps a watchful eye on me wherever I tread upon the deck. An odd smile perpetually graces his face, one that embodies both suffering and resignation, a smile only a disgruntled elder would wear. Despite my flurry of activity, he continues to observe me with a furtive gaze, his expression rife with disdain and a hint of malicious intent. Chapter 26. Parleying with Israel. Han's fortune has favored us. The winds have shifted to the west. Without effort, we navigated the vessel from the northeastern corner of Treasure Island into the entrance of the North Port. As there was no anchor available on board, we had to wait until the tide rose sufficiently before daring to approach the shore. Time dragged on, and the helmsman, Israel Hans, instructed me on how to dock the ship. After numerous attempts, I finally managed to steady the vessel. Subsequently, we settled down to satisfy our hunger. Yet not a word was exchanged. At last, the captain spoke, his unsettling smile still plastered across his face. That old scoundrel, O'Brien, remains sprawled there. Might I trouble you to cast him into the sea? I am indifferent to matters of decorum. Ridding ourselves of such filth does not weigh on my conscience. However, it is hardly practical for him to lie there as mere decoration. Would you not agree? I lack the strength for such a task, and quite frankly, I despise such undertakings. I believe it best to leave him where he is, I replied. The Hispaniola is indeed a cursed ship. Jim blinked and then spoke. The atmosphere aboard this vessel is suffused with a palpable sense of foreboding. Since we set sail from Bristol, far too many sailors have met their untimely demise on the ship. I have never encountered such a cursed vessel. Never. Even O'Brien was not spared, was he? I may not possess much wisdom, but you are literate. Could you candidly tell me, once a person has passed away, do they remain eternally dead? Or is there a possibility of resurrection? Ah, he remarked, this is truly unfortunate. It appears that taking a life is nothing but a futile endeavor. However, in my view, the soul is not of great consequence. I shall inevitably confront it myself. Well then, Jim, your forthrightness is refreshing. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a bottle from the cabin? It is truly vexing. I cannot seem to recall its name. A bottle of wine, please. Jim, the brandy is too potent, and my head cannot bear it. The helmsman, Hans, exhibited a peculiar hesitance. As for his claim of preferring wine over brandy, I would not believe it for a moment. His fabricated tales were merely a ruse to divert me from the deck, this was evident, but I could not fathom his ulterior motives. He averted his gaze from mine, incessantly glancing around, first at the sky, then at the deceased O'Brien. He maintained a facade of insincere cheerfulness, nervously sticking out his tongue, so transparent in his ill intentions that even a child of 3 could perceive it. Nevertheless, I readily acquiesced. I am acutely aware of my advantages. Dealing with this fool, I can effortlessly conceal my suspicions until the very end. Do you desire some wine? I inquired. Excellent. Do you prefer white or red? Oh, I believe they are all rather similar. He replied, as long as it packs a punch and is drinkable, I'm indifferent. Either will suffice. Very well. I responded, I shall fetch it for you, though I must search diligently. With that, I hurried down the lift, deliberately making noise. Then slipped off my shoes to stealthily traverse the narrow passageway by the ship's column. I ascended the ladder to the sailors' quarters and peered cautiously out of the lift. Although I was aware he would not anticipate my presence there, I remained highly vigilant. Ultimately, my worst suspicions were confirmed. I had surmised that Eilier not only could move about freely, but also conceal the weapon. He had gone to great lengths to divert my attention, with the intent of eliminating me. What were his next plans? To crawl from the northern port across the small island to their camp by the marsh? Or perhaps signal Tall John for assistance? He might have other schemes in mind, of which I was unaware. One thing I was certain of was our mutual agreement regarding the fate of the Hispaniola. We both yearned to find a secluded spot to safely strand her, so that when the time was ripe, we could sail away without exerting ourselves unduly or taking excessive risks. I estimated that until this objective was achieved, he would refrain from taking action against me. Hans lay there as he did when I departed, curled up and with drooping eyelids, as if he had grown so weak that even the light was unbearable. Upon seeing me approach, he took the wine bottle, expertly broke the neck, and uttered his favorite toast, "Fortune favors the bold." Then, he quietly reclined and took a sip. After lying silently for a while, he produced a piece of tobacco leaf and implored me to cut him a portion. "Very well," I replied, "I shall cut you a piece. However, if I were in your position and felt my time was up, I would confess like a true Christian." "Why?" he inquired, with a scoff. "Oh, tell me why." He persisted. "Why?" I exclaimed, "You just asked me what happens after death. You, who are devoid of integrity, living amidst sin, lies, and bloodshed. The very person you have slain lies before you, and you still question me. Hans, seek God's forgiveness. That is why." The image of the blood-stained dagger concealed in his bosom, and his treacherous intentions to take my life ignited my fury as I spoke. He swallowed a large gulp of wine and, unusually serious, began to speak. I have navigated the seas for 30 years, he declared. The good, the bad, the better, the worse, sunny days, rainy days, starvation, violence. What have I not witnessed? Let me tell you, I have never seen a good person rewarded for their goodness. I adhere to one grim principle. Strike first, for the dead do not bite. Amen. Thus it is. Ah, look, he suddenly changed his tone, saying, we have indulged in a great deal of idle chatter. The tide has risen. Simply follow my instructions, Captain Hawkins, and we shall effortlessly guide the vessel into the harbor. Once we pass the Cape, we will be enveloped by land. The coastline of Northport, akin to that of South Anchor, is adorned with dense jungles. However, the entrance here is longer and narrower, resembling a river mouth. Directly ahead, at the southern end, lies the wreck of a ship in a state of utter disrepair. It is a three-masted vessel, marooned for far too long, battered by wind and sun, with clumps of damp seaweed hanging from its sides. And the low shrubs along the shore have taken root upon the deck, blooming in defiance of its decay. It is a desolate sight. Yet it accentuates the tranquility of this place. Oh, he exclaimed, look over there. That would be the perfect spot to make landfall. The beach is flat, and the ship will not be damaged. Trees abound everywhere. The old vessel is blooming, resembling a garden. Once we reach the shore, I inquired, how shall we set sail again? I adhered to his every word, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, he shouted, hey, mate, steer the wheel. I gripped the helm with determination, and the Hispaniola swiftly changed course, heading towards the shallow waters adorned with low shrubs. The series of steering maneuvers exhilarated me, momentarily distracting me from the vigilance I had maintained towards the helmsman, Hans. I eagerly awaited the moment the ship would run aground, completely oblivious to the dangers surrounding me. As I leaned over the starboard side, watching the ripples in front of the bow widen further and further, had it not been for an unexpected wave of unease that surged within me, prompting me to turn my head, I might have succumbed to my fate without even a fleeting struggle. Perhaps it was the sound of a sharp crack, or a fleeting glimpse of his shadow at the corner of my eye, or maybe it was simply an instinct akin to that of a cat. Regardless, I turned to see Hans, his right hand brandishing a short sword, advancing toward me. Before he could regain his composure, I had already eluded the deadly trap he had set, now possessing the entire deck to maneuver and evade. I halted before the main mast, drawing the pistol from my pocket. Although he had turned and lunged at me once more, I remained composed, aiming steadily at him and pulling the trigger. The hammer fell, yet no spark ignited, nor sound was produced. The gunpowder had been rendered ineffective by the seawater. I chastised myself for my negligence. This was my sole weapon. Why had I not reloaded the bullets sooner? Now I found myself fleeing like a sheep before a butcher. His injuries notwithstanding, his speed was astonishing. His grizzled hair flailed across his face, and his rage painted his visage as red as a merchant ship's flag. I had no time to attempt a second firearm, nor would I have done so, for I was certain it too would be futile. One truth remained clear: I could not perpetually retreat before him, for he would soon corner me at the ship's stern, just as he had trapped me at the bow. Should he succeed, the bloodied short sword, measuring 9 or 10 inches, would mark my final encounter in this life. I clutched the stout mainmast, bracing for his advance, every nerve in my body taut with anticipation. Upon noticing my readiness to evade, he too halted in his tracks. He feigned a move or two, and each time I deftly sidestepped. It bore a resemblance to the games I played among the rocks of Black Mountain Bay in my hometown, though I was certain that back then, my heart had never raced as it did now. As I mentioned, this was a childhood pastime, yet here I was, facing off against an older sailor, whose legs bore the scars of injury. I felt assured of my victory. Indeed, my courage surged, rapidly calculating how to swiftly conclude this contest. While I could certainly endure a prolonged engagement, I had yet to glimpse the prospect of escape. Just as we found ourselves locked in this stalemate, the Hispaniola suddenly ran aground, the vessel shuddering violently as it settled onto the sandy shore. The ship tilted sharply to port, the deck rising to an angle of approximately 45 degrees, allowing roughly 100 gallons of seawater to surge into the vessel through the scuppers, forming a pool between the deck and the hull. We both immediately lost our balance, tumbling almost in unison toward the scupper. The corpse adorned in a red nightcap followed closely behind us, its arms still outstretched. We were indeed perilously close. My head collided with the foot of the helmsman, Hans, producing a resounding thud that sent a jolt through my teeth. Despite the impact, I managed to spring to my feet ahead of the others, as Hans became entangled with the lifeless body. After the ship tilted, I found myself unable to run on the deck and had to swiftly devise a new means of escape, for that man was closing in on me. In a moment of desperation, I leapt onto the backstay, scrambling upward in a frantic manner until I finally perched upon the crossbeam at the top of the mast. Exhaling a sigh of relief, my nimble hands and feet had preserved my life. During my ascent, that short sword had come within mere inches of my feet. Thrusting towards me, Israel Hans stood there, mouth agape, gazing up at me with a look of astonishment and disappointment, resembling a statue. Now, with a fleeting moment to spare, I hastily reloaded my pistol. After replacing one bullet, for added security, I retrieved another round and loaded it anew. This maneuver diminished Hans's bravado. He began to comprehend the precariousness of his situation. He hesitated, biting down on the hilt of the short sword, enduring the pain in his injured leg as he laboriously continued his ascent. Dragging his wounded leg, he winced in agony, progressing at a painfully slow pace. Before he had ascended even a third of the way, I had completed reloading my weapon and, wielding a pistol in each hand, addressed him. "Mr. Hans, should you take another step upward, I shall make your head bloom." I added with a grin, "Dead men do not bite, a phrase you once uttered." He instantly halted, and from the expression on his face, I could discern that he was grappling with his thoughts, his mind working sluggishly and laboriously, bolstered by my newfound composure. I erupted into laughter. At last, he swallowed hard and emitted a sound, his countenance still steeped in confusion. Before uttering a word, he removed the short sword that was clenched between his teeth, yet his body remained utterly still. "Jim," he began, "I believe it is unnecessary for us to remain entangled in this predicament. Let us come to an understanding. If it weren't for the ship suddenly tilting to one side, I would have captured you by now. However, I suppose I am fortunate, aren't I? Though it is difficult to admit, I find myself compelled to surrender. You see, Jim, this old sailor yields to you, a mere novice who has only recently boarded." His words brought me considerable satisfaction, and I felt as proud as a rooster perched upon a fence. Suddenly, his right hand shot backward, sweeping over his shoulder, and something whistled through the air like an arrow. I was struck. A sharp pain coursed through me as my shoulder was pinned against the mast. In that moment, I was both pained and astonished, uncertain whether I had consciously fired the shot. What I could ascertain was that I had not instinctively aimed both of my pistols before they discharged simultaneously. It was not merely my two pistols that fell. The helmsman, Hans, relinquished his grip on the rigging, uttering a choked cry, and plunged headfirst into the water. Chapter 27. The return to the fort as the ship tilted. The mast protruded far above the surface of the water, and beneath the crossbeam where I sat lay the sea. Hans, having climbed not as high as I, fell directly into the water between me and the ship's side, landing closer to the vessel. He briefly resurfaced from the depths, the water's surface marred by foamy streaks stained with blood, only to sink once more, never to rise again. As the waters calmed, the reflection of the boat shimmered upon the crystalline sandy bottom, where Hans lay curled up, a small school of fish gliding past him. Occasionally, with the undulations of the sea, he seemed to come alive, as if struggling to rise once more. Yet, he was undeniably deceased. Whether by gunfire or the merciless embrace of the ocean, he had perished. In the very spot where he had plotted against me, he had become a feast for the fish. As the certainty of Hans's demise washed over me, a wave of nausea, dizziness, and fear enveloped me. Warm blood trickling down my back and chest, the dagger that pinned me to the mast searing into my flesh like a piece of molten iron. In truth, this pain was trivial to me. I could endure it in silence. What truly terrified me was the prospect of falling into the green abyss of the sea, landing beside Hans's lifeless form. My hands clutched the beam tightly, my nails digging in painfully, and I closed my eyes, hoping to escape the grim reality before me. Gradually, as my reason returned and my pulse steadied towards normalcy, I regained control over my emotions. My first impulse was to extract the dagger, but perhaps it was lodged too firmly, or perhaps my nerves were too frayed. With a sudden tremor, I relinquished that thought. Curiously, it was this very shudder that proved to be of great assistance to me. In truth, the dagger had merely grazed me, piercing only the skin of my shoulder. With that sudden jolt, I freed myself from the place where I had been pinned. Unsurprisingly, blood gushed from my shoulder, yet I had gained my liberty. With only my outer garment and shirt still affixed to the mast, descending from the cabin, I bandaged my wound. Although the injury throbbed and blood continued to flow profusely, it was not deep, posing no significant danger. I could still raise my arm without much hindrance. I surveyed my surroundings. In a certain sense, the ship now belonged to me. I began to contemplate how to dispose of the final passenger aboard, the deceased O'Brien, as I have previously mentioned. He had slipped to the edge of the ship, lying there like a life-sized puppet, devoid of color and vitality, a truly ghastly sight. In his position, I could easily handle him. Having witnessed many macabre scenes since we set sail, my fear of the dead had nearly waned. I regarded him as nothing more than a heavy sack of rice bran. I grasped his waist and cast him overboard. He fell with a splash, his red cap dislodging and floating upon the surface. As the splashing subsided, I beheld him lying alongside Hans, swaying gently with the undulating waters. O'Brien, though still quite young, had already lost his hair. Here, his bald head rested upon Hans's knee, the very man who had taken his life. A few small fish darted agilely above them. Now, I was left entirely alone on the ship. The tide has begun to recede, and the sun is but a few degrees from its descent beyond the horizon. The shadows of the pine trees along the west coast stretch across the anchorage, casting silhouettes upon the deck of the vessel. A gentle evening breeze stirs. Though the small hill to the west, with its twin peaks, shields us from the wind, nevertheless, the rigging aboard still murmurs softly, and the sagging sails sway restlessly. I begin to perceive the peril that looms over the grand ship. In haste, I lower the triangular sail at the bow and pile it upon the deck. However, the mainsail presents a greater challenge. As the ship tilts, the boom naturally sweeps outward, causing the sail's head and a few feet of canvas to dip perilously into the sea, heightening the vessel's vulnerability. The rigging strains tightly, and I fear I may exacerbate the situation, ultimately resorting to my knife to sever the lines. The sail's corner immediately drops, the slackened canvas billowing like a great belly upon the expansive water. Despite my efforts, I find myself unable to draw on the sail's lines, and I must concede defeat. Henceforth, the Hispaniola must surrender to fate, as must I. At this moment, the entire anchorage is shrouded in shadow. I recall the last few rays of light streaming through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the flowers blooming on the shipwreck, glinting like jewels. A chill has set in, the tide hastening towards the sea, and the ship tilts ever more steeply. I ascend to the bow and scan the surroundings. The water appears shallow. Grasping the severed sail lines, which I had cut for the vessel's ultimate safety, I gently flip over the ship's railing and slide down. The water barely reaches my waist. The sandy bottom firm beneath me, etched with ripples. I wade energetically ashore. The Hispaniola lay moored alongside the shore, its mainsail drifting gracefully upon the waters of the bay. At this moment, the sun had completely descended, and the evening breeze whispered softly through the pines of dusk. With this thought, I felt a surge of vitality and began striding towards the direction of the wooden fort and my companions. I recalled the several small rivers that flowed into Captain Kidd's anchorage, the easternmost of which originated from the twin peaks to my left. I turned towards that direction, intending to wade across the shallow waters. The woodland there was relatively sparse, and I proceeded along the low thickets, soon rounding the corner of the hill and swiftly fording the small river, which barely reached my calves. After crossing, I found myself in close proximity to the spot where I had first encountered Ben Gunn, the exiled man, and I became increasingly vigilant of my surroundings. The twilight deepened, and I had arrived at the space between the twin peaks, where I discerned a flickering glow illuminating the night sky. I surmised that someone on the island was preoccupied with preparing dinner over a crackling fire. I mused to myself that this individual was rather careless and would surely expose their presence. Silver's camp lay adjacent to the marshy edge of the shore. If I could see that glow, how could Silver not? As the night thickened, I could only navigate towards that vague direction. The twin peaks behind me and the lookout hill to my right grew increasingly indistinct, while the few scattered stars above shone dimly. I found myself lost in a hollow, continually tripping over the low shrubs and tumbling into sandy pits. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated my figure. I glanced upward and beheld the silvery moonlight cascading upon the peak of Telescope Mountain. Then, I noticed a vast, shimmering entity gradually moving behind the thicket of trees. The moon had risen. Bathed in its glow, I hastened forward, a blend of walking and running, eager to reach the wooden fort. As I navigated through the grove in front of the fort, I deliberately slowed my pace, treading cautiously. It would be tragic to fall victim to the weapons of my own comrades, to have my journey end in such a lamentable manner. The moon ascended higher, and the surrounding jungle grew sparser, with beams of moonlight casting patches of illumination across the ground. In the thicket directly ahead, a cluster of light emanated various hues, radiant, fervent, flickering like the embers of a once roaring campfire. I could not fathom what it might be. At last, I reached the edge of the clearing outside the wooden fort, where the moonlight had graced the western end, leaving the remainder, including the fort itself, cloaked in shadow. Long, silvery beams of light etched a checkered pattern upon the darkness. On the opposite side of the fort, a large pile of fire had been reduced to gleaming embers, casting a crimson glow that starkly contrasted with the soft, pallid moonlight. There was no one bustling about, nor any sound to be heard, save for the wind whispering through the trees. I halted, my mind swirling with confusion, perhaps tinged with a hint of fear. Our group would not ignite such a large fire. The captain had instructed us to conserve our firewood. I began to worry, wondering if something untoward had transpired in my absence. The eastern end of the vacant lot was shrouded in darkness, providing an ideal concealment. I stealthily maneuvered through the shadows and scaled the fence. To be cautious, I quietly crawled on my hands and knees to a corner of the wooden cabin. As I drew closer, my anxious heart finally found solace. I could hear the sound of snoring. It was the harmonious symphony of my friends lost in slumber, resonant and tranquil. In truth, this sound was not particularly melodious. I had often complained about it before, yet at this moment, it offered me far greater comfort than the cheerful shout of a patrolling sailor proclaiming all was well. By this time, I had reached the threshold of the cabin, enveloped in a profound darkness that obscured my vision. Aside from the rhythmic snores, there was another peculiar sound, faint yet strange, occasionally echoing like the fluttering of wings or the pecking of a beak. I could not discern it clearly. I groped my way inside, intending to settle back into my original spot. When dawn broke and they discovered my presence, I looked forward to savoring their expressions. The thought brought a smirk to my face. Suddenly, my foot brushed against something soft. It was a person's leg. They rolled over with a grunt but did not awaken. Out of the blue, a piercing scream shattered the silence. 8 reals. 8 reals. 8 reals. 8 reals. 8 reals. The incessant repetition echoed like a creaking mill. It was Captain Flint's green parrot, the source of the noise I had heard earlier, pecking at a piece of bark. It was the sentinel, exhibiting a vigilance surpassing that of any human. Its annoying cries served to alert my companions to my infiltration. "Who goes there? Bring me a torch, Dick," Captain Silver exclaimed after I was firmly restrained. Chapter 28, Captain Silver. The crimson glow of the torch illuminated the room. Revealing my worst fears, the pirates had taken over the cabin along with our provisions. The barrels of brandy, the pork, and the bread remained in their usual places. Yet, there was not a single captive in sight. A chill ran down my spine. Had they all met their demise? My heart ached, wishing I could share their fate. A parrot perched on the shoulder of tall John, preening its feathers with its beak. As for Silver, he appeared more pallid than before, and his face looked longer. He was still clad in the attire he wore during negotiations at the stockade, though it was now soiled and riddled with tears from the sharp thorns of the jungle, presenting a pitiful sight. "Ahem," he remarked, "so it is Jim Hawkins. What a devil of a surprise. Come in. It's truly a pleasure to see you." With that, he settled himself atop a barrel of brandy and began to fill his pipe with tobacco. "Dick, light me up." Once his pipe was ignited, he continued, "All right, mate. Just place the torch on the woodpile. Everyone, carry on with your tasks. No need to stand around exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Hawkins. He won't mind. Trust me on this." "Jim," he said, removing the pipe from his mouth, "you've come here, and poor old John is both astonished and delighted. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a clever one. However, now that you are here, you wish to slip away from me, don't you?" Regardless of what he uttered, I remained resolutely silent, a fact that you can undoubtedly surmise. They compelled me to stand against the wall, fixated on Silver's visage. I endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, yet my heart plummeted into an icy abyss. Silver, with remarkable restraint, inhaled deeply a couple of times before continuing his discourse. "Thank heavens, my friends are still alive. My departure incensed them greatly, and certain statements made by Silver I believe to be true. The solace derived from what I heard outweighed my sorrow. You have fallen into our grasp. I have exhausted my words." Silver continued, asserting that I understood his meaning, urging me to heed his counsel. "I am a man of reason. I have never discerned any fruitful outcome from intimidation. If you wish to join us, so be it. If not, Jim, you are entirely free to refuse and depart at your leisure, mate. If there exists any sailor capable of uttering words more just than these, I would not dare to believe it." "Young man," Silver proclaimed, "no one is forcing you. The choice lies within your hands. No one is pressing you, mate. See, you are here, and we are all exceedingly pleased." With newfound courage, I asserted, "If I am to make a choice, I must understand what has transpired here. Why you are present, and where my friends have gone. What has occurred? One of the pirates murmured my words back in a dull tone, muttering, "God knows." "Shut your filthy mouth, scoundrel," Silver bellowed menacingly at the man. Then, he reverted to that refined tone and said to me, "Yesterday morning, Mr. Hawkins, when the last shift was changing, Dr. Livesey approached with a truce flag. He proclaimed, 'Captain Silver, you have been betrayed. The ship has been taken away.' I must admit that we were so engrossed in our revelry, drinking and singing, that not a single one of us took notice. When we turned to look, indeed, the ship had vanished. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. I have never witnessed such vacant expressions, and you may take my word for it. I was so astounded that my eyes nearly glazed over. 'Well,' the doctor said, 'let us strike a bargain.' I engaged with him, and we began to negotiate terms. The outcome was provisions, beverages, a cabin, and firewood, all of which you have thoughtfully provided, and all of it belongs to us. One could say that the entire ship, from the masthead to the keel, is now ours. However, I am uncertain of their whereabouts. They have simply departed." He silently took a few puffs of his pipe. "Is that all?" I inquired. "Am I to make a decision now? You must give me a clear answer." "Trust me. You won't go wrong," Silver insisted. "Very well," I replied. "I am not so foolish as to be indecisive. You may dispose of me as you wish. I am indifferent. Since encountering you, how many have perished? Yet, there are a couple of matters I must convey to you," I stated, my spirits lifting at this juncture. "The first is, your situation is dire. The ship is lost, the treasure remains unclaimed, and you have suffered casualties. Everything has gone awry. Would you like to know who is responsible for this? It is I. On that fateful evening when I beheld the land, I concealed myself within a barrel of apples and eavesdropped on your conversation. You, John, you, Dick Johnson, and Hans, who at that moment lay at the bottom of the sea. Within the span of an hour, I relayed every word you uttered to our associates without omission. As for that vessel, it was I who severed the anchor cable. It was I who eliminated the men you dispatched aboard. It was I who anchored the ship in a location none of you could ever hope to locate. I am the one who has evoked laughter. From the very outset, I held the upper hand. To me, you are no more formidable than a mere fly, devoid of any terror. Whether you choose to kill or to release me matters not to me. However, I must remind you of one thing, and I shall state it only once. If you spare my life, we shall erase the past. Should you ever find yourselves on trial for piracy, I will exert every effort to defend you. The decision now rests in your hands. To take another life will yield you no advantage. Yet, should you choose to release me, leaving a witness, you may safeguard yourselves from the gallows in the future." At this juncture, I paused, and I must admit, I was nearly breathless. What took me by surprise was the sight of that band of traitors, sitting there motionless, gazing at me like a herd of sheep. Seizing the opportunity while they stared vacantly, I blurted out, "Mr. Silver, among this group, you are truly a man. Should anything befall me, please inform the doctor that I did not bring him disgrace. I shall remember your kindness." I was well aware of the implications. Silver's tone was peculiar, leaving me perplexed as to whether he mocked my plea or was genuinely moved by my audacity. I must interject, "It is he who recognized the black dog," exclaimed an old sailor with a ruddy complexion. I recognized him as Morgan, whom I had encountered at the Tavern of the Tall John at Bristol Docks. Ah, it dawned on me. The ship's cook, Silver, interjected, and I shall add that it was he who procured that treasure map from Bill Bones. From beginning to end, this Jim Hawkins has been thwarting our endeavors. Then let us dispatch him, Morgan declared, uttering a curse. He drew his knife and sprang up, resembling a lad in his 20s. "Halt," Silver retorted furiously. "What do you think you are? Tom Morgan, do you presume yourself to be the captain here? I shall give you a proper lesson. Dare to oppose me. Many have gone before you to a certain destination, and you too shall follow. For 30 years, those who have opposed me have either been hanged from the mast or fed to the fish. None have met a favorable fate. Tom Morgan, you would do well to heed my words." Morgan, cowed, refrained from further provocations, yet the other mutineers began to murmur in hushed tones in his defense. "Tom is in the right," one asserted. "I've had enough of being toyed with," another added, stoking the flames. "John Silver, if you ensnare me with your sorcery again, I shall truly find myself on the gallows. Who among you wishes to settle matters with me?" Silver bellowed, leaning far forward from atop the barrel, his right hand still clutching a lit pipe. "Nominate your champion, and let his name be known. I ask, are you all mute? If anyone wishes to take my seat, then let them come forth. Having reached this advanced age, when will it be your turn, you inept ne'er-do-wells, to act brazenly before me? You all proclaim yourselves as gentlemen of fortune. Surely, You must be acquainted with the rules. I am awaiting your move, if you possess any courage. Draw forth your curved blades. Do not be deceived by my reliance on a cane. Before I finish this cigarette, I intend to see the color of his innards. Not a soul budged, nor did anyone utter a word. Is this truly your character? Silver declared, inserting his pipe into his mouth. You are a disgrace. You are unworthy to challenge me. Unworthy. Surely, you comprehend the language of men. I am the captain chosen for this vessel. My ascension to captaincy is due to my position as the leader. I have weathered greater storms at sea than any of you. Since you lack the audacity to contend with me like gentlemen of fortune, you shall heed my commands. Listen carefully. I have a fondness for this boy. I have yet to encounter a child more promising than he. You wretched lot. You collectively do not possess the mettle he has. I shall make myself clear. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on this child, I will not hold back. This is my declaration. Remember it well. For a considerable while, silence reigned. I stood against the wall, my heart pounding as if struck by a sledgehammer, yet a glimmer of hope emerged. Silver leaned against the wall, arms crossed, the pipe dangling from his lips, as serene as if in a church. His eyes covertly surveyed the surroundings, always fixated on his restless subordinates. Meanwhile, those few subordinates gradually congregated at the far end of the cabin, their whispers resembling the incessant murmur of a babbling brook, rendering my ears restless. As they glanced over one by one, the flickering crimson light of the torch lingered on their anxious faces for a fleeting moment. Yet, their eyes did not turn to meet mine. Instead, they fixated on Silver. It seems you have much to discuss, Silver remarked, spitting forcefully into the air. Either speak up so that I can hear, or kindly silence yourselves. A tall, imposing figure, with a fierce countenance and yellowed eyes, approximately 35 years of age, executed a standard sailor's salute with a scowling expression before stepping out of the wooden cabin. One by one, the others followed suit, mimicking his gesture as they passed by Silver, offering a sailor's salute and an apology. One among them remarked, "It is the custom," while Morgan quipped, "Let us hold a sailor's meeting." Thus, each individual uttered a phrase or two before departing. In the wooden cabin, only Silver, the torch, and I remained. Silver swiftly removed the pipe from his mouth. "Listen to me, Jim Hawkins," he whispered in a steady tone, barely audible. "Your life seems to hang by a thread. And worse still, I might suffer physical repercussions as well. They intend to oust me. However, heed this. Regardless of what transpires, I shall protect you. I had no intention of involving myself in this matter, truly, but after hearing your words, I have had a change of heart. I find myself nearly destitute." And the gallows loom ominously. "I have great faith in you. I tell myself, John, lend Hawkins a hand, for in the future, Hawkins shall return the favor. You are his final trump card, truly, John, and he is yours as well. Save your witness now, and in the future, he shall spare you from the gallows." I began to grasp his implication. "Are you suggesting that everything is over?" I inquired, bewildered. It was astonishing that an old pirate like Silver, a bandit leader, would make such a desperate demand. "I shall do my utmost," I replied. "It is settled then," Silver proclaimed. "Your words exhibit true loyalty, indeed. I have been saved." He limped over to the torch lodged in the woodpile and reignited his pipe. Pouring a measure of brandy into a tin cup from the barrel, he asked, "Would you care to indulge, mate?" Upon my decline, he added, "Then I shall partake alone. Jim, I must bolster my spirits, for troubles are on the horizon." "Speaking of troubles, Jim, why would the doctor entrust me with that treasure map?" My face registered pure astonishment, an expression that could not be feigned. He immediately recognized that further inquiry would be futile. He took another sip of brandy, shaking his golden-haired head as if awaiting the end of days. Chapter 29. The black spot returns. The winds have risen, Jim, Silver remarked. At that moment, his tone was the familiar, friendly cadence I had come to know. I turned towards the nearest gunport to peer outside. The remnants of the bonfire had long since dwindled, and the flames now flickered dimly, explaining why those plotting outside required torches. Midway down the slope between the cabin and the fence, they huddled together. One of them held a torch aloft, while another knelt amidst them, clutching an open knife, its blade shimmering with a myriad of colors under the moonlight and the torch's glow. The others bent low, their backs arched, as though they were spectators to some whimsical performance by the man at the center. I could only discern that the kneeling figure grasped a knife and a book. Pondering in confusion how such disparate items could coexist, the kneeling man rose, and together they advanced towards the wooden cabin. "Ah, let them come. I am more than capable of handling them," Silver proclaimed with a spirited tone. The door swung open, and 5 individuals jostled at the entrance, nudging one forward. The pushed individual moved slowly, hesitating with each step, his right hand clenched into a fist and extended. Such a spectacle, under different circumstances, would surely incite uproarious laughter. "Come on, mate," Silver urged. "I want to devour you. Hand it over to me." "Silly giant, I understand the rules. I shall not harm the envoy." The ship's cook examined the object placed in his hands. "A black symbol. Just as I anticipated," he remarked, scrutinizing it further. "Where did you procure this paper? Look at the mischief you've wrought. You're in for a world of trouble. You must have just ventured outside and snipped this page from the Bible. Which fool committed this folly?" See? See? What did I tell you? I warned you that this would lead to trouble." Morgan interjected. "Well, it seems you have made your decision." Silver continued. "I perceive that you intend to ascend the gallows together. Whose Bible is this?" "It belongs to Dick." One of them remarked. "Dick? Is it his? Then Dick should hasten to repent," Silver declared, "and surely Dick will suffer." "Certainly. You can trust my words without fail." At that moment, the tall figure with yellowish eyes interjected. "John Silver, desist with your trickery. The black spot has been given to you, as per our custom." Everyone nodded during the discussion. "You ought to adhere to the rules. Turn over the black spot, see what is inscribed upon it, and then speak. It is not too late." "George, thank you," the ship's cook said. "You are swift in your actions, and you remember all the rules with clarity." "George, I take a liking to you." "Well then, let us see what it says." Deposed. "The writing is commendable, appearing as though it were printed. You pinned this, did you not, George? Among this assembly. You are increasingly resembling a leader. If you were to occupy the captain's chair next, I would not be surprised in the least. Hand me the torch, if you please." "My pipe has gone out." "Enough of this," George said. "Do not continue to deceive us. You are merely a jester. Now you must step aside. You ought to descend from that cask and assist with the voting." "I had thought you remembered the rules," Silver contemptuously replied. "If you have forgotten, I certainly have not. I am awaiting your grievances and pleas for justice. Remember this. I remain your captain. Until I respond to you, your black spot is worthless. Do not rejoice too soon. Let us see how this unfolds." "Is that all?" Silver inquired calmly. George retorted, "Isn't it enough? You've doomed us to the gallows." Silver paused for breath. Observing the expressions on George and his newly formed companions, it was evident that his words had not fallen on deaf ears. First and foremost, Silver wiped the perspiration from his brow, having spoken with fervor that had made the wooden cabin tremble. "I must tell you, I detest having to repeat myself. You lot are devoid of intelligence and utterly forgetful. I cannot fathom how your mothers allowed you to venture to sea as sailors and fortune-seekers. You are better suited to be mere tailors." "John, continue," Morgan urged. "Let us hear the other points." He tossed a piece of parchment to the ground. I instantly recognized it, the yellow map adorned with 3 crimson crosses. I had unearthed it from the captain's seaman's chest, wrapped in an oilcloth. Why had the doctor entrusted this map to them? The question perplexed me. For me, it was a conundrum. For that band of remaining mutineers, it was a stroke of fortune from the heavens. They lunged at the map like cats pouncing on a mouse, tugging and passing it around, cursing and shouting, laughing like children. One might think they had not only touched gold and silver treasures, but had also loaded them onto a ship and set sail with ease. Indeed, one of them exclaimed, "This J. refers to flint." Moreover, the stroke marks and the lilac flower indeed bear the unmistakable signature of flint. "Splendid," exclaimed George. "But we have no ship. How shall we transport the treasures?" This sentiment was quite reasonable. Old Morgan replied, "Reasonable, indeed." The cook aboard the ship chimed in. "You have lost the vessel, while I have acquired the gold and silver. In this matter, whose merit is greater? I am seriously considering abandoning my duties as captain. Choose whomever you wish. I have had enough." "Silver," they shouted in unison, "long live the roast." "Roast as captain. Is this the outcome of your vote?" Silver remarked, "George, I suppose you must wait for the next round. Friend, consider yourself fortunate to encounter me. I shall not make your life difficult. I am not that sort of person. And as for the black spot, what shall we do? It is of no use, is it? Merely a waste of Dick's Bible. He shall reap the consequences." "So be it. Can I still kiss the Bible to swear an oath?" Dick murmured, appearing flustered, cursing himself for his predicament. "To swear on a Bible that has a piece cut out? How can that be? That is no different from swearing on a hymn book. It holds no value." Silver scoffed. "No value? I believe it is better to keep it." Dick managed a weak smile. "Jim, catch. It shall be a novelty for you," Silver said, tossing the black spot to me. It was a round piece of paper, roughly the size of a 5-shilling coin. The final page of the Bible had been torn away. leaving one side blank while the other bore several verses from the book of Revelation. One particular line etched itself profoundly in my mind. Outside are wild dogs and murderers. The inked side had been smeared with charcoal, which began to flake off, staining my fingertips black. On the blank side, 2 words, "step down," were also inscribed in charcoal. This curious artifact remains with me to this day. The writing is faded, leaving only traces reminiscent of nails having scratched its surface. I found myself unable to sleep for an extended period, burdened by a multitude of thoughts. I recalled the afternoon when that traitor perished at my hands, my perilous predicament, and especially the intricate maneuvers of Silver, who firmly held onto the band of traitors while devising every conceivable means, both feasible and implausible, to secure his own safety and preserve his humble life. Silver slept soundly, his snores thunderous, while I felt a pang of sorrow for him. He was merciless, with no escape in sight, destined only for the shameful end of the gallows. Chapter 30. The doctor's return. A clear and enthusiastic call from the edge of the woods roused me, or rather, all of us. I noticed the sentry, leaning against the doorpost, startled awake, shaking off his drowsiness. "Hey, those in the cabin," the voice called out. "I am the doctor." Indeed, Dr. Livesey had arrived. Hearing his voice filled me with genuine joy, though this exhilaration was tinged with other emotions. I recall my disobedience, sneaking away and finding myself amidst treacherous company. Perilous circumstances enveloping me, filling me with an overwhelming sense of shame, rendering me unworthy to face the doctor. He must have risen before dawn, as the sun has only just begun to peak above the horizon. When I rushed to the gun port to peer outside, the doctor stood amidst the fog that enveloped him to the knees, reminiscent of the time he negotiated with Silver. "Good morning, doctor. You are here so early." At that moment, Silver was wide awake, his spirits high, and he greeted me warmly, saying, "You truly are an early riser. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. George, pull yourself together. Assist Dr. Livesey over the fence. Doctor, your patients are faring well, their conditions are improving, and their spirits are buoyant." Silver, leaning on his cane, one hand resting against the wall of the cabin, stood at the crest of the slope, chattering away. His voice, demeanor, and expressions remained unchanged from before. "Sir, we have prepared an unexpected gift for you. A small guest, a new lodger, who appears to be in excellent health. Fresh and invigorated, having enjoyed a comfortable night's sleep beside me." Bow to bow. At this moment, Dr. Livesey had already crossed the fence and stood beside the cook. I could hear his voice shift in tone. "You cannot be referring to Jim?" "Indeed, it is that very Jim," Silver replied. The doctor was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. It took several seconds for him to regain his composure. At last, he spoke. All right, Silver. As you say, only after the work is done can one enjoy the fruits of labor. Let us first examine your patients." Before long, he stepped into the wooden cabin, coldly nodded in my direction, and commenced his examination of the patients. Despite being acutely aware that stepping into the midst of this untrustworthy band of rebels put his life at risk, he appeared utterly unconcerned. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation with his patients, as though he were merely attending a routine house call in a quiet English home. I surmised that his demeanor influenced his patients, for they treated the doctor as if nothing had transpired, seeming to believe that he was still the ship's physician and they were still the reliable crew at the foremast. "Ah, indeed, sir, he has truly succumbed," Morgan remarked. "It is worth noting that although I was attending to the rebels, I would much prefer to be referred to as a prison physician. Dr. Leviathan," he said in a most agreeable tone, "I shall hand you over to King George, God save him, and the gallows, without exception. This matter pertains to my honor." The rebels exchanged glances, each remaining silent, painfully swallowing this heart-wrenching declaration. "Sir, Dick seems rather unwell," one of them stated. "Is that so?" The doctor replied. "Dick, come here and stick out your tongue for me to inspect." "No. If you were feeling well, that would be remarkable. Your tongue could frighten the French." Another afflicted with fever. "You see, this is all the mischief caused by tearing the Bible," Morgan exclaimed. The doctor retorted. "He contracted this illness due to the truth of your words, foolish as a donkey, unable to distinguish between fresh air and foul miasma, indifferent to arid lands or the pestilential bogs that spread disease. Unless we first remedy the malaria afflicting you, each of you will suffer greatly. That is my perspective. You have spent a night in the marshes, have you not? Silver, I am astonished by you. Despite your undeniable intelligence, you lack the most fundamental knowledge of hygiene." With that, the doctor added, and after meticulously preparing medication for each of them, they respectfully accepted the remedies, resembling students from a charitable school rather than ruthless brigands or pirates. That will be all for today. Now, allow me to converse with that child, the doctor said, casually nodding in my direction. George Malley stood at the doorway, expelling a particularly unpalatable concoction onto the floor. The moment the doctor made his request, he turned around. His face flushed, exclaiming, "No way," before launching into a tirade. Silver slammed his hand upon the barrel. "Be silent." He surveyed the surroundings with the ferocity of a lion. Then, in a composed tone, addressed the doctor, "I have been contemplating this matter as well. I know you hold affection for this child. Your benevolence in treating us is deeply appreciated. As you have observed, we all place our trust in you, swallowing medicine as if it were wine poured into our bellies. I propose a solution that would suit us all perfectly. Hawkins, though you come from humble beginnings, you do not strike me as a person of no standing. Might you, like a young gentleman, assure me that you shall never flee?" I readily acquiesced to his request. Silver said, "Doctor, please step outside the fence. As soon as you arrive there, I shall bring the boy to you. He will remain inside while you converse across the barrier. Farewell. Kindly extend our regards to the squire and Captain Smollett on our behalf." The moment the doctor exited the wooden cabin, the discontent among the mutineers, previously suppressed by Silver's stern demeanor, erupted. They reproached Silver for straddling both sides, seeking his own escape at the expense of his companions and their interests. In truth, Silver's actions were so brazen that even I found it hard to fathom how he would quell their fury. Nevertheless, Silver's resilience surpassed that of his crew, and his triumph the previous night had secured him a significant psychological advantage over them. Imagine the scene as he called his men fools and simpletons, insisting that a conversation with the doctor was essential, while thrusting the treasure map into their faces, demanding to know if they intended to breach their agreement on the very day of the treasure hunt. "Of course we cannot tear it up now," Silver exclaimed. "When the time is right, we shall turn against him. But until then, we must keep the doctor steady, even if it means polishing his shoes with brandy." Then, Silver commanded them to kindle a fire. With one hand resting on my shoulder and the other gripping his cane, he strode forth, head held high and chest out. His subordinates were utterly perplexed, left in a state of bewilderment, and rather than being persuaded by Silver, it would be more accurate to say they were ensnared by his eloquent deceit. "Slow down, my child, slow down," he cautioned. "If we proceed too swiftly, they may very well pounce upon us in the blink of an eye." Thus, we ambled through the sandy terrain, where the doctor awaited us outside the fence. As soon as we approached a distance conducive to conversation, Silver halted his steps. "Doctor," he began, "you must grant me some credit. This child will attest to how I saved his life. For this very act, I nearly faced expulsion at the hands of my own men. Doctor, I implore you to remember my words. I wagered my own head as collateral, taking such a considerable risk. Is it too much to ask for you to speak a kind word on my behalf? You must understand, this matter extends beyond my own fate. The life of this child hangs in the balance. I beseech you, show me mercy and advocate for me, offering me even a glimmer of hope for survival." Once outside, with his back turned to his accomplices in the wooden cabin, Silver transformed entirely, his cheeks appeared sunken, and his voice trembled with sincerity. "Say, John, are you frightened?" inquired Dr. Livesey. "Doctor, I am by no means a coward." "No." Silver snapped his fingers, "Otherwise, I would not utter such words. Yet, I must confess, the mere thought of the gallows sends shivers through my entire being. You are a truly benevolent soul, genuinely kind to others. I have never encountered anyone as generous as you. I am aware that you will not solely remember my transgressions, but equally the goodness I have displayed. Very well. I shall take my leave, and you may converse privately with Jim. I have indeed made a significant concession, so please make a note of it on my behalf." Having said this, he retreated to a spot where our conversation could no longer be overheard and settled down upon a tree stump, whistling a tune. To maintain a grasp on the situation, he occasionally shifted on the stump, turning to glance at me and the doctor, then casting a wary eye towards his restless subordinates. They were bustling about in the sandy area between the cabin and the fire, laboriously transporting pork and bread from the cabin in order to rekindle the flames for breakfast. "Alas, Jim," the doctor lamented, "you have fallen to such depths. My child, the bitter brew you have concocted must be tasted by you alone. Heaven knows. I truly cannot bear to reproach you, but whether you wish to hear it or not, I must impart a few words. When Captain Smollett was in good health, you dared not flee, yet the moment he was injured, you took your chance to escape. Good heavens, it is the mark of a true coward to act thus." Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down my face. I said, "Doctor, please forgive me. My heart is filled with remorse. My life is forfeit regardless." For had it not been for Silver's intervention, I would already be dead. Doctor, you must believe me, I fear not death. Indeed, I deserve it. Yet I dread the torment they may inflict upon me. What if they were to torture me? The doctor interrupted my lamentation, his tone entirely transformed. Jim, I cannot leave you here to suffer. Turn about. Let us make haste to flee. Doctor, I have already assured you that I cannot escape. I exclaimed. I know. The doctor responded urgently. Jim, we cannot concern ourselves with such matters right now. Whether I face reprimand or disgrace, I will bear it alone. My child, I cannot leave you here. Jump. The moment you leap, you will be free, and then we shall flee like antelopes. The ship, the doctor exclaimed. I quickly recounted my harrowing experience with the vessel to the doctor, who listened intently in silence. As I finished my tale, the doctor expressed his profound sentiments. This is truly fate. Time and again, you have saved us all. How could we allow you to perish? That would defy all reason. My child, it was you who uncovered their sinister plot. It was you who encountered Ben-Gunn. Even if you were to live to the age of 90, this would stand as the most commendable act you have ever performed or will ever perform. Oh, by the way, speaking of Ben-Gunn, he is certainly a troublesome character. Suddenly, the doctor called out, Silver, I offer you a piece of advice. As the cook approached, the doctor continued, do not rush into seeking treasure. Oh, sir, I shall endeavor to heed your counsel, but I fear it may prove challenging, Silver replied. I can only ask for your forgiveness. My life and that of this child depend upon the pursuit of treasure. Please trust me. The doctor replied, very well, Silver, since that is the case. Allow me to offer you one final piece of advice. When seeking treasure, be exceedingly cautious. Sir, Silver remarked, let us converse privately. Your words can be interpreted as both excessive and insufficient. What precisely are you seeking? Why abandon the cabin? Why entrust the treasure map to me? Even now, I remain oblivious to your true intentions, do I not? I could obediently follow your commands with my eyes closed. Even if you have not uttered a single word to instill a sense of hope within me. This is outrageous. If you do not directly offer me a promise, then I cannot possibly take on this leadership role. It is unacceptable. The doctor, deep in contemplation, replied, I lack the authority to divulge further information. You are aware that this is not my secret. Otherwise, Silver, I would certainly confide in you. I have shared all that I can, and perhaps even more than I should. The captain ought to reprimand me, I assure you. However, Silver, allow me to provide you with a glimmer of hope. Should we both survive this ordeal, I shall do my utmost to rescue you. As long as I do not perjure myself. Silver's countenance instantly brightened, and he stated, Sir, your assurance suffices. I can find solace in that. Even if my own mother could do no more. Dr. Livesey extended his hand through the fence to shake mine, nodded towards Silver, and then swiftly vanished into the thicket. Chapter 31. The pointer of Captain Flint. At that moment, someone called out to us, announcing that breakfast was ready. Before long, we found ourselves sitting on the sandy ground, each indulging in dry bread and fried salted beef. The bonfire they ignited was ample enough to roast an entire cow, its flames so fierce that one could only approach from the windward side, and even then, with great caution. The meal they prepared was equally extravagant. I estimated it sufficient to feed us for 3 days. One among them, foolishly laughing, carelessly tossed all the leftovers into the flames. And this unusual fuel caused the fire to surge skyward with a crackling roar. I have never witnessed such a reckless disregard for the future. Their motto seemed to be that of living for the moment, with no thought for tomorrow. Wastefulness of food and sleeping on guard, despite their audacity akin to a suicide squad. They could never triumph in a protracted conflict. Silver was indulging heartily in his meal while Captain Flint stood upon his shoulder, observing his men's foolish antics. Remarkably, Silver did not utter a single word of reproach, which struck me as peculiar. He appeared more cunning than ever before. Ah, mates, Silver proclaimed. With this roast meat to sustain you, you are truly fortunate. I have already obtained what I desired, indeed. The ship is in their possession, yet I remain oblivious to its whereabouts. However, once we lay our hands on the treasures of gold and silver, we shall promptly seek that vessel. Mates, once the ship is in our grasp, we shall have the advantage. His mouth was stuffed with steaming smoked meat, and he continued to chatter incessantly. He was rallying his men, though I suspected he was also bolstering his own courage in this manner. Silver's words brought uncontainable joy to the mutineers. While I felt as if I had been struck a heavy blow, Silver, this double agent, if his scheme were to succeed, would undoubtedly act without hesitation in accordance with his previous assertions. Although Silver is still straddling 2 boats, He would certainly prefer to conspire with the band of pirates to seize their treasure and flee to freedom. Should he be compelled to align himself with our faction? His utmost hope would be merely to avoid the gallows. Conversely, if Silver's plans were to falter, he would be bound to honor his commitment to the Doctor, leaving me in perilous circumstances. Once Silver's followers confirmed their suspicions about him, we would be forced to fight for our lives. He, a cripple, and I, a mere child, would face 5 robust sailors as our adversaries. For me, it is a predicament of wolves in front and tigers behind, compounded by the enigmatic actions of my companions, who inexplicably abandoned the fort and relinquished the treasure map. What perplexed me even more was the Doctor's final warning to Silver, to exercise utmost caution while seeking the treasure. One can easily imagine how tasteless my meal was, and the anxiety that consumed me as I trailed behind these treacherous renegades, who could take my life at any moment. Our treasure-seeking party was indeed a most incongruous assemblage. Had there been any onlookers, they would have surely gazed upon us with bemusement. Everyone was clad in filthy sailor garb, and aside from myself, the others were armed to the teeth. Silver bore 2 rifles slung across his back, a large cutlass at his waist, and each pocket of his tailcoat concealed a pistol. Most astonishing was Captain Flint, squatting upon his shoulder, chattering incessantly in a cacophony of disjointed, nonsensical sailor slang. A rope was fastened around my waist, and I obediently trailed behind the cook. The other end of the rope intermittently clutched in his free hand, or gnawed upon by his sharp teeth. I felt akin to a bear being led about for amusement. Others bore various items. Some carried hoes and shovels salvaged from the Hispaniola, while others transported provisions of pork, bread, and brandy for lunch. I noted that all these possessions had originally belonged to our stores. It appeared that Silver's account from the previous night held truth. After losing their ship, had Silver not brokered that deal with the Doctor, the mutineers would have been left to subsist on mere water and hunting. Fresh water was not to their taste, and the sailors' marksmanship was generally lacking. Their rations were scant, and ammunition was scarcely abundant. With all these supplies in tow, we set forth together. Even the injured fellow, who ought to have remained in the shade, accompanied us. We arrived, one by one, at a beach where 2 small boats lay anchored. Even these boats bore the marks of their drunken revelry. Both were caked in mud, with seawater still pooled within. One even had a broken thwart. For safety, they divided us into 2 groups, embarking on the 2 boats to row towards the depths of the anchorage. As they rowed their boat, a spirited debate erupted regarding the treasure map. The oversized red cross certainly failed to delineate the precise location of the treasure, while the written instructions on the reverse side of the map, soon to be revealed, were exceedingly vague. Perhaps some may recall the cryptic notations: a great tree, the shoulder of Telescope Hill, bearing north-northeast, Skull Island, east-southeast, 10 feet. The great tree stands as the primary landmark. Before us, the anchorage was encircled by heights soaring 200 to 300 feet, with the northern face merging into the southern slope of Telescope Hill, gradually ascending southward into the steep back Mast Mountain. Atop these heights lay clusters of pines, varying in stature yet dense and lush, interspersed with other tree species that towered over the surrounding foliage by an impressive 40 to 50 feet. Which of these was the great tree referenced by Captain Flint? Only a compass on site could provide the answer, despite this uncertainty, as the small boat had traversed merely half the distance. Each member aboard the 2 skiffs had already identified their chosen great tree, save for the tall John, who merely shrugged and commanded them to wait until they arrived. Initially, the arduous, muddy terrain and the entangled marsh vegetation hindered our progress. Gradually, the incline became steeper, the stones underfoot more numerous, the jungle less dense, and even the shapes of the trees began to alter, signaling our approach to the most enchanting locale on the island. This place is nearly devoid of grass, adorned only with fragrant gorse and a variety of flowering shrubs. Alongside lush clusters of cardamom trees and the striking red trunks of pine trees casting broad shadows amidst the blossoms, the scent of cardamom intertwines with that of other trees, creating an aromatic symphony in the fresh, pleasant air. Under the blazing sun, it truly presents a magnificent paradise, a veritable Eden for our senses. We strolled for approximately half a mile, nearing the summit of the highland. At that moment, the fellow on the far left suddenly erupted in a series of frantic shouts, as if startled, prompting the others to rush towards him. He could not have possibly discovered treasure, old Morgan exclaimed, hastily making his way past us on the right. We had yet to reach the peak. Upon our arrival, we found that it was by no means a treasure. Beneath a towering pine tree lay a skeleton, remnants of tattered clothing still clinging to it, ensnared tightly by green vines. with several small bones protruding. I believe everyone felt a chilling sense of dread at that moment. George Malley, possessing a bit more courage than the rest, leaned closer to the skeleton, examining the fragments of fabric, remarking, "This man was a sailor. At least the material of his uniform is of decent quality." "Indeed," Silver replied, "he is likely a sailor. I cannot imagine encountering a bishop in such a place." The posture of the skeleton was exceedingly peculiar, utterly unnatural. Indeed, upon a second glance, I discerned that the posture of the skeleton was rather unnatural. Were it not for the slight disarray caused by birds pecking and the gradual entanglement of creeping vines, it lay perfectly straight, its feet aligned in one direction, while its arms were raised overhead like a diver, pointing in the opposite direction. At last, a spark of understanding ignited in my dull mind. Silver proclaimed that this skeleton served as a compass, for upon the highest peak of Skull Island, there protruded a formation resembling a tooth. By following the direction indicated by this skeleton, one could ascertain the way. The pirates took their bearings, and the skeleton pointed unwaveringly towards a small island, the compass indicating a direction precisely southeast by east. As I suspected, the cook exclaimed, "This skeleton is essentially a pointer. If we follow this line, we shall find our fortuitous star. The treasures of gold and silver lie hidden there." To be honest, the mere thought of Captain Flint sends chills down my spine. Indeed, this is his wicked prank. He disembarked with 6 others, only to eliminate them one by one, dragging this cadaver here to serve as a compass. What a cunning scheme. This fellow was quite tall, with hair of a yellow hue. I realized he must be Allardyce. Tom Morgan, do you recall Allardyce? Yes. Morgan, how could I forget? He still owes me money, and upon coming ashore, he pilfered my knife as well. You mentioned a knife, another pirate interjected. But where could it possibly be in this vicinity? Captain Flint is certainly not the type to rummage through his crew's pockets. I dare say even a small bird could hardly lift a knife. Goodness, how accurate that is, Silver remarked. There is nothing here. Mary continued to search around the skeleton. Unable to find even a Dutch coin or a cigarette case, it appears to be more complex than it seems. Indeed, it is not so simple. Heaven bear witness. There is definitely something amiss. Silver concurred. This is dire, my friends. If Captain Flint were still alive, this place could very well be our final resting ground. They were 6 then, and we are 6 now, yet all 6 of them have turned to bones. I witnessed Captain Flint's demise with my own eyes, Morgan stated. When Bill brought me in, he lay there, coins piled upon his eyes. Dead, he truly is dead, condemned to the depths of hell. The fellow with the bandaged head claimed, if souls could indeed escape, it must be the spirit of Captain Flint. Goodness. He certainly made quite the fuss as he approached his end. Indeed. Another chimed in. One moment he would be furious, demanding drink, and the next, singing. He could only sing that old song, 15 Men. Let me tell you, since then, I have lost all fondness for that tune. It was a sweltering day, the windows wide open, and I heard that old song crystal clear. Surely, it was death beckoning his soul. Enough. Silver interjected. Cease this incessant chatter. Captain Flint has long since departed, and he shall not wander again, at least not in the light of day. Despite your suspicions, it is imperative that you heed my counsel. Paranoia will only lead to misfortune. We must hasten to accumulate our fortunes. Once more, we set forth on our journey. Though the sun blazed fiercely overhead, the pirates dared not stray into the forest nor raise their voices. They marched forward, speaking in hushed tones. A pall of dread enveloped their hearts. Chapter 32. Whispers in the treasure jungle. To alleviate the terror we had just experienced, partly to allow Silver and the wounded a moment's respite, our entire party settled upon reaching the hilltop. The elevation sloped gently to the west, offering expansive views on either side of our resting place. Ahead, beyond the treetops, we beheld the waves crashing against the jungle's promontory. Behind us, not only did we overlook the anchorage in Skull Island, but we also gazed out over the vast sea stretching endlessly beyond the strait and the lowlands to the east. Above us loomed Telescope Hill, with its dark, craggy cliffs sparsely adorned with scattered pines. The sound of the distant surf echoed from all directions, mingling with the incessant chirping of countless insects within the jungle. Apart from these, silence reigned. Not a soul was in sight, nor a sail upon the sea. The desolation of the landscape deepened our sense of solitude. As soon as Silver seated himself, he began to take bearings with his compass. There are 3 great trees, he declared, aligned with Skull Island on this straight path. Telescope Hill as shoulder. I surmised he referred to the low-lying area, and thereafter, locating the treasure will be as effortless as a child's game. I felt a desire to partake in our meal before proceeding further. I'm not particularly hungry, Morgan mumbled. The mere thought of Captain Flint renders me unable to eat. Oh, my mate, you ought to be grateful he is no longer among us, Silver exclaimed. He was a hideous creature, remarked the third pirate, shuddering. His complexion a ghastly shade of purple. That hue results from excessive drinking. McGinney chimed in, his own visage reflecting the same pallor. Indeed. He is undeniably of a ghastly hue. Ever since they had unearthed that skeleton and subsequently recounted a series of trivial past events, their voices had progressively dwindled to whispers, barely disturbing the profound stillness of the jungle. Suddenly, from within the thicket ahead, a familiar melody began to resonate, sharp and high. Trembling with emotion, 15 men on the dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. The reaction from the pirates was more intense than that of any other listener. 6 faces blanched in an instant as if possessed, some leaping to their feet while others clung to one another, with Morgan collapsing to the ground. It's Flint! McGinney screamed. The song abruptly ceased, as if severed mid-note, akin to someone unexpectedly covering the singer's mouth. The melody drifted from afar, wafting through the clear, sunlit air, resonating amidst the lush treetops. To my ears, the tune was melodious and enchanting, yet to the band of pirates, it was utterly astonishing. All is well, Silver, with his pale lips trembling, struggled to articulate. Staring into space is futile. We must muster our spirits and continue our journey. This matter is indeed perplexing. I cannot discern the source of the voice, yet it is undoubtedly a living person engaging in mischief. Trust my instincts. It is Darby McGraw. That voice is wailing. To describe that sound as a wail is most fitting. Darby McGraw, Darby McGraw. The name echoed repeatedly, rising in pitch before uttering an expletive, which I shall omit. Darby, more rum. The pirates stood as if their feet were rooted to the ground, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The voice had long since faded, yet they remained transfixed, rendered speechless. That was his last utterance, Morgan murmured. It was said aboard the ship. Dick promptly produced his Bible, fervently praying. Before associating with this band of rogues, Dick had received a commendable education. Silver did not yield. I could hear his teeth grinding, yet he pressed on undeterred. He muttered, aside from us few, no one else on this island has heard of Darby. Then, mustering his resolve, he proclaimed, lads, I came here for treasure, and neither man nor ghost shall thwart me. I never feared Captain Flint while he was alive. What have I to dread now that he has met his maker? Less than a quarter of a mile from here lies a treasure trove worth 700,000 pounds. When have you ever witnessed a gentleman, eager to reap riches, turn his vessel around and flee from such a vast fortune? Was it not due to a drunken scoundrel, his visage marred with a sickly hue? Moreover, he has long since met his demise. Yet, his words failed to stir the emotions of his subordinates. On the contrary, his apparent disrespect towards Captain Flint only deepened their trepidation. John, spare us, cried Mally. Do not provoke the spectre. The other sailors were so frightened they could scarcely utter a word. Had they not been paralyzed by fear, they would have fled at the first sign of impending doom. It was precisely this overwhelming dread that drew them closer together, huddling around John, as if seeking solace in numbers, while Silver had completely conquered his own cowardice. In my estimation, his perspective was fundamentally flawed. However, the irrationality of superstitious minds is often inscrutable. To my surprise, George Mally exhaled a long sigh of relief. You make a compelling point, Mally remarked. John, your intellect is indeed sharp. Fellow mates, let us cast caution to the wind. We were merely momentarily bewildered. Upon reflection, I concede that the voice did bear a resemblance to Captain Flint S., albeit there was a subtle difference. It seemed more akin to another S voice. Could it be? Good heavens! Ben Gunn! Silver exclaimed. Ah, it is he. Morgan, who had been crouched on the ground, suddenly propped himself up on his knees, declaring, It is indeed Ben Gunn. What difference does it make? Dick inquired. Isn't Ben Gunn also a ghost, much like Flint? His words elicited laughter from the old sailors. Oh, no one cares whether Ben Gunn is alive or dead. No one cares about him, exclaimed Mally. Curiously, their spirits soon revived, color returning to their cheeks as they gathered to converse, though occasionally pausing to listen for any sounds. After a while, when silence enveloped them once more, they shouldered their tools and set off. To ensure their course remained aligned with Skull Island, Mally led the way, holding Silver's compass. He spoke a candid truth. No one cares about Ben Gunn's fate. Dick, still clutching his Bible, walked anxiously, glancing around. Yet, no one showed him sympathy. Silver even mocked his paranoia. I've told you before, he said. I warned you that you've sullied your Bible. If you swear on it again, it won't hold any weight. Do you think the ghost will be swayed? Of course not. As he spoke, he snapped his thick fingers and rested against his cane. In truth, no matter what was said, it did little to soothe Dick. I soon realized that the lad was gravely ill. The oppressive heat, fatigue, and the recent fright had taken their toll, and Dick was succumbing to the fever that Dr. Livesey had predicted, with his condition rapidly deteriorating. The summit was quite expansive, and we began our descent. As I mentioned before, the high ground sloped to the west, dotted with pine trees of various sizes, spaced widely apart. Amidst clusters of cardamom and azaleas, vast stretches of bare ground lay exposed beneath the scorching sun. Clearly, we were traversing the small island in a generally southwest direction, drawing ever closer to the shoulder of Telescope Hill, while simultaneously gaining a clearer view of West Bay, where I had once navigated in Ben Gunn's small boat amidst the tumult. We arrived at the first towering tree, yet the compass reading confirmed it was not the one. The second tree was similarly dismissed. The third great tree surged forth from a dense expanse of low-lying jungle, reaching nearly 200 feet into the sky. A veritable giant of the forest. Its crimson trunk was as thick as a room, and its expansive shade was ample enough for an entire company of soldiers to train beneath. Whether sailing eastward or westward, this magnificent tree stood out as a conspicuous landmark, worthy of being annotated on any map. What captivated my companions was not merely the tree's grandeur, but the prospect of treasures buried somewhere beneath its generous shadow, riches amounting to as much as 700,000 pounds in gold and silver. As they drew nearer to the tree, their earlier trepidation was increasingly devoured by the allure of wealth. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, and their steps grew lighter with each passing moment. Each one began to dream of fortune. Countless treasures awaited them, a lifetime of unspent riches and boundless blessings. Silver, leaning on his cane, limped along, panting heavily, his nostrils flaring as he breathed with fervor, his face glowing with excitement. When a few flies landed upon him, he erupted into a frenzy of curses, resembling a madman. He gripped the rope with a fierce intensity, yanking me towards him, his eyes occasionally casting a malevolent glare in my direction. At this moment, all his thoughts were laid bare upon his visage. No longer requiring the elaborate subterfuge he once employed to mask his intentions, he was but a step away from fortune, and all else had slipped from his mind. His promises and the physician's warnings were cast aside without a second thought. I understood that he longed to gather all treasures into his embrace, and, under the cloak of night, locate the Hispaniola, loading the vessel with all that was valuable, before ruthlessly eliminating every soul on this side of the island. Ultimately, he envisioned setting sail with his ill-gotten gains, carrying both his wealth and his sins across the sea. The mere contemplation of these thoughts sent tremors through me, while they, consumed by their insatiable greed, pressed forward with fervor, compelling me to struggle to keep pace. I stumbled onward as Silver impatiently tugged at the rope, his eyes radiating a palpable menace. Dick lagged behind, having fallen out of step, muttering prayers and curses, his fever worsening with each passing moment. This only served to heighten my awareness of my own wretched predicament, and worse still, the horrific scene that once transpired in the Highlands haunted my mind, the malevolent old pirate, blue-tinged and intoxicated, who had perished in Savannah. Here met his end along with 6 of his men. The forest before me appeared deceptively tranquil. Yet I could not help but imagine the anguished screams that once reverberated through these woods. The thought of those chilling cries echoed in my ears. Now we had reached the fringes of the jungle. "All right, everyone, keep up," shouted Malley as he dashed to the forefront. They had scarcely advanced 10 paces when, all of a sudden, they came to an abrupt halt, followed by a gasp that was not particularly loud. Silver seemed entranced, vigorously striking the ground with his crutch-like leg, his pace quickening twofold. Then, I too found myself frozen in astonishment. Before us lay a vast pit, not freshly dug, its walls having already caved in, and the bottom adorned with lush green grass. Inside lay a broken pickaxe handle, severed in 2, alongside scattered pieces of packing crates. I noticed one of the wooden planks bore the inscription Sea Lion, branded with a hot iron. The Sea Lion was indeed Captain Flint's vessel. The truth was laid bare. The treasure had been discovered and completely extracted, rendering the 70,000 pounds a mere mirage. Chapter 33. A Reunion. The cooked duck flies away. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. The 6 individuals appeared as though struck by lightning, yet Silver swiftly regained his composure from this blow. All his thoughts raced towards wealth like jockeys on a racetrack, but upon encountering the dead end ahead, he halted immediately. He regained his rationality and, while the others had yet to grasp that this was merely a fleeting joy, he had already devised a new plan. "Jim," he whispered to me, "take this. Be prepared. Trouble may arise. He handed me a double-barreled pistol. Simultaneously, he stealthily maneuvered towards the north, and after a few steps, we reached the opposite side of the pit, thus isolating ourselves from the other 5. Then, he looked at me and nodded, signifying that the moment of life and death had arrived. Indeed, I shared his sentiment. His expression shifted to one of affability, yet his capricious demeanor irked me to the utmost. I could not resist retorting under my breath. "So you've allied with us again, you scoundrel," shouted Mally, brandishing a gold coin before Silver. "Is this your 700,000 pounds? Aren't you supposed to be a master trader? Truly, you are a perennial loser. You blockhead, you fool. Dig it up, lads." Silver sneered. "Perhaps we might unearth some peanuts." "Peanuts?" Mally screeched. "Did you all hear what he just said? Let me tell you, this scoundrel knew well what the outcome would be. Just look at his face. It's all written there." "Ah, Mally," Silver replied, "are you aspiring to be captain once more? Your ambition is commendable." We stood there, locked in a standoff, 2 against 5. Separated by a vast pit. No one dared to make the first move. Silver, leaning on his cane, remained rigid and unblinking, his demeanor as inscrutable as ever, exuding an air of authority. Finally, Mally deemed it necessary to rally his comrades and break the impasse. "Lads," Mally declared, "they are but 2, an elderly, limping trickster who lured us all here, and the other is merely a young wretch. I could gladly rip out his heart. Now, gentlemen," Mally was animatedly gesticulating, seemingly on the verge of inciting a fierce brawl. However, at that moment, bang, 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 3 bullets flew forth from the woods. Mally fell headlong into a deep pit. The fellow, with a bandaged head, spun around like a top, rolling sideways into the pit, lying there motionless, having drawn his last breath, though his limbs still twitched. The other 3 turned and fled in haste. The tall John fired 2 shots in quick succession, striking the struggling Mily. In his final moments, Mily turned his anguished gaze towards him and uttered, "George, our score is finally settled." At that instant, the doctor, Gray, and Ben Gunn emerged from the clump of cardamom trees, their guns still smoking. "Pursue them," the doctor shouted. "Hurry. Men, intercept them. We cannot allow them to escape by boat." We immediately set off, striding forth, occasionally weaving through the chest-high thicket. Silver desperately endeavored to keep pace with us, hopping forward with his cane, his chest muscles appearing as though they might tear apart. The doctor remarked that even a healthy man might struggle. Nonetheless, he lagged behind us by nearly 30 yards, and by the time we reached the hilltop, he was nearly out of breath. "Doctor," Silver called out, "look over there." No need to pursue any longer. Indeed, we had no need to chase, for in the more open area atop the rise, we beheld the 3 remaining fugitives still careening along the route they had initially taken, heading directly towards Backstay Hill. We found ourselves obstructing their small vessel, and so the 4 of us settled down to rest. At that moment, the tall John was wiping the sweat from his brow, gradually making his way towards us. "Doctor, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," Silver exclaimed. "Your arrival is most fortuitous. Otherwise, Hawkins and I would surely have been in peril." He continued, "Ben Gunn, it is indeed you. Ah, you are quite remarkable." After his exile, Ben Gunn had roamed the island alone for an extended period. He stumbled upon a skeleton and was the one who took the artifacts beside it. He also discovered the treasure and unearthed it, leaving behind the broken pickaxe handle in the deep pit, from the base of that towering pine tree to the twin peaks at the northeast corner of Treasure Island. Where he made his lair, Ben Gunn toiled tirelessly, burdened by the treasures he carried. 2 months prior to the arrival of the Hispaniola, he had managed to securely conceal the trove. On the afternoon of Silver's assault, the doctor located Ben Gunn and extracted the whereabouts of the treasure from him. The following morning, upon discovering that the large ship at anchor had vanished, the doctor sought out Silver, presenting him with the now useless map and all the belongings. For Ben Gunn's cave was stocked with his own salted goat meat. Ultimately, the doctor relinquished everything to Silver and his crew in exchange for a safe passage, migrating from the wooden fort to the cave in the Twin Peaks, thereby evading the miasma and safeguarding the treasure. "As for you, Jim," the doctor remarked, "albeit with great reluctance, I can only think of my steadfast companions, and you are not among them. Whom should we blame for this?" "Ah," Silver interjected, "fortunately, Hawkins is with me. Otherwise, doctor, even if old John were to be ground into a pulp, you probably wouldn't care, would you?" "Of course I wouldn't." Dr. Livesey replied cheerfully. By this time, we had arrived at the spot where 2 small boats were moored. The doctor took a pickaxe and smashed one of them, and then we boarded the other to row towards the North Port. As we passed the Twin Peaks, we beheld a dark entrance, Ben Gunn's cave. Next to the entrance, a fire blazed, and a squire stood there leaning on a rifle. We waved our handkerchiefs and cheered thrice, with Silver's voice surprisingly as fervent as the others. A gentle slope extended from the beach to the mouth of the cave, where the squire awaited us at the top. He greeted me warmly and enthusiastically, without mentioning my departure, neither praising nor reproaching me. Upon seeing Silver bow respectfully before him, his face flushed with indignation. "John Silver," he exclaimed, "you rogue, deceitful scoundrel. They implored me not to prosecute you. H.M. I have acquiesced. However, sir, those dead men will hang around your neck like an albatross. Thank you ever so much." Silver said, bowing once more. "How dare I accept your gratitude?" The squire retorted, "My actions are utterly against my principles. You stand back there." We ventured into the cavern, which was spacious and well ventilated. A small spring flowed into a pristine pool, adorned with hanging ferns, while the ground was strewn with sand. Captain Smollett lay before a large bonfire. In the dim glow, we beheld a corner where a considerable heap of gold coins and bars formed several neat stacks. This was the treasure of Captain Flint. It was what we had traversed oceans and endured countless perils to seek. For this treasure, 17 lives had already been lost aboard the Hispaniola. How many lives were extinguished? How much blood was shed? How many tragedies were wrought in the gathering of this wealth? How many fine vessels sank to the ocean's depths? How many brave souls were unwittingly harmed? How many cannonballs whistled past? How much disgrace? How many lies? How much brutality? No one could articulate the full extent of it. On this island, 3 men yet live: Silver, Old Morgan, and Ben Gunn, who once partook in this crime, all harboring dreams of claiming a share of the riches. "Come in, Jim," the captain said. "You have performed remarkably on this voyage. However, Jim, I shall not take you to sea again. You are a natural favorite, and I cannot abide that." "John Silver, is that you? What wind has blown you here, mate?" "Oh." After the captain spoke, he fell silent. Chapter 34. The epilogue. The following day, we commenced our work at the break of dawn. The journey from the land to the beach spans nearly a mile, and an additional 3 miles by boat to reach the Hispaniola. Transporting such a vast quantity of gold poses a formidable challenge for our limited manpower. The 3 traders on the shore did not significantly impede our efforts. A solitary lookout stationed on the mountainside sufficed to guard against potential ambushes. Besides, we believed they had experienced enough of violence. The coins were an exquisite assortment, remarkably akin to those collected by Bill Binns, yet in far greater abundance and variety. With keen interest, I meticulously categorized them: British guineas, French Louis d'Or, Spanish doubloons, Portuguese moedas, and Italian scudi. Over the past century, the effigies of European monarchs adorned these golden pieces. Additionally, there were some Eastern coins, featuring designs resembling ropes and spider webs. Some coins were round, others square, and some bore holes in the center, as if meant to be strung and worn as necklaces. In my estimation, virtually every currency in existence was represented here. As for the sheer number of coins, I assure you they were as plentiful as autumn leaves. Regardless, the sorting process left me weary and sore, my fingers even raw from the toil. We labored day after day to transport and load the treasure, working tirelessly until dusk. Yet another trove awaited us in the cave for the following day. Throughout this endeavor, we remained oblivious to any sounds from the 3 escaped traders. May heaven have mercy on them. The doctor remarked that just moments ago, he had heard the voice of the traders. They are either intoxicated or speaking nonsense. You possess no compassion whatsoever. The doctor scoffed. "Mr. Silver, you cannot fathom my sentiments. Were I to believe they were merely rambling, knowing one amongst them is afflicted with fever, I would risk my own safety to venture from the camp and attend to their ailments. Forgive my candor, sir, but you would be gravely mistaken to do so." Silver retorted, "You would jeopardize your precious life, and you may take my word for it. I am now wholeheartedly aligned with your side, unwilling to witness harm befall my own, especially considering the kindness you have shown me. Those rascals down the hill are utterly untrustworthy. Do not expect them to honor any agreements, nor do they believe you would." "Indeed," the doctor replied. "You are a man of your word, a fact well understood by us all." Subsequently, we received no further news from the 3 pirates, save for a distant gunshot, likely a sign of their hunting endeavors. We convened a meeting and ultimately resolved that we could only leave them on the island. This delighted Ben Gunn, and Gray expressed his full support. We left behind a considerable cache of firearms and ammunition, ample salted goat meat, a selection of medicines, essential supplies, tools, clothing, an extra sail, a length of rope, and at the doctor's special request, some fine tobacco. This marked the final endeavor we undertook on the island. Prior to this moment, we had loaded all our treasures onto the ship, ensuring ample supplies of fresh water and the remaining pickled goat meat as a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances. At last, on a serene morning, with all preparations complete, we weighed anchor and set sail. The Hispaniola glided out of the northern port, her mast adorned with a national flag that the captain had personally hoisted above the wooden fort, a symbol for which we had once fought. Ultimately, they beheld the grand vessel, which did not pause but swiftly departed, until the sounds of its journey became inaudible. Among them, one individual, whose identity eludes me, leapt in exasperation, hurling curses while raising a firearm to shoot. The bullet whizzed past Silver's head, creating a hole in the mainsail. We hastily took refuge beneath the quarterdeck, and when I peered out again, there was no trace of them at the cape. We were drawing further away, even the cape itself gradually fading from our sight. Thus met the fate of the three traders. Before noon, the highest peak of Treasure Island had already submerged beneath the azure, arched surface of the sea, and the joy swelling within me was beyond words. Our numbers were critically insufficient, compelling each individual aboard to exert their strength, while only the captain reclined on the mattress at the stern, directing our course. Although his condition had significantly improved, he still required rest. We were making our way towards the nearest port, a small harbor in the Americas that was then under Spanish dominion. Due to the unpredictable winds and several bouts of strong gales, we were all utterly exhausted. Upon reaching the port, we must replenish our ranks, otherwise the risks would be insurmountable. On the deck stood but one soul, Ben Gunn, who, upon our arrival, greeted us with a furrowed brow and divulged the alarming news that Silver had vanished. He confessed that it was under his tacit approval that Silver had escaped a few hours prior, taking a small boat from the shore. He further asserted that his actions were in the interest of preserving our lives. Had that one-legged wretch remained aboard, each of us would inevitably have met our doom. Yet, the situation was even more dire than that, for the ship's cook did not flee empty-handed. Seizing an opportune moment, he had burrowed through a partition and absconded with a sack of gold coins worth 300 or 400 guineas, securing his future for a life of wandering. 75 souls had set sail, and we never received further word of Silver. That fearsome one-legged sailor had completely vanished from my existence. I surmise he is reunited with his black wife, living a carefree life alongside Captain Flint. This is precisely the outcome I had hoped for. For should he have ventured into another realm, the prospects of him living comfortably would have been exceedingly slim.